All right, good morning, everyone. We'll go ahead and get started. Welcome to our 26-27 budget retreat. We've got a lot of, as you can see, all the department heads are back there as far away as they can get. Hopefully they can see the screen. Some departments have longer than others because of the size of the departments, but so we're going to get through all those this morning and this afternoon. Ask plenty of questions as we go. We are being filmed. We'll put this online after it's been edited and whatnot. So, again, welcome. I want to start with the goals. We had the goal session a month and a half ago. And what I've done here is gone through each goals. If you remember, the goals were set up as the must-dos, should-dos, and the could-dos. The must was we got to get those done. The shoulds were we'll try to, and the coulds were it'd be nice to do these. There were only supposed to be 3 per category. In some instances, they were ties, so there's more than 3. What I've done is for each of these, if it's green, the title is green, like ensure staffing for growth, that means it's in the budget. And so we've included, as you see there in blue, we've got several positions in the budget that will be addressed as part of this. Yes, sir.
I'm so sorry. Could you repeat that about green?
Yeah, see, the ensure adequate staffing for growth, I've highlighted that in green. That means it's budget related. Sir. So we've got positions in the budget. As we get through those, each department will bring up their positions that they want to add. For instance, Public Works, Eddie's going to talk about 2 positions. He's going to make not increase, but give a improved rating to their CDL, going from I think it's a B to an A. Is that right, Eddie? Okay. Yes. Or two new CDL drivers is what it is. 2 more must-dos: improving traffic safety in blue there. We've already increased traffic enforcement. We'll continue to do that. Stop signs, we add those throughout the neighborhoods as we get calls to slow down traffic and whatnot. We evaluate it, and we've done that quite a bit. We'll continue to do that. And then there's an electronic speed sign that's in the budget that we hope that you will approve. We already have one. We'll get another one. Increasing resources for road maintenance. I'm going to talk about that at the end. It's already in your packet at the very end, but I'm going to talk about that and some possibilities of how we get some road maintenance done this coming year.
Is there some volume on that microphone that we can barely hear?
It's a turn on.
Just a recorder?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll try to go louder. All right, create business development and recruitment strategy. We don't have that. This is one of those should-dos. There's nothing in the budget. We don't have anybody targeted or a position that's targeted for this, but that's something we need to talk about. If that's definitely what you want to try to do, we'll try to add it to the budget. That would be a new position. The next one is not budget related. It's not highlighted in green, as you see. The next 2 are not budget related, but compensate staff at competitive levels. That one is budget related. We'll continue to try to implement the compensation study of 2023 as best we can. The could-dos, this is the lowest priorities. The improving stormwater on Hamilton Street. We're already looking at alternatives to do that. It's very expensive, and that's not in this budget as we're talking about. Was there a question? Okay. Exploring referendum to change the Council of Government. We're going to have money in here for the actual vote. If the ordinance is passed, if y'all pass one in August, it'll be on the November election. It's about 50,000, and that range is for the cost of that. We're not going to budget yet to rewrite all the ordinances until that passes, and if it does pass, at that point, I think we'd come back to you and say, we need a budget amendment to pay for this rewrite of all the ordinances that needs to happen, because you don't change it that day. You have to give it time to come in. So probably it would take effect maybe July of 27, July 1st of 27, the next budget year. And that gives you time to do all the preparations that you have to do that. We've had estimates as low as 10,000 for small towns to do it, and I've heard over 100,000 for large towns to rewrite this. That's why we don't want to put it in the budget yet until we know it's going to happen. Ensuring support for the Recreation Department scholarship program, that's ongoing. It's, as people donate to this, we fund this. So we'll continue to push this, and Kristen may say something about this during her presentation. The organization chart is not budget related, so we won't talk about that. Are there any questions about the goals and how they relate to the budget? All right, no questions. Ralph will be up next to give an overview of some of the different categories in the budget.
Tom, I'm
Yes, sir.
sorry, are you going through the rest of this?
That'll be at the end.
Okay.
My closing remarks, yes.
Good morning. As we start the process, we want to see where we are at financially. So we're in great shape. We did do a forecast for this year, and it looks like we will beat budget. So we're happy about that. And that's kind of a precursor to what we're working on now, which is the budget for next year. And last year you had said you wanted more opportunities to interact on that. So this is meeting 1 of 4. We have 3 other ones, as you noticed on your calendar. So those will be in the evening, and we can dig into the budget some more. The process normally starts where we'll say, departments, what do you need? So this is departments, what do you need? And it's still kind of raw data. Our next step is to start moving towards a balanced budget. And this is kind of like the higher level, here's what we'd like to do as far as this goes, before we jump down into more details in the next meetings. I'm going backwards. There we go. As a general overview, we have 2 funds basically, general fund and other funds. The other funds have more restricted use. The general fund is mostly whatever we throw in the budget, we can pay out of the general fund. So general fund, we expect to always come in the range of 21 to 24 million. And obviously that makes it our number 1 source of funding. Other funds, which could be grant funds, could be hospitality, could be some specific fund that the state started, and it includes other things like FEMA. So we are still working on, for example, with FEMA, the recovering the costs for the hurricane. So, and something like that is an ongoing process. And we will incur the costs in a year where we don't get paid for the costs. So we have had a few payments, to use that as an example of a special fund. And that took a lot of work, so I've got to shout out to everybody out there. A project like that does take a lot of work, and we do hope to recoup $722,000. We've got payments now of about $250,000. The other 6 parts of the project have been approved, and then 1 part is still awaiting funding. So that's an example of a other fund or special fund source. You've probably heard other ones. The SC opioid, you passed a budget amendment for that, another fund. And all of those will go into special funds like the opioid will go into a fund that kind of restricts its use. There are about 16 of those at any time. We do have one grant fund where we can pile most grants in. Jumping back to the opioid, it specifically says in the grant regulations that you have to have a separate fund. So that was set up as a additional fund. Overall, we routinely expect 27 to 36 million in revenue. Oh, gotta get the hang of that. If you look at expenditures, so by department, you can see that the top ones are police and fire, followed by public works and parks and rec. Those are where the big numbers are, and you can also see most of that is personnel. These are actual results for FY25. I wanted to show a whole year, and obviously FY26 is not finished yet. But it does show you that, you know, almost half of our funding goes to the emergency response kind of people. So you look at it a different way by category, and personnel is 72% of our expenses. So that's salary and all related benefits. Operations being 24%. This FY25 was probably a smaller year for capital expenditures, as used as an example. So
Ralph,
there we go.
I'm sorry, is this?
Yes.
Is this for FY 25, 26?
No, we are not done with 26 yet. 26 would end in June. So I wanted to show a full year of expenditures
Okay.
to give you an idea of the costs.
So
Yes, yes.
is this based on what was budgeted for 25, 26?
Actual numbers.
Right, thank you.
And just so I'm tracking, it looks like there was about $8.5 million in capital for 25, 26. Does that just mean the remainder, it hasn't been captured in it yet?
We are talking about the general fund right now. So if you looked at the capital requests, a big chunk of that comes from the hospitality fund, and another big chunk comes from the impact fund. That was the parks renovation that Chrisman was working on, and she could probably give you more details when she gets up here. But so what we're talking about is our main fund, the general fund right here. Any other questions? Cash flow, a great thing to have. So we kind of work into a process where expenses are continuous and relatively even, except for big expenditures like capital expenditures. And the cash flow ebbs and flows somewhat. So there are things that we collect that come in on a routine monthly basis, and there's other things that we collect that have a peak when they hit. So for example, property tax. We'll receive those funds normally January, February, the biggest chunk of that, and you know that'll be 3, 4, 5 million in those months. Business license, they are all due to be paid right around the end of April. So there's a big influx for business license right now in April. We are doing good on business licenses too. I'll say when we were looking at the forecast, we were running a couple 100,000 above last year. So that's always something good. The other big ones in the general fund are the local option sales tax and franchise fees. Franchise fees are things like, for example, you turn on the power and water at your house, and there's a franchise fee for the city because the city essentially owns the right to have the electricity and have the water and have the whatever in the city. So Easley Combined or Fort Hill pays us a franchise fee. As I mentioned, expenses can be continuous. So payroll being the biggest one, you saw that was 72% of our budget. So it's always out there. It's relatively routine, constantly hitting cash flow. We're also required to keep a cash reserve of 2 months of the general fund. So that is about 3.7 million, 4 million that we're supposed to keep on reserve. Good news about debt. As you can see from maybe I'll try this, from the years flowing out, FY26 through 29, we are paying off some debt, and that obviously continues over time, and we're in a good position right now. We are kind of graded, rated, or restricted on general obligation debt, so we're below our limit. For the upcoming year, there's several things that will impact all departments. One of those will be the implementation of Edmunds GovTech software. I'm going to get a drink real quick. And we'll be working on that. We are working on it now, but we'll also be doing direct implementation between October and May. Another thing is the cost of health insurance is going up, so that'll impact all department budgets. Now I'm going to jump to the finance department. Any other questions on overall revenue expense? Yes.
Ralph, on your first slide, you said total revenues 27 million to 36 million. Why such a large span?
For example, if you look at FEMA and just generously rounding, that'll be a $1 million influx basically. So you have the general fund is relatively even, but then when you get into the special funds, the restricted funds, you know, you're cruising along and then you get an influx for SC opioid. And that one should be recurring, but some of them are not. Some even getting to the smaller things, like we could get funding for safety equipment. And, you know, it's just a one-time thing, and you pay it, and the police go and buy their protection or whatever they need, and it's a one-off kind of thing. Okay. So for the most part, in the special funds, hospitality is a very recurring one. Obviously, it depends on the economy because it's based on people buying prepared food, essentially. Mm-hmm. So, but that's fairly well recurring. And then other ones, you know, are more cyclical or a one-time item. Okay. There's a lovely finance team. So our team includes 5 positions, as you can see there. And what we're responsible for in the big picture are, one would be payroll, very important part. As we saw, it's 72% of budget. Also leading this annual budget presentation. We collect some taxes, and sometimes you don't even think about everything that goes on with taxes, but as I mentioned, if you wake up in the morning, you go get a shower, you know, you've hit 2 tax sources, power and water. You get in your car and drive and get a biscuit, then hospitality tax comes into play. There's also sales tax on your purchase, so all those taxes are quite important to us. So business licenses will be around 3 million, hospitality tax a little over 3 million, and accommodations about 115,000. And we are seeing an increase in business license issued, and I've got to give a shout out to the 2 ladies working on that. When we renewed for last year, we had 300 businesses that had not renewed, so they pursued those over the course of the months, and they've contacted or tried to contact at least about 6 times to get people to renew licenses. So they are doing a great job on that, and also on collecting hospitality tax. So if somebody doesn't pay, they'll be on the phone calling them, say, hey, can you get in your monthly payment, please? Process accounts payable. Obviously, you know, you guys sometimes go to training and stuff, and when you get that reimbursement check for mileage, that's coming straight out of the accounts payable part of our process. Provide financial reporting. The biggest part of that is the audit, and that's one of the bigger items in our budget. And it does take a lot of work to get through that. Besides that, there could be special reporting for grants, and obviously we do the monthly and annual reporting, which you guys get a copy of. We also assist with large expenditures. There's a procurement process that you have to go through, and we want to make sure that that is followed. Some of the departments do an excellent job too, negotiating things and getting good rates. And of course, there's, with payroll, there's also other things that you're required to do. So if somebody does get a garnishment or something like that, we have to enforce that and deduct it from payroll. What are we looking for in the upcoming year? What I would like to do is add a business license inspector position. It is something that did exist before. I guess several years ago, it was cut out. And I would like us to have somebody, you know, boots on the ground, so to speak, out there checking to make sure that the businesses are licensed and they are paying their license fees. And, you know, to me, it's something that will generate revenue itself. And in addition to that, we'd discontinue the other service that we were using. So, and this person would be out and about. That would be most of their job, to be out in the city. So they would need a vehicle, and we believe that we spoke with the police department. They have a truck that would be rolling out of service for them, but still fine for us because we're not going to be doing high mileage or fast speed or anything like that.
Ralph?
Yes.
What was the cost of the service that you mentioned?
The service last year cost $24,500. So this was an agreement signed about 8 years ago. And what they do, and I don't know exactly how they come up with their unlicensed businesses, but it's almost like they compare a computer database to another computer database and pop out and say, hey, here's somebody that doesn't have a license. So I feel like a person being out there can be more effective. And
Would this be a full-time position?
yes,
Is there enough work for a full-time position?
Absolutely.
yes, I believe there is enough work for a full-time position. So,
Well, is there, I mean, is there a budget cost for transferring the vehicle?
we would then incur gas and maintenance. So,
No transfer from departments, so it's not like a new, and so the police paid it, finance paid it, so
yeah. Any other questions? Okay, well, the finance department works with everybody, obviously, so we are extended all through the city with what we do and help all the employees all over. So.
Well, I'm Philip Snow, as you know. I get an opportunity today to give you some information about the court for those of you who have not had a chance to stop by and visit with the court. And I encourage you to do that. I want you to come by and see what we do, come by and meet my staff. It's important that they put a name with a face, but that we have a good relationship with you, because the court is one of our necessary evil as far as the city is concerned. You know, we have to have it. We wish we didn't have to have it, but we do have to have it. So just a little bit about myself. I am not an attorney. For those of you who already know that, I do have a bachelor's degree in business administration. I also have about 24 years of judicial experience. I was with the magistrate's office in Pickens County for 10 years. And I've been here 5, and I've served in the town of Central, the town of Liberty, and the town of Pickens as the chief judge as well. So I have a lot of experience, and leading into that, I would tell you that my right-hand man, as far as the court is concerned, the presiding, is Judge Sterling, James Sterling. He is an attorney, so he is someone who I can rely on as far as legal information. If I don't know where to go or where to he's a confidant as far as, you know, the cases that we discuss. Of course, everything we do is important, and we want to make sure we try to get it right as if we possibly can. Of course, there's routes for that as well. I want to introduce the rest of my staff as well. This next person is Annetta May. She's been with the city altogether about 15 years. She is also a lay judge. She and the next person, which is Elena Calderon, who is a bilingual judge. They both do bond court on the weekends primarily. They do work during the week, especially Ms. Allen. During weeks we have heavy court in order to give myself and Judge Sterling opportunities to do what we need to do outside of bond court. The most important person probably in our department is this young lady right here, and she's back here with us this morning, and that's Jennifer Gilstrap. She is my clerk of court. She is the glue that holds our department together. She manages all of our finances and month-end reporting. That report that you get every month in your packet comes from her. She supervises our 3 clerks, and Jennifer is probably the most ambitious person that I have known in a long time. When she finds something that she wants to latch onto, she latches onto it, and she does a great job. And I honestly don't know how we would function as well as we do without her. She's not been on this particular job this long, but she came in here from at a different position as the court liaison, where she manages our jury trials and our pretrial conferences. And with her help and your giving us the authority to put her in that position, our jury trial numbers over the last 3 years have dropped by 2/3. So she has done a great job organizing that and making sure that we are on track as far as that is concerned. And I can't praise her enough for that. So a little tell you about what we do. If you don't know, we handle traffic offenses, we handle criminal offenses, we do all city ordinance cases. That includes building codes. The maximum penalty for anything that we do is 30 days in jail or $500, with exceptions. There are certain exceptions. Driving under the influence, with a high breath alcohol is higher than that. The domestic violence, driving under suspension, shoplifting, driving without a license, third offense. All those charges carry more than this particular time, but we are specifically authorized under statute in order to be able to administer those cases. We also issue arrest warrants, search warrants, bench warrants. We hold bond hearings. I'm going to give you a little bit more information about those things in just a moment. We have weekly court appearances. We do have court every Monday. We have at court every Wednesday, every Thursday, one Tuesday out of the month all day, and one Friday morning. So we're pretty busy court-wise. We have something going on just about every day. We used to not have court on Monday, but because of the increase in the traffic team for the police department and the cases that they make, we had to add extra court for that, which is good because they have their own time, and we were having to rush through with them on regular court days. And when you're handling 40, 50, 60, 80 cases, then it takes that much time to adjudicate these cases. So we do have an extra day for them. We also do the preliminary hearings. Those are cases that go to the Court of General Sessions where people are asking for what's called a probable cause hearing. We do those as well. We have bench trials, rule of show cause hearings, and we also, of course, do jury trials. And our fines that we collect are for the city as well as the state of South Carolina. We also collect the revenue that goes to support the Victims Advocate Fund, and we issue restitution checks to those victims who have been injured and are entitled to making them whole. And so again, I'll get to that just in a minute about some amounts that will be interesting to you. We offer a bunch of programs. We do diversion programs, which are PTI, which is for first-time offenders. We work with the solicitor's office on that. We also do conditional discharges on simple possession and public disorderly conduct. And what those are cases where these are good candidates based on the judge's discretion that would enter into a program where they would be required to participate, do some community service, pay a small fee, not as near as much as what the fine would be, and we hold that case out for 6 months. We do require drug testing on simple possession. If they've completed all the requirements at the end of 6 months and they have not been arrested for any other particular charge during that period of time, we can dismiss that charge against them. So that's a good opportunity for someone who's a first-time offender, especially on those types of charges, that we can help them out. There's also the alcohol education program. That's for young people under the age of 21 who have illegally possessed or obtained alcohol that can go through this program in order to get their record cleared as well. The tobacco education program, we were pretty heavy in that, and they changed the law. That was for young folks who had vapes and cigarettes and things like that in schools. They've changed that law now, and we do not really do much with that. We offer a defensive driving school through tech programs, which gives points reductions for folks who are interested in that. The alcohol drug safety education program is required for anyone who's convicted of driving under the influence or driving with an unlawful alcohol concentration. Of course, we have domestic violence counseling programs, community service, and a last resort for me is confinement, which is jail. I don't think that the jail especially is as a deterrent for the cases that we have. I think restitution is a much better, and community service is a much better alternative. Fines are, as I said, are a necessary evil, but some cases require me to put people in jail. Driving without a license, third offense as a mandatory jail offense. There's no fine involved. And of course, we have a lot of people that are non-English speaking people who get charged with that. And, you know, unfortunately, they're caught between a rock and a hard place. They don't have an opportunity to get a license, and yet they, just like the rest of us, they have to travel, they have to go to work. These are mostly honest, good people who just are in a bad place. So we work with them as best we can. What we done since I've been a judge for the last 5 years, we've made sure that everybody's in cross-training. We adopted the state CMS software, which is the court management system. We integrated all our data files, and that was purchased under ARPA funds way back in 1922. So that was no cost to the city other than the federal grant that we received. We electronically scan all of our court documents. Any records that we have are scanned, and they made a permanent record and part of our database. We have, with the help of the IT department, we have upgraded all of our PCs to solid-state drive technology. And it's one of the most important things the court does is that's to maintain a good relationship with the police department. We are their customer service person. We don't do anything without their involvement. They bring us cases, then we adjudicate them. We're not the same, we're not together, but we are close working partners, and we have to maintain a good relationship with the police department. And I'm proud to say that there's not a finer group of people that I have worked with in all my career, and I've been involved in law enforcement of some sort for the last 45 years. So I can tell you without reservation that they are a fine group of people, and I can't say nothing positive about them. All right, so what have we accomplished? We're continuing to manage our jury trials. As I said, we've reduced those by 2/3. We started out at a little over 1,200. We're down to a little less than 400 now, which is really a good accomplishment. We continue to work with the police department to evaluate our schedules, as I talked about increasing our court time, and we continue to try to schedule our pretrials and jury trials in order to move those cases that we can. Here are some statistics, and you probably look at your sheet better than you can see it here on the screen, but I've broken this down by the month for the year of 2025 for type of work we do. You can see the number of bond hearings per month, the number of arrest warrants we've issued per month, the number of search warrants that we issue in a month's time, and the number of bench warrants that we issue. Some of this is cyclical. Bond hearings used to be, I really don't know, can't really explain why January is so out of character for the rest of those other 11 months rather. I can't really explain that, but these are the actual figures, and we stand by those. Cases disposed of. We do cases disposed of through jury trials and bench trials and other types of trials. And you can see there by the monthly breakdown how we've done that. We do have some months where we do not schedule jury trials, but we continue to have pretrial conferences, so those are included in those totals. And the preliminary hearings, as I've said, are the numbers of cases that that are made here in the city that carry penalties beyond what this court can hear. Those cases are transmitted to the Court of General Sessions, and these people have the right to request this preliminary hearing. It's not a mandatory hearing. They can request it if they want to. So we schedule those every month in conjunction with the solicitor's office. All right, so this is a total number of cases that we've adjudicated each month. You can see that for yourself there. Again, it's kind of cyclical. We kind of slow down in the summer for some reason a little bit. You'd think that it would be higher, but I think the city's police department's got the drunks under control pretty much, so we don't lock up as many drunks as we used to, which I think is a great thing. And of course, around Christmas time, you'd think it might be a little higher too, but for some reason, that is a low month. The next slide talks about the money that we collect. I'll talk a little bit about that. Our fines are, we share those with the South Carolina State Treasurer. If we have a fine that is $500, then the amount that we collect is $1,087.50. they get 106% of that amount of money. So we only would get the $500 if we collect that fine. The state gets the rest of that money. There's certain cases that the city gets all of the money, and that's non-criminal offense, no seat belts, primarily no seat belts, texting while driving. The city gets to keep all of that money, but anything else that we adjudicate, even if it's including a city ordinance, the state gets theirs cut. Now, out of this total amount of money here, we also fund partially fund the Victims Advocate Program for the police department. These funds include restitution that we've returned to victims and refunds that we have returned to defendants that the fine was not paid or not due.
To tie this in, he just mentioned examples of two special funds, Victims Advocate and also the court fund where they keep what they collected and pay it out.
You can compare the next slide. That is the difference. This is the money that we actually deposit within the city's treasury. It goes to the general fund each month out of that initial fund on the previous slide. This is the actual money. This is the money the city gets to keep. Okay, so what are our goals for this coming year? I'll tell you in just a minute, maybe. Maybe I won't. What'd you do to my thing, Ralph? All right, I got it. We're going to continue to work on our backlog. Of course, that's a never-ending battle that we fight, is to continue to keep those cases. The state does mandate that we try to keep cases younger than a year. Anything older than a year, they kind of frown on that. They want those cases adjudicated within 12 months. This is our court schedule, as I already stated. We have court every day of the month except for 3 Tuesdays and 3 Fridays. And we have a brand new team member that we just brought on. We are continuing to cross-train her. That includes doing the docket work, the processing work, and also serving as a clerk in the courtroom. We do let them all share that work so that they're all familiar with all steps in the process of the court. All right, so what am I asking for? Not much. You'll find this is probably the simplest budget of anyone. We did request $25,000 last year to replace as many of the HVAC units in our side of the law enforcement center as we could. Thank goodness, all of them are continuing to run. We have had some minor repairs, but we are still able to maintain those. Those are operating on 25 years, so they could go at any time. I expect that it's just a matter of time until one, and we have 5 on our side, so $25,000 would not cover that, but at least it would get us to where we could replace 1 or maybe 2 if need be. As I said, that's a carryover. We have not spent that this year. Hopefully we will not have to spend it between now and June, so we want to ask for that again in our budget for the coming year. We are going to upgrade the audiovisual equipment in courtroom 1. Some of that is at your request. Some of it is just because of the improvements in technology, and we are working with the IT department to do that. That's not part of my budget, but it will be part of Jordan's budget. And last but not least, I want a new desk for my court administrative judges. Their desk was one that I borrowed from somebody on a permanent basis. It was an old school teacher's desk, and if you bump into it, the drawers fall out. So I think that's justifiable. I don't have any problem justifying it, and I figure it's probably going to cost $1,000 to get a nice desk. So that's my presentation. That's my dog and pony show. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them. It's pretty straightforward. I don't think that I have any secrets. We're not asking. Of course, you know our biggest expense is personnel. We operate on a very small budget. Otherwise, I think our budget request I've sent into Mr. Hurden is probably less than $1,000 increase from what it was this current year. So. But I appreciate your time. Anyone have any questions? I'd be glad to try to answer them.
Judge Snow, you have 5 people in your department or 6?
I have a total of 8, 5 full-time and 3 part-time. Judge Sterling is part-time. He's on a stipend. Judge Mays and Judge Calderon, they work on an hourly basis. Well, everybody works on an hourly basis but me, but I'm the only one salaried in our department.
So Sterling is part-time?
He is considered part-time, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
He works, he and I divide the court presiding equally, or as best I can, because we don't, obviously, there's, you get every week of 100 traffic cases, you get a little burned out on that. So we try to rotate that sort of stuff. We rotate the preliminary hearings. He is able to be flexible in his work. He is a real estate attorney, and so he sets his own schedule, and I send him a schedule in advance to let him know what I've got him scheduled for, and if there's any conflicts, of course, we work that out.
Thank you.
Anything else? Thank you for your time. I do have court today. Jennifer and I will be quietly exiting. If you have any questions about anything that we've talked about, please come by and see me. Come by and visit anyway. We'd love to show you around if you have never seen the court and what we do. I can stand up here for an hour and talk about it, and you wouldn't really understand what we do till you see it. So, and several people have been by. Ms. Rainey's been by several times, and I think I've helped her understand a little bit more about what the court does. So I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
I am the sole IT director for the city. My role supports every department: police, fire, court, public works, administration, parks and rec, public works. You name it, my hands are probably in it. IT today is more of a operational infrastructure, so I oversee cybersecurity, CGIS, state, federal compliance, network infrastructure, telecommunications, software systems, vendor management, hardware, lifecycle planning, any kind of technology we have, all the way down to, doors ringing, access control, cameras. I'm the person to call. I also oversee peripheral devices such as cameras downtown, fingerprint machines, DUI machines, and body cams, many, many more items. If I had to put a number on the total number of devices we have, it'd be pretty close to 1,000. The technology infrastructure spans multiple buildings and departments. So if anything's happening over at the rec or fire departments, I would show up on site there to address those issues. If a system's down, data's compromised, or if communications fail or phones stop working, we're not able to access internet, email, all that stuff falls on me. It directly impacts public safety and city operations, so it's typically a high-paced environment. So for fiscal year 25-26, our approved budget total was $750,880. Last year was the first year I decided to take our full budget. It was one line item. I broke it down into 4, so you can see kind of the difference moving forward if we have a discrepancy there. We have reoccurring. Those are standard bills like your internet services, phone lines, desk phones, cell phones, iPads, any kind of internet devices, any kind of other support that we might have. We have the software portion. That one is a little high currently with the Edmunds platform since we're migrating over there. Projects that I work on, those change from year to year, so that number will kind of fluctuate as we move forward. That kind of includes, any kind of workstation replacements that we do according to our CIP. That's about every 3 years per workstation. Any kind of access control needs we might have, any troubleshooting there, cell phone upgrades, new additions, live scan machines, cameras, servers, switches, phones, intercoms. Technology nowadays is dying off every 3 to 5 years, so we're having to increase that life cycle. And then we have stock for emergencies. We restock cables, things like that, monitors, the mounts for police vehicles, fire vehicles, chargers, you name it, I probably have it. What we are requesting in the 2026-27 budget total is $871,380 currently. That will fluctuate, like Ralph said, this was preliminary. My budget kind of moves, it's fluid with working with other departments. In that reoccurring bucket, we have $411,880. That's to cover most of our reoccurring bills, like I said, the internet, stuff like that. Software, we're moving forward with the Edmunds platform still. That's an 18-month timeline. So you're still going to see the rest of those payments coming out in this fiscal year. Projects we're moving forward with, a really big one is the police MDT mobile computers. We're running on that end of the 3-year cycle, so we're at replacing probably about 70 devices there. As you guys know, chips are getting a little expensive with technology, so that price does fluctuate. It's a little high currently. We're working with our vendors to see if we can get a better price there. And then our stock number has stayed about the same. Key things I kind of want to talk about here is that laptop lifecycle replacement. In our CIP that was created when I got here in 2023, that's when I started that 3-year cycle. So this is the end of that 3-year cycle. Next year, we'll start it over again. We're looking at standardizing the printers in all of our police vehicles. We've got a mix and match variety right now, and it just does not work. Most of them don't fit where they're supposed to. So standardizing that to make it equal across the board, make sure they're working properly. People can print tickets while they're out in the field. We're looking at a SIEM for cybersecurity monitoring implementation. That is something that is required by SLED. I don't have a choice in that. We do have to pick a vendor, and I've got a couple quotes that we're looking at there. I'm still working on our camera expansion that I came up with about 3 years ago for public safety and building security. We're looking at doing cameras on Station 2 and Station 3 for the fire department. Those are the last 2 buildings that we have within the city that I'm responsible for outfitting with cameras. Moving forward from there, it'll just be replacements. And then we had a reduction in the Edmunds licensing costs, and year after year, we kind of see a 5 to 10% increase in all of our vendor costs in that reoccurring bucket. Any questions on that slide before I move on to the next? Sure.
So budget request total 871,000
Yes.
Where's the personnel?
That comes out of the administration budget.
Okay.
This is specifically just for technology.
Okay.
So that's $120,000 roughly,
For,
upgrade from 25, 26, 26, 27.
yes, I have a year-to-year comparison on the next
Yeah.
one, the next slide.
Okay, all right.
So you'll see a $21,000 difference in the reoccurring. We actually went down 37,000 in software. We went up 149 in projects, and stock stayed the same. So it is 120,500. And again, that is fluid. We're still waiting on how many new employee additions we might have. Any new employee that uses technology, we're looking at about $5,000 per employee. And that is just a one-time
How
cost
much
up
per
front.
employee?
About $5,000 roughly, just for technology. Laptops 3 years ago when I started here was $1,200. Right now, we can't even get them lower than $3,500.
And these are the laptops that go into the police cars, or the laptops like I'm using right
Just
here?
in general, the laptops that you use, the police laptops are a little bit more expensive because they're the rugged variety. Say Mario's looking at a GIS computer, that would require a little bit more specs, so the price would go up. It kind of fluctuates there.
Okay. And can,
I have a question. Does this include Georgia the opioid funds for any of their technology?
No,
Because
they have their
that's-
own.
That's what,
Yep.
okay.
and can you just talk about the projects again?
Yes.
Okay,
I
thanks.
got right here. So we're looking at replacing about 70 laptops at the police department. We want one for every single police officer, and then we want a few spares. I've had, numerous issues with them being out in the field. Sometimes, one might break, or there might be an issue with a fan, or, it's not charging properly. So having a spare so they're able to still continue doing their jobs. Dispatch can still continue to use it for training. New hires would have those available. Replacing the printers in all of the police vehicles, again, that's probably 65, 70 printers. We're looking at a server replacement. It is end of life. That's, again, we're required to update those. They're not going to make any other security updates for that. And typically what happens with these computers is you see a zero-day exploit is the term we use here. So if the vendor is no longer providing any kind of updates, typically somebody's found a way to hack into that system directly after that. So we have to make sure that we're secure moving forward and we're using the most up-to-date stuff. And then the camera project that we're doing over at Station 2 and 3.
So the majority of this is police department upgrades, and then with the exception of the camera upgrades from fire?
Correct. Yes. And it, again, like I said, the projects fluctuate year to year depending on what we're looking at. We are also hoping to ask for one more person in the IT department. That'll be included in the administration budget. That purpose here would be able to provide frontline technical support for city staff. Essentially, it would be a newer entry to the field version of me. So somebody that's able to do a little bit more of the simpler stuff, reset passwords, set somebody up on a phone.
Respond to tickets, maybe, I know.
Respond to tickets. I've had 7 since we've been in this meeting already. So I'm a department of 1. I'm extremely busy since I work with all 240 roughly employees. I am spread a little thin, and it's been something we've been gearing up to slowly. So they would respond on site across all of the city facilities. It would provide faster response times. It allowed me to focus a little bit more on the cybersecurity, the general infrastructure updates, and then strategic planning moving forward for the department. And then it would increase the reliability of city technology systems. So my department is a 24/7 department. 3 a.m. comes around, somebody needs something, I answer the phone. So having somebody else as a backup would kind of alleviate some of that on me.
Sunday morning with the school board.
Yeah. Yep, weekends, holidays, doesn't particularly matter, even on vacation. Any questions there? So why the increase? We're looking at that lifestyle management or life cycle management. This replacement for laptops is the biggest that we've seen in my budget so far. And that's just because, graphics cards and chipsets are increasing with the tariffs. Everything's getting a little bit more expensive technology-wise, and they're making it a little bit cheaper. So we're having to replace it more often, more frequent. And this will prevent emergency failures. So you don't want all of your police officers that are in the field writing tickets, doing public safety activities to not be able to access this kind of stuff. We're looking at that cybersecurity SIEM. Like I said, it's required by SLED. We have to have one. And that SIEM, all it does is collect logs from anything somebody ever does on our network, from logging in, sending an email, what websites they access. We're required to keep a year backlog of all of that information. And we do get audited every 3 years on that. And it's required that we provide proof of all this stuff. It reduces the risk that we have. It gives us alerts based on that. So say, somebody's looking at something they're not supposed to, or they downloaded something, I would get an alert and be able to respond to that immediately. Whereas now I've got several different portals I'm having to log into and check, and it's a little bit time consuming. And then that third thing is the infrastructure stability. We're looking at bandwidth growth and the camera expansion for public safety. In my opinion, you want to have the exteriors of your buildings covered just in case, something happens in the parking lot or what have you. You never know with things nowadays. And then the risk of not funding, you're increasing cybersecurity exposure. So if we're not replacing these things, we can be exposed to those zero-day exploits like I mentioned. You can have hardware failures. Since we've been on this 3rd year of these laptops, I'm seeing more and more fans constantly running, chargers breaking, batteries going out since they're out in the heat, the cold. Replacing them will kind of jumpstart us back on those again. We have emergency replacement costs, so we had an emergency yesterday with our desk phones, something like that. Or if a switch over at the rec department fails, we would be able to immediately replace that rather than waiting until the next fiscal year. And then service outages, if we're going through something currently with one of our storage systems, being able to address that appropriately is what we're looking there with the emergency funding. Any extra questions?
Are there any grants to support this?
We
For-
have been looking at grants. We haven't been approved for any yet, but any that come up, we do apply for them.
Okay, all right, because that would be great.
Yes.
Thank you.
I was saying, the additional IT person he requesting, he actually asked for that last year, and, during budget cuts, I cut that out. And you can see how busy he is, so we should have probably funded it last year to give him some help, but we definitely need to get that, help for him this year going forward, because he is very busy.
Why is the IT personnel paid from the administrative? Why isn't it part of IT budget?
Well, answer that later.
As far as the administration group, it includes Tom, Jordan, and Jennifer. So obviously the cost of computers and such have grown, but originally it was IT wouldn't be a separate group by itself. It wasn't big enough. And obviously he said it's one person too. And Jennifer wouldn't have her own department either. So they're lumped together in one department.
So conceivably, what you're saying is, as a department grows, it could be, so,
It could be broken out, yes, as
as
things
it
grow.
expands.
And also, I'll say, I know that Jordan has responded at 3 a.m. to a police officer whose computer in the car was not working. And different from other places I've worked, he is everything, as they say, from soup to nuts. So this door is not working with my badge, that's him.
Phone's out.
Obviously, my computer has an issue, he's there, hops on, and starts taking it over. It's kind of cool.
To me, the administration supports the entire city. We're all involved with every single department.
And he does.
That makes sense.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Jordan.
Thank you, thank you.
Good morning, everybody. As you know, I'm Tor Elstrom, building official for the Building and Codes Department. I got Anthony Brown here with me. He's going to do the clicker and answer any questions that may arise from you during the presentation. This was actually not our title page, but we'll go with it now. These are the codes that for 2024 that we'll be going to in January of 27. That's when the state will finally have those fully adopted. So, Building Codes Department, as you know, we set this department up about 2 years ago. In the city, it was a third party that was here. We continue to refine and improve building and codes. As a city department, we follow codes, policies, and procedures in accordance with South Carolina state law and the Constitution. We utilize BS&A for code enforcement tracking with ever-increasing case types. In the course of doing that, we try to educate the public as to what codes are in effect and, in many cases, why the codes are in effect. We have great cooperative relationships with all of our city departments. We've worked with every single one of them, and they've been over backwards for whatever we needed. We continue to improve our cooperative partnerships with Easily Combined, Fort Hill Gas, architects, engineers, developers, all of which makes our department more effective in our duties. Our department includes 5 positions: myself, the building official, Anthony, the code enforcement officer, a residential and provisional commercial combination inspector, and a provisional residential inspector, along with the permitting coordinator. Our department is essentially self-sufficient. The monies that we bring in pretty much pay our salaries and expenses. Thus far this fiscal year, and this is through the end of February, we've issued 647 permits on $90,484,000 worth of work for permit fees of $946,000. That includes impact fees. We've conducted 2,901 inspections, commercial and residential. We've issued 181 certificates of occupancy and issued 85 stop work orders for working without permits. This is our hierarchy here. You see myself, the commercial residential inspector. He's also a trainer. He's training the new position we just filled last month. We have the permit clerk and the proposed code enforcement manager and requested code officer. In this chart, you see we have myself, I've got 19 years experience. Anthony's got 8 years. Permit clerk's got 6. And the commercial inspector's got a little over 2 years.
I'm sorry, can we go back? Anthony is the which one?
Right now, he's a code officer, but this is what we're anticipating to add another position, and he would more than likely be the code enforcement manager. Okay, this productivity is just on the building inspections, and it takes the first 8 years of fiscal 24, 25, and 26 as comparison. You see that the the permits are actually a little bit down compared to this time last year, but look at the construction value and the fees collected that have gone up. What this is indicative, what this shows is there's more commercial going on. They cost more money, and that's what that is. Then you see the same numbers less the impact fees. Then, of course, the inspections I told you about, the COs. All of these inspections that we do, permits we issue, impact the ISO rating for the city. It's a component that goes along with what fire does and so on to impact the ISO rating. If it were not in place, it would negatively impact that.
No questions, real quick.
So now we'll go to code enforcement.
Tor, I have one quick question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Okay, your fees collected are $926,857.
Mm-hmm.
Then less the impact fees. So does that mean that $442 of that was impact fees, or that $504 is impact?
504 is the permit fee without the impact. Yes,
So
ma'am.
So the impact fees would make up the difference?
Yes, ma'am.
of the
That's
442.
correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And that's the same on each fiscal year.
Okay.
So now we go to code enforcement. Code enforcement has worked diligently on property maintenance throughout the entire city since it went into effect basically 2 years ago. And this year he's made 514 code cases. He works in cooperation across multiple cases with internal and external agencies such as business licensing, public works, stormwater, Easy Police Department, SLED, Norfolk Southern, Department of Agriculture, Department of Environmental Services, and Pickens County. When Ms. Rainey asked earlier about the business licensing position, that takes up a good component of his time helping them in the field. And that would not only alleviate that from him, but if he was able to or if someone was concentrating just on business license, they would certainly pay for themselves and probably more.
But this business license will not come out of your department?
No,
It'll be in administration?
Yes, ma'm.
Finance, okay.
Okay, so through these collaborative partnerships, we this fiscal year, we've eradicated 8 homeless camps with 4 large ones to go, some of which has led to arrest of individuals with outstanding warrants, and this is an ongoing battle that we will continue to face. When I typed that, since then, Norfolk Southern Police told us that when they encounter these homeless people, they're telling them that they know we're coming after them and they're trying to get out of easily, which is a positive. Code enforcement has compelled the owners of Pathfinder Mobile Home Park to remove 4 mobile homes with the intent to remove all in the near future. We demolished 113 League Street, and that pretty much wiped our budget, and compelled owners to demolish 4 other condemned properties. More can be achieved with an increase in demolition and abatement fees. Let's see. So the next page is, this is a picture of a house. As you see at the top left, that's PD interacting with these people. This was a drug house. And then you see them on the right side finishing that interaction. And then we compelled the owner to tear this house down, and that's the bottom picture. That's how it looks now. This is homeless encampments we talk about. It's not like a campsite that you think of, a couple going away for the weekend and staying in a tent. My wife and I have done that. This is what a homeless camp looks like. And you can see by the amount of debris and pallets and all that. Thankfully, we've got Public Works to help us work on this. We work in conjunction with either PD or the Norfolk Southern PD, or both, because most of these tend to pop up near the railroad tracks.
Is this on private property?
This is on private property.
Where is it? Where was that?
This is behind, across the railroad tracks behind Los Amigos, and the top one and the bottom one, the bottom middle is behind Two Bros Pizza. The bottom two, I'm sorry. The one on the left, you see Public Works removing that one. That's in between Cumberland and West Main. So then we see the numbers for code enforcement. Fiscal year '24, they had 3 cases, no stops, no homeless camps, no condemnations. Anthony came on board, it was 520, 138 stops, 2 homeless camps, and 39 condemnations. You see this year's right in line with it, 514, 85 stops, 8 homeless camps, 15 condemnations. And what's not on here is last year we helped business license, fiscal year '25, we helped them on close to 40. This year it's close to 20, 25. So, capital expenditure we're asking for this year is 1 vehicle. It's a 4-wheel drive truck or SUV, $39,000.
Will that be county position
Um,
in code enforcement or?
it's probably gonna be mine, but yeah.
Okay.
So appropriation and revenue, we'd like to change the demolition budget to demolition and abatement budget. And I think that's already been done by Ralph. We're gonna increase that from $35,000 to $75,000. We asked for $50,000 in last budget, got 35, and we were out of money the middle of December. And then as a result of the impending adoption of the 2024 international codes, which I showed you on the first slide, that's projected to go into effect January of '27. That will require us to spend about $4,300 to $4,500 to replace all the books in the department. So we're asking for an additional $3,000 to our existing budget to cover that. And this happens typically every 3 years, give or take. It just depends on how long it takes the state to adopt. As you see, we're going into '27 and we're moving into the '24 code. And just to let you guys know, the codes come out every 3 years. So we're currently on the '21 code and we're in '26. So we're about to go to the '24 code in '27.
So this slide, you're saying you're gonna request those budget changes for the current budget we're in now?
No, ma'am, for the
This is
new
for the
budget,
new
because it goes into effect January of '27.
Okay.
So demolition and abatement increase, the justification for that, 75,000 may sound steep. There's jurisdictions our size that have 250 to 300,000 in this budget. It also covers grass, weeds, junk and trash, and towing derelict vehicles. As I mentioned, previous budget, we asked for 50, but we only got 35 and out of money. So everything that we spend money on, we file liens on the property at Pickens County with the Register of Deeds. And that's perfectly in law as it is. Daniel seems to think that without an ordinance, by law, we can add it to the tax bill at Pickens County. The way it is now, it could be 10 years before we recoup on a property when it changes hands or if it goes to tax sale. I inquired about this at Pickens County and they said we're not going to be a collector for anybody anymore. So I'm leaving that with him. He asked me to do the footwork and they were like, no. So we'll see where that goes. That would be good because we'd receive it back annually instead of waiting for a property change. So personnel changes for code enforcement, add another code enforcement officer in March of '27. So it'd only be on the budget for about 4 months, 3 or 4 months. As we redouble our efforts to purge blight and maintain a level of property that should be expected by the citizens of Easley. Typically, a city our size has usually 3 code officers and an administrative person in code enforcement. Right now, Anthony's doing all that. If he had another person, he would continue to do the administrative portion, all the letters, filing liens. He and I do that together, taking people to court. So it would help if he had another person. Because of that, because of the number of people that we have, we're limited right now to complaints. So pretty much if complaints come in, we go to them just like the fire department would with a fire. We go to where the complaint is. If we had another person, we would zone the city up and they would be constantly patrolling in addition to the complaints. That's something we just don't have the ability to do. That's the effective way to do code enforcement. So I have on here about creating the code enforcement manager position. Obviously, it would probably go to him due to his experience. The other thing we want to do is implement department-wide cross-training to fill any deficiencies and provide more support and coverage for the permit coordinator in particular. But we all need to understand each other's jobs entirely so we can pitch in where and when we're needed. And then additionally, we provide assistance to stormwater, external agencies, and various departments across the city issuing summons and trying cases. That would be business license, stormwater, maybe some other stuff, I'm not sure. Now, this is the last slide, but there's a couple pages here for you guys on some data that we pulled on homeless camps and how much they cost the city. And just for my fellow department heads over here, an individual in a homeless camp costs the city between $35,000 and $70,000, give or take. One individual. So the homeless camps we've eradicated, we found all kinds of stolen stuff, a bunch of narcotics, needles, and things of that nature. So.
When these camps are eradicated, are the people escorted out of Easley? What happens to the people?
In several cases, they've been arrested because they had outstanding warrants.
Okay. In the other case?
If not, we chase them off and then we continue to monitor where they were getting camped
So they
from
just-
then on so they can't return to the same spot.
But then they could be somewhere else.
It's kind of whack-a-mole right now.
Okay.
Now, you give a notice, like I know when you
Yes.
reported, we're coming next week, so they have that time.
The one that they're doing Friday, they were noticed 2 weeks ago that they were coming last Friday, and then with the rain, it was just impossible for Public Works to get in there without making the biggest mess that ever was with mud. So we always accompany, one or both of us accompanies Eddie's department when they go to remove it, and so does PD. It's a joint effort, and in this case, it's going to be Norfolk Southern Police is going to be on site too.
If they're on private property, how does that work in regards to the law?
So let's say they were on your property, would you want us to send you a letter about it to remove them?
Well, I'm
or-
talking about, a lot of times this land's owned by people who don't even live here.
Right. Right. Well, our stance is they can't live in that type of situation by the building code.
Okay.
So that's where we're going after it. Yep. In this particular case, the one Friday, we've got permission from Norfolk Southern to be on their property to run them off. It's not Norfolk Southern's property, but to get to it, you have to go on Norfolk Southern property. The path beside the track there behind, Two Amigos, Los Amigos, sorry.
They've turned it into a road.
Well, they've even got cars and, scooters and, generators and grills and spice racks they've built. I mean, it's quite extensive.
Video cameras?
Video cameras.
They're a
Just a-
gypsy type of organization.
It feels, yeah, either gypsy or medieval town is pretty much set up, so.
Do the stop work orders, do those produce like essentially like a one-page summary?
I don't-
How are those documented?
Okay, so it gets put into the system. That's how we count those. We put it in the system. When they come and pull the permit, we close out that code case of the stop, and now they have a permit. The difference is that their permit's gonna be $50 or $60, sorry. When we stop them, their permit is now $120. It doubles.
But I mean, when you issue a stop work order, does that produce here's a stop work,
We post the property, if that's what you're asking. Is that what you're saying?
No, I guess, okay, let's say I was pulled over for traffic.
Mm-hmm.
And the police there would be a police report.
Right.
Is there such thing as a stop work report?
Yes, that's what we put in there as a code enforcement case.
Okay.
That's right.
Is
It's digital.
Okay.
Now, on their property, we post a placard.
Is that something that council can get a copy of those?
Sure.
Okay,
Sure.
all right. Can you work on getting a copy of those for us?
Absolutely. We'll run a report.
Yeah, thank you so
Mm-hmm.
much.
Troy, I have a question back on the homeless camp jurisdiction issue. Well, I mean, and this is what I would ask of anybody. What should we do with these people? I mean, they're people that don't want to live on the grid, or they're homeless because they have mental health issues, or they're homeless because they choose to be homeless. But where should they go?
And add to that, a lot of times they're on drugs, and it could be all four or two or
Right.
three of it or whatever. Yeah.
Right, but let's say just for the people who you cultivate out that are not on drugs, that they're just destitute people for whatever reason. How, do we try and move them to Greenville? Do we try and move them to Pickens? I mean, what?
The ones at Cumberland that weren't arrested, we directed them to go to Pickens because they were so close to the line there.
Okay, all right.
We may direct those people to Greenville because they're closer to Greenville where they are.
But do we transport them there? How do we get them there? How do they get there?
The way they got where they're going now, on foot. Yeah. That's.
You said they have cars, some of them have cars and
Yeah.
vehicles and motorcycles and.
And that's what they're doing. They go at night and take stuff from behind stores, take stuff from dumpsters, walk into stores and shoplift. And that's goes to that economic impact on that study that we pulled. So, should there be something done for them? Yeah, absolutely. Is that for us to do in building codes? No.
What is directing them to Greenville or Pickens mean?
Well, that's probably where they were directed to begin with, from Greenville, if we're being honest.
No, I mean, what does that look like? I mean, I just don't know what that means. We direct them.
Go that way.
Go that.
Right.
They go to the Salvation Army in Greenville, or they would go to Tracy and Sunshine Green.
And where the problem is there, the one that we're doing Friday, the lady's got a dog. She's been directed by PD numerous times to go to a shelter somewhere, and she won't go because she has a dog.
Oh.
That dog looks like one of your dogs. She does not. So the dog is taken better care of than she is.
Oh, it's like, hey, here is somewhere in Greenville, here's a place.
Directed to homeless shelters and other for services that are in the city of Pickens or the city of Greenville.
I'm tracking now. Thinking, why don't we just Uber them to Greer or Spartanburg? Yeah, wouldn't that be such?
So I'll be honest with you, I live in Spartanburg, and the homeless that are in Spartanburg, the counters that he and I both had when we worked there, they're not from Spartanburg.
Right.
They're all from out west.
Well, let's just say-
They got a one-way bus ticket there. So it's kind of a situation where everybody kind of does the NIMBY, not in my backyard.
Right.
Go to yours. But from our standpoint,
We do have fabulous resources in Easley too. I mean, we have behavioral health, Pickens County that helps people at home. We have Family Promise that will take families that are homeless, and they actually provide them transition housing. The issue we have, and all cities have, and all people have, and churches have, and health workers have, is the people that refuse the help.
It's a lifestyle.
and you can't go into one of these shelters if you're drunk or high.
Correct.
And they would choose to be out in the elements over that. It's unfortunate, and Easley is certainly not unique. I'm actually surprised that it's this rampant in Easley, to be honest with you. Like we said, two the year before, 8 so far this year, and we're in February.
Well,
And that, by the way, that was annual. That wasn't through February, like the other numbers. That 2 homeless was just for all of last year.
I mean, yeah, I can remember a time where there was really low homelessness easily. But that's kind of escalated in the last few years,
Well, and
seemingly.
and it may be due to the fact that we've been enforcing things with the police and whatnot, but there's an abandoned homeless camp behind, Outback, Cookout.
So it's right there, they're following the railroad.
Of course, they
track.
left all their trash and stolen materials. They had a whole bunch of, steel studs for like putting in these walls. What they're doing with them, I couldn't tell you. But maybe they thought they'd recycle them, but they're a little heavy to carry. Did you want to add anything, Chief?
I was answering your question about homeless encampments. That's where our guys come in. They do work with a lot of the sectors that you actually think of. So they do try to give them help, but some do absolutely refuse help.
And we have one that he mentioned to me that his father had given him $55,000 over the last 6 years, and he's still choosing to sleep in tents and bushes and everything else with no intent to seek help anywhere.
And keep in mind too, it's in your paperwork, but I don't know that we covered it because we were talking about tents and some type of pallet-built structures that they have. They're even use Quikrete in their footings. But,
They're pouring footings?
yes, ma'am, that was behind the doctor's office on,
North A.
Do they have a building permit?
they did not have a building permit. I thought about posting a sign and then taking a picture, but we just took it
So
out.
wait, hold on. Behind which doctor's office on North A?
The pediatrician,
Really? So all of those people on North Beach Street aren't having a coronary?
it was in the woods. If you're looking at it in the left corner of the parking lot, you go up a hill in there, and there they are. We found out from another homeless person that told us. They drop a dime on each other all the time. And then we went out there, and when we got there, Prisma was already there investigating. They had heard about it. I guess the people in the doctor's office saw them carrying material up there, building material, so.
Where's Brandon? That's near your house.
Yes, and I went through the woods and helped investigate that situation as well.
Okay.
So, and we keep a list going. I mean, we received one this morning from Stormwater. We're not gonna get to it this week, but it's on the list for next week. And like the mayor said, we will go and give them notice, you need to vacate. And they'll vacate, but they leave all their trash, and that's left for Public Works to deal with.
And we had that one last week from a citizen. She was putting a fence in, and she complained that they were coming on her property, ringing her doorbell at all hours of the night. That was
And I haven't been able to make contact back with her to find out exactly where they are, but they were coming in her yard, ringing the doorbell, stealing stuff off her porch and whatnot, so.
And some of them have been located close to the Doodle Trail, which obviously poses a big concern for women, children.
We've
everything else
removed
down the
two
trail.
or three from around the Doodle Trail, right in the brush off the Doodle Trail. We certainly don't want our citizens to be accosted or stolen from or whatever. whatever, you can let your mind run. Right. So this is a joint effort, and I appreciate PD, certainly Eddie's crew, because they're the ones cleaning it up, and we'll just have to continue, like we mentioned the whack-a-mole, we just have to continue to do so until, I do think we're making some progress, according to the railroad police. They know that we're coming, and they're moving on. And as heartless as that sounds, at least they won't be Easley's problem anymore. Any questions? Thank y'all.
I just want to thank you all for coming today. I appreciate your time, appreciate everything y'all do for the city. I was going to give you a brief description of what we do. I'll do first half, and then Corey will come in and finish off on the other half. I just want to say one thing briefly before I get into this, I was saying with you, man, I couldn't hear you either. Before I get into it, I just want to let you all understand what a blessing Corey has been to me. I was one-man outfit, one-man department. Getting Corey has not eased my pains, but helped alleviate a bunch of things that I had to do in the past, and I can concentrate more on other things that I believe will be more beneficial to the city. Again, I just want to thank you for bringing him on. What I do basically is still do planning and development director, so I'll review the plans that come in. I'll respond to, people love to call and complain, and you all know that. The number one complaint is traffic. The number two complaint is traffic. And then we get roadway problems and we get drainage problems. But for some reason, they call me first, and then I direct where it needs to go. I've had a few code calls too, same thing, just give them all to Anthony and Tor, and they take care of it, which makes my life so much easier. So basically, on the problems, I'll get the problem, and I'll try to remedy the problem. I'll work with the police department on speeding. I'll work with DPW on the roadway situations, drainage, and try to make sure that we get those things corrected. And other things I do is I do review and design for projects that is going on in the city. We have one major project going on right now, and that's the expansion of the fields at the recreation. We are working through that. I developed a set of plans for that so we can get a better handle on the pricing. I'm working with the police department right now with the opioid area to make sure that we have good offices in there that work together. Again, I sometimes get out of my realm of expertise, which is engineering, and just to give you my experience, I've been doing engineering since 1985. I know someone probably wasn't born back there, but that's all right. So what we're doing now is we're looking at the wants that I saw in that meeting we had. So I'll start off with roadway systems. We have, the roadway systems are going to be a combination of what I call a multi-pronged look at it. We have Safe Streets for All, which we just get a grant for. What they will do is they'll look at the safety issues in Easley, seeing how those safety issues can be handled. That may include, the first step is to look at it and figure out what needs to be done. The second step would be to implement the fixes. But at the same time, I want to work with DPW to look at the roadway status, the actual physical structure of the roadways. We have an agreement right now that we have to resolve, and we have a price on it, and I'll get into that a little later on. But the third thing I want to do, and it's not really in here, is I want to start looking at each roadway that we consider problematic. And this is where I'll get input from y'all. We all know Brushy Creek is bad. We all know Highway 8 is bad. I'm going to come up with a preliminary assessment on those. Then we can try to figure out how to fix it. Now, the biggest problem we're going to have with that is funding. We don't have any funding from DPW. We don't have any funding from DPW. We don't have any funding from Pickens County. DOT will not look at a roadway for congestion. They just want to look at roadways for safety. That's why they're putting $100 million up on Highway 183. And they, if I remember right, last time they looked at that, there was 11,000 cars a day on that road. Just to give an example, Highway 8 from 123 to West End School is about 17,000 cars a day. So not quite, well, about 1.5 times more. But they won't look at it. They won't try to fix it. Now, we can get some money from, Rex is looking at fixing that intersection. I think you already spoke to Rex. But there's other ways, other areas further down and closer to Easley that we can try to figure out how to do it. Now, I can come up with an idea, and I can come up with what I believe is how to fix it. But ultimately, my idea will have to go to a consultant, a traffic consultant who can say, yeah, that makes sense, or how to actually fix the problem. Again, trying to get the money is difficult. CTC, which is our county transportation committee, they have money, but they like to make things, as they say, they like to make things black. They like to repave. DOT likes to repave too. Right now, they're working on Couch Lane. They're redoing that with a concrete modified base, which means they're basically beating that road up, taking the asphalt, putting it back down, mixing concrete with it. I anticipate the same thing they're going to do on Highway 8. Highway 8 from CVS to 5 Points. I believe they're going to do the same thing there. That's going to be major because there's a lot of, that road has been paved so many times, it has a turtle effect on it, just like a turtle shell. So how are we going to get the money? That's the next question, is how to get the money in. I think that's something that Tom's going to get into a little later on. So we talked briefly about Safe Streets for All. We got the grant. Monday, you're going to have the second reading on it, and then we're going to go full bore with that, trying to figure out exactly what needs to be done. This is a planning and demonstration grant. So once they demonstrate the need, then they go to see if they can get money. Now, it's not cheap money. It's, if they give us $1 million, we have to give 20%. So that's one thing we have to consider. Again, that will probably be, maybe later on, we'll figure out exactly how much they can get. Then we have to see if we want to not match it, but add to it. We spoke briefly about.
Is that in kind also?
There's 30% in kind for me. The other one is in kind, but it's going to be money, a money match. So it's going to be, I think it's 20% on that.
We have to invest in.
We have to invest in it.
Can that come from impact fees?
Excuse me?
Can that come from impact fees?
I'd have to get with Tom on
If
that.
it's for new growth, but not for maintenance.
So they may, so I'm not sure, but it may, that will be for safety also. But some of the things that may provide safety is, I'm going to give you an example that's in my mind right now, is a little roundabout at Pearson and Brushy Creek. That may be, it's called a mini roundabout. You know, instead of these big, huge roundabouts we see at Sheffield and Crestview, it's a smaller roundabout just to keep the traffic moving. Is it really a safety issue? Not, they're gonna probably say it may be a safety issue due to the constraint, due to the problem that the back up all the way to Highway 123. And say we can alleviate that and may alleviate some of the safety issues. See, this is a safety issue grant. The roadway maintenance, I'm working with DPW again to try to figure out how to grade these roads. Right now, we have a quote of $25,000 if we act quickly. $25,000 is going to go up if we don't act quickly. And trouble is we have to get the money for it. And again, Tom's going to deal with that. But what this will do is objectively grade the roadways. So if the road I live on is bad, they'll grade it from 1 to 10. If it's real bad, I think they'll give it a 1. If it's real good, they'll give it a 10. A 10 would be a new road that we see in the new subdivisions we have. Those roads last a long time, probably 30 years. To give you an example, Carson Place, I don't know if anyone's been in Carson Place. That road is structurally, it's okay. You can drive on it and you won't see any problems unless you start looking at it. That's what I do. I look at the roadway and see it's called alligating, which has a bunch of cracks in it, small cracks. That road is ready to fail. But a layperson, I'll use Tommy because I told him to go look at it, he said, I don't see anything wrong with that road. But I know that if water infiltrates that, it's gonna get worse. So the more cracks you have, the more the subbase gets bad. The more subbase gets bad, it just gets worse and worse. So you have to do a major fix. Stormwater management, you discussed this also as one of your priorities. We're quite lucky in Easley, we hear about the problems, but overall flooding is an issue. It's a small issue, except in a couple locations. One location is over there at Whitmire and Fleetwood, in Hamilton, right? That is an issue all the way to the subway station, the subway. Even across the road, it's an issue. It's an expensive fix to look at that and try to fix all that. Now, there are other ways that I can think about doing it. I may look at that. I'll look at that as an entirety. We have an idea of how to fix the Hamilton issue, and I'll talk about that a little later. But on this one here, stormwater management plan, again, we'll work with DPW and understand where all the drainage is. Right now, we have the drainage systems throughout the city. I'll give an example. Last year or the year before, we replaced the drainage line in Smithfields on Inverness Way. The drain lines were 18-inch to a 15-inch, and then back to a 30-inch. Now, the pipe we put in was a 30-inch. That's how severely undersized that pipe was. So on most of our older subdivisions, they have the corrugated metal pipe in, they have this undersized pipe. It's very problematic to try to upgrade that pipe because the corrugated metal is just think about just collapsing on you any time. That's how bad it is. It's just, when water runs through it, it eats the bottom out and then just sort of starts collapsing. You'll see little potholes here and there on that. But also with the stormwater management plan, we plan to use, and Jordan spoke about briefly, we plan to use a GIS system, which will incorporate the storm drainage in there, put it where all the drainage lines are, where all the detention basins are, where all the catch basins are. We hope to incorporate that from a iWorks situation that they already use, DPW is already using, just incorporate that, and hopefully we can create what they call a layer that can bring it into the GIS. If not, then we have a little more work to do. We talked briefly about about Hamilton Street, but also St. Helens. St. Helens was a problem 10 years ago, and the lady complained about it, and nothing got done. All the upstream of her, a lot of work was done in the city, and we feel that it's imperative that we fix that situation. We got a price for it. We're looking at about $26,000 to fix that. We don't have it in the budget, but we can take it out of stormwater fees. So we're gonna do that. We looked at the drainage update for Hamilton Street. I looked at two different ways to fix that. One is with 3 48-inch pipes. The other way is to put a box culvert in. The box culvert would substantially, probably $200,000, maybe more. It's a fix that if you drive around on Lakeside, if you drive behind the Sonic, you'll see we put some new box culverts in because the other ones were failing. They're very expensive. So I looked at the alternate and put 3 48-inch pipes in. The reason why I went to 3 48-inch pipes is because I know there's a flooding problem there. I know it's a tremendous flooding problem, and I can take care of the 100-year flow through there. There's 216 acres of drainage coming that way. Most of it's from the county. Most of it's undeveloped. That being said, I used a little bit higher number for coefficiency for amount of, a little technical, a little high number for how amount of impervious areas there. And so that number there should take care of any additional flow, but they will also be putting detention basins in there that should minimize that flow to that drainage area. Now, saying that on Hamilton Street, that's an easy enough fix. As we keep going down, going towards Fleetwood, it gets more and more difficult to fix. Because
How
you
much
get
is the difference? You said 200 thousand for the culvert system, how much is the use of 348?
I actually got a preliminary price for that, I looked at the culvert and I said, it's gonna be just way too much money. I got a price of about $125,000 to put the 348s in, from a reputable contractor.
Mario, it's fixing Hamilton Street. Make the problem downstream worse, or is it the same problem?
Well, if you think about it, the same amount of water is going there, okay? What the pipe's under, it's a 30, let me make sure that's right, it's a 36-inch pipe under Hamilton Street. So that 36-inch pipe will only take some certain amount of water, then what happens, it overflows. So that overflow is the same amount of water that would be normal. So initially, may get a little more water, but after that, it should be the amount of water that comes is the amount of water that comes regardless. Basically, once you have that overflow, the roadway, it's like a pond. And the pond can put so much out, but then has overflow and the overflow water goes over there, and it doesn't really, it's not gonna be more water downstream. Now, the next fix downstream, I think I can do that cheaper, believe it or not, because I wanna just take that road, I forget the name of the road.
Hillcrest?
Hillcrest, just stop it right there. Stop it before you get to CCP, put a cul-de-sac right there, and eliminate the rest of the roadway. It's used as a cut-through right now, will it affect people? Yes, how many people will affect, I don't know. But I just open that creek back up. Put it back up. That's my initial
The
thought.
water would be loaded that way.
And the water would go down to, then the water goes down to Subway. And then there's a 72-inch pipe under Fleetwood. And then it goes to a smaller pipe that goes to the, what's below that? The assisted living facility. There's a pipe that goes underneath that driveway too.
Be Alta Vista, but I don't
It goes underneath that one too. So it's not just a simple fix, it's like,
Redirecting.
it just keeps on accumulating.
I mean, it's George's Creek, it's been there since.
Right, it's been there forever. But, so back then, back when they probably built Fleetwood, built Hamilton, no one really cared about it. I mean, so they put a pipe in, that's all you gotta do, and just go on. Nowadays, we have better computer programs, we have better modeling, and we know we have to do bigger and better than that. And that's one of my specialties. I mean, I've been doing it since '85. Impact fees. Somehow or other, I got involved with this one too. Tom and I discussed it. What should we do with impact fees? This is gonna be a call that y'all wanna do. Initially, we got a price from the guy who did the original impact fees, and he wanted to redo the impact fees for $70,000. And not knowing what the outcome will be, if we would get more money or less money, which could happen, we decided not to even bother looking at it. We went to another company who's doing another project for us in the city, and we asked them about impact fees, and they said, yeah, we can do that. What we'll do is upgrade the current one. And they said they can do it $12,000. And so I'd like to put $12,000 in the budget to do that, but that's gonna be based upon if you all want to increase the impact, if you wanna look at increasing the impact fees. I'm not saying it's gonna happen, I don't know what's gonna happen. We need to get the study done to see if that will increase or not.
Yeah, so like you said, there's no guarantee you spend the 12,000, they may stay the same. They could go down. Building costs have not gone down, so I wouldn't say it would go down, but in theory, spend 12,000 and stay where it's at. But we thought 80,000 was too much of a gamble.
We did look at it a couple of years ago about the cost of construction. And based upon the cost of construction index, we felt we could raise them. And felt that it'd be, $400, $500 raise. So potentially you can get that, we don't know. But I think it's worth to look at. That's my opinion. The last thing on the list I was looking at was Ward 4 opportunity zones. We need to really look at actually the whole city. Everything we gotta look at is find out what can we do in certain areas. Now, it sounds easy enough to do, but what we have is we want to do commercial pieces and try to fix the commercial end up. Unfortunately, every time you talk to the developer, the guy who built this thing, they want to do a residential portion also. The residential portion will probably be bigger than the commercial portion. That's the trade-off we get. Can I build a little market across the street from hotspot? Yes. But no one's gonna come in and just do the market. They wanna come in and build the market, and then they rent it to somebody else. That's what typically happens. So it's not like Trader Joe's gonna come in and say, I wanna build this. They want the rooftops in the area also. So we'll be diving more into that. Corey and I will be diving more into that. Going back to some of the older things we were doing, Station 5-4, which is on 153, we asked for a grant on that. We did not get it. It still remains a priority for us. I still think we need it. I know the chief wants it. I think it's be beneficial to that whole area because they have to fight fires. They have to go to the speedway to fight fires. They're in a different jurisdiction, but they will get a call as soon as that jurisdiction gets a call, which they're, Croswell. Croswell will get the call, but they're gonna get the call at the same time. They're gonna go out there and fight the fire. They'll probably get there first. And that's a big area out there. Those buildings out there are huge. So we didn't get it this year. We're gonna be talking to Graham's office, Senator Graham's office tomorrow to discuss what they recommend us to do. So this is the second year in a row we got turned down. We were almost guaranteed this year, but we didn't get it. So calls to his office will probably help a bunch. Some of the other things we're looking at doing, the Doodle Trail expansion, the Brush Creek Greenway expansion. We're looking to bring the Brush Creek Greenway from basically Brushy Creek Church to 5 Points. We feel that we have a route we can do that. It's not in my budget, but I'll help Recreation to look at that and help to design that. Affordable housing, attainable housing. I think that's one thing that we discussed with the homeless. I'm not sure how that would help the homeless, but again, when we do attainable housing, or workforce housing, depends what you want to call it, we need to get more density. Now, what I love to do is put into areas that are already built. Don't build new roadways to get there, maybe smaller roadways. Try to utilize the infrastructure we have without putting more of a burden on our water and sewer. We're always going to anytime you develop, you're going to put a little more burden with traffic. There's no doubt about it. That's why one of the things I wanted to do is to say, how can I fix the area that has the most burden with congestion? So that's another thing we'll look at. And then a couple of pet projects of mine, and then Corey will get into his, is a downtown hotel development. I think that's been looked at for the past 20 years, I want to say. People want to, the city wants to have a downtown, as far as I know. I mean, that's the last 3 or 4 mayors. That's one of their visions, is to put a downtown hotel. Try to develop something like that. I think with the addition of the all-inclusive playground, I think that will help drive some people to that area. It's behind City Hall. But I envision the hotel to be right across from my office, right across from City Hall, where the old combined utilities used to be. Maybe put something right there. It was a couple of ideas from previous studies. These two are my ideas, and I'll take full blame or credit for these. The first one goes hand in hand with the fire department, the fire station that's over on 153. The area is about 40 acres. It is owned by Combined Utilities right now. I think it's an easy enough project to do because all you'd be doing is building trails, and it's steep. I mean, I'm talking 18 to 20%, but it'd be I'm not talking walking trails, I'm talking hiking trails. And then maybe can use volunteers to create the trails. I'm sure Crispin would rather have a professional come and do it. But there's ways we can try to see how we can reduce the cost. We will have a cost of putting a parking lot in there. I'd love to anticipate the fire department in the same area, but separated, and have a parking lot for that, and at the same time grade out an area for the fire station. So things that we can look at. The last thing I'm looking at, again, this is a pet project of mine. I went up to Highlands and I saw the Botanical Center up there, and I realized how nice of amenity that would be. Ultimately, keeping people in Easley helps spend their money in Easley. So if we can develop an area that people come to easily to go look at, to go use, like a botanical center, like the walking trails, they will stay in easily to eat. We don't have any place really for them to stay, so that's one of the reasons why you want to do a downtown hotel. So then we can get the local option sales tax to help start paying for, increase that, so we can start paying for more of these things. Corey, you got a minute?
Mario, do any of those last three, the hotel, the hiking trails, and the botanical centers, any of those impact your budget request?
No, not at all. My two increases, I mean, other than the cost of living, I'm looking at the impact study, looking at about $5,000 for a computer system for GIS. GIS is a power-hungry program that needs a lot of power, needs a big computer, it won't use a laptop. Laptop just bogs it down. So that's what I'm looking for, those two. And then we gotta figure out how to get more money. Typically, on roadways, they won't give you too many grants on roadways. State Streets for All, we can get the grant on that. And again, we have to put some equity into that ourselves. But grants are a little more difficult to get than they used to be because everyone wants a grant. Crispin is real good at getting grants. The chief is real good at getting grants. But it's a little more difficult to get it for things that we really want, like a roadway improvements and stuff like that. They just don't want to give us money. All right. Thank you. Oh, hold it. Any questions? I'm sorry. You can go through and then we'll go questions.
All right. So since we're talking about budget, I think it's appropriate to talk about what it is that you actually pay me to do. Mario's outlined the roles and responsibilities that he has as the planning director. And so this is essentially what I do. So any new development, addition, accessory structures, and site improvements, they are reviewed for the compliance with the UDO. I meet with residents, property owners, developers, engineers, architects to discuss proposed projects and regulatory requirements daily. Throughout the week, that door is always opening, and I'm always happy to meet with people to hear what they have to say, their concerns, and also what it is they plan on doing in the city. I prepare staff reports and recommendations for the Planning Commission, Zoning Board of Appeals, and City Council. I guide annexations, rezoning, variance, and special exception requests through the public hearing and approval process. I ensure compliance with local ordinances and South Carolina state laws regarding public notices, hearings, and procedural requirements, coordinate with Public Works, Building, and Utilities departments, conduct site visits and field inspections to verify zoning compliance, and evaluate development proposals. And lastly, I also respond to public inquiries regarding zoning regulations, land uses, and development standards, whether that's via email, by the phone, or simply in person. Or if I'm at a restaurant, people would definitely come up to me and ask me, what can I do in my backyard? Some of the information that we received from the new zoning map, which is about 90% complete. It's not live to the public yet. But one of the things there is we realized there are 11,530 parcels within the city of Easley. So there are 11,530 questions asked, what can I do on my property? And I'm the guy who answers those questions. There are 7,680 acres within the city limits. And one thing I will say in regards to the impact fee, the current one that we have, there's a development that's already been approved in the previous administration that consists of 581 homes. So with the current impact fee, that's $1,940,540. With a simple increase, it could be more, or it could be break even, but $160 times 561 would justify the purchase of the research. That would get you $92,960. So 581 homes. So this was approved over there by Saluda, Sacaloa Road and 153.
Is this the last year they had to start that?
Two of them have already broke ground, and then the third one, I believe, is on its way to submit plans.
Are they required to be completed by the end of this year?
No, they just need to show intention to develop. The intention that we classify it as, you need to submit plans with the intention of executing those plans. We've made it clear to them that a simple email that I plan to build is not sufficient. So we want to see everything that you're looking to do.
So we can't subject it to the new UDO standards.
No, there are things that we can try to negotiate on because they were an FRD, and so FRD pretty much outlined what their zoning was, what their requirements were, what their setbacks were, what their density was, the type of structures that were allowed to be on the property, the amenities it included. But you can always try to tell somebody, I think you need to also do this. And then, well, for example, things like landscaping. I think that's a big thing we want to see. We want to see a buffer where it's applicable. Sidewalks, things like that. So we definitely will run it through the UDO when they do submit formally. And we will fight to make sure that it's the best development that it can be. And if there's any kickback from them saying, well, we were already approved, then we'll go through that battle at that point. But we are prepared for a fight if necessary. So this kind of is just a little snippet here of the new zoning map. One of the things that I really wanted to focus on is previously our map was a wonderful rainbow of colors, but just, I don't know, made much of sense. I don't know why we had grays. That's kind of strange, but we wanted to organize it by intensity and density. So obviously R10 is a little bit less dense than R75. And neighborhood commercial is less intense than general commercial. So as the color darkens, that lets you know that that's where the more intensity and density is located within the city. One of the things we also did with this zoning map is I created a annexation layer dating back 7 years, so you can see where the locations the city has grown and those parcels and where we have expanded at. And those are also on the map that you can toggle on and off. Another feature that you can do now is you can reduce the map to just the parcels that you want to see simply by doing a filter for zoning classification. So if you want to see where all of the single-family homes R10 are, you can click on that. Everything else will depopulate. It will tell you how many parcels there are in the city so that you can, for me personally, it's kind of good to see within Ward X, we have this many single-family homes. Within Ward, we have this many commercial. How can we kind of gear that to balance those out? So that's that. And then some of the objectives for this year that we're looking to do, in addition, 5-year comprehensive plan update is coming. We'll begin working on that, holding workshops to engage with the community and hear their feedback, as well as business owners as well, to hear if there's any additions or updates they would like to propose in the comprehensive plan. And then also one of the things that I've been working on that came to me as I was on vacation last week was to begin a subdivision fiscal analysis model, like a pro forma, to evaluate whether new developments will generate sufficient tax revenue over 30 years to offset the long-term infrastructure costs. So in 30 years, will the tax revenue pay for the infrastructure we'll have to replace? If it does, then that's fantastic. If it doesn't, then we need to adjust your subdivision. There's a lot of moving parts into that, and a lot of people I'm still having to communicate with. We need millage rates. We need average square footage for road replacement, sewer replacement, and things, sidewalk replacement, and things like that. But I think that if we can create something, even if it's on a basic level, where we can say they're proposing 400 homes, this is going to be the value of the home when it's sold, let's say $500,000. Their tax bill is going to be X. In 30 years, we'll have Y. Will this cover the cost that we need to replace the infrastructure? If it does, fantastic. If it doesn't, you either need to build more housing or this site's not going to really work for you. So I think having that as an additional component in the development review process is fantastic. And to be truthful with you, I don't know anyone else who does this in the upstate. I've called around and no one could tell me that they do it. They said that's something they've thought about, but no one can give me a blueprint that I can mirror to do this. So we'll spearhead that. Some of the achievements we've had thus far is create an online public comment submission option for the Planning Commission meetings. This was discussed at our last Planning Commission meeting. IT actually gave me the idea to use Microsoft Forms. So this is still getting vetted, but this will be live on our website. If you can't attend the Planning Commission meeting, you could go onto there, click the meeting that you wish to make a comment for, the item that you want to make the comment for, and then your comment. And then they will not be read. In the event that we get 40 comments, it's just time constraint, we can't do that. But if submitted by the deadline, which is Wednesday at 5 PM, they will be given to the planning commission meeting, members, in their packets. So they will have the comments. And if any of the commission members do want to have them read, obviously they have the floor, they can do that if they wish. But this is just to, again, add an extra layer of public engagement so that people who can't make it, who have to work or have children and families, they can speak. Next, I've developed and maintained an application tracker for projects requiring public hearings. You can log on that thing anytime you want to. You can see the entire packet. All the documents that I receive goes into that spreadsheet. It lets you know where it is, if it's still active or if it's died at the city council. I've also created a zoning clearance application to ensure the UDO compliance for new businesses. If you were a new business, you just got approval, you got your building inspected, and then you were on your way. Now we make sure that everything is up to the code, and if there's any adjustments that need to be made before you get your business license, you make those changes. So no one's going in a place they shouldn't be. And lastly, I updated and standardized all of the zoning applications: rezoning, annexation, variance, zoning permit, all of them. So they look a little more aesthetically pleasing. And then lastly, thank you for your time. And just want to leave you with a quote here from Lewis Mumford, who is a well-known urban planner, maybe not to everybody, but the city is not merely a place to live, but a place to live well. So and that's what I do on my day-to-day job.
Questions?
I do have a question, and this comes from Dave Gray. Who-
Yes.
I know you know Dave.
He's in my emails often.
I'm sure he is. So his question was, and I think that he had a conversation with one of the planning commissioners last time, because he looked up their phone numbers and stuff. Are you gonna try and set up a city email for planning commission? I mean, that was one of his questions, and with all this AUP stuff going on, I mean, that would almost be an
So
interesting dynamic. for
what
them to have.
I will say to that is our next planning commission, we have nothing on the agenda. And I actually have Rob Wolf, our mask representative, coming in, and we're gonna do some training.
Okay.
So it'll be an open floor environment for the planning commission members to ask questions, get additional training, and we'll pose the idea to them. I don't want to impose on them that they have to get an email. I think the most appropriate avenue, just from my experience, is that you do something like the public comment. They get the public comment, and I don't know how comfortable I feel with the public just calling or spamming a member who's on a voluntary board.
You may not get any volunteers.
Right.
So, and since, I didn't say this, but Jordan also mentioned to me another way that we could create our application for boards and commissions. Since I've created the new form, we've already had 11 people apply. So, and that was on Monday, it went live. So, I mean, it's definitely a lot more easy for people to apply for Architecture Review Board and Zoning Board of Appeals. But to his question, I'll ask them how they feel. I don't want to impose it on them. If they're open to it, like I think Mr. Walker was open to it, we can even potentially get him an email. I'd have to, front that with Jordan, but
Could we use our contact Beasley email for that? And who monitors, do we have one or two people monitoring the contacts? And Beasley, they would just have to forward it to somebody. I don't know how that would work either.
The question is, can we set up a contact, use a
We
contact?
already have a contact.
contact@easley.com.
well, if I may, we also have recently created by Jordan a planning at the city of Easley.
So that's ideal.
So they can email that. And again, I would prefer them to put their comment into the Microsoft Forms because it's just so much easier for me to export it and then forward it and other thing I need to do. And then also well, my comment wasn't given to the planning commission. Well, you applied on Sunday night at 7 PM and the meeting's tomorrow.
Right.
Then I have a way, they get a receipt of whatever they've sent. So I think that's the best way, but I will ask them if they want an email.
From my point of view, I'd rather have a department-specific email rather than a general one. The contact us is more of like a general one, but if you're sending it to multiple departments, it can get lost. If you got multiple hands in that pot, what I've seen, not necessarily from here, but IT experience is not a lot of people, once you have 7, 8, 9, 10 people on an inbox, everybody says, oh, that's not my job. So we don't want that to get lost in the woods or have people feel like we're not actually reaching back out to them.
So he brought up ARB, so we are looking to start that up. But there's more specific. It's not like a planning commission where you need a little bit of understanding of ZBA, where you need a little bit more. Architects review, we need to have 4 people that are architects or in that field and one normal person.
Yeah, okay, good, I'm glad you brought that up, because, yes, I think it needs to be, they need to be qualified.
Right, they
To
need,
some
that specifically
degree.
needs to be.
And it would, I mean, and it would be nice if you could subdivide the city into 4 and have some,
And one at large.
and have somebody like from there, because again, my area does not match your area.
Well, we actually have one person from your area.
Good.
Yeah, she came in, the last planning commission meeting, and she's an architect who lives in that ward.
Oh, yeah, I know that,
Yeah.
yes, we're on the planning
Jess.
commission, yes,
Yeah.
yes.
So she hasn't responded back to me yet, so I'll try to reach out to her again.
Okay, all right.
I got a question. I heard you talk about impact fees and doing the study and all that. Are you looking at any of your other fees for development
Yes.
Yes,
to go up?
we're looking at.
They're way behind the
Correct.
norm.
Yeah, I've inquired and calculated all of the fees that are pertinent to our department from all of the cities within the upstate that you can readily access. Greenville, the city of Greenville is a little bit harder just because you have to actually physically make a permit to
They
get.
have some hidden fees.
Yeah,
That's why.
yeah, well, you have to really find it. But Greer, Malden, Simpsonville, Fountain Inn, all of the ones on this side, upping our fees to match that. And I will say one thing, in regards to, like I say, a variance. Our variance right now is $200. So if you want to put I'm just gonna give it a 2,000 square foot building in the back of your yard, and I tell you can't do that, the max you could do is 1,200 square feet. What's really stopping you from paying $200 to go before a board and ask if they'll do it for you? If you raise that fee a little bit, now you're like, I don't know, maybe I want to come into compliance. But if the code is too restrictive, then that's another thing, we'll look at how do we make it more appropriate. But the fee kind of also deters people, because for $200, with him there, with me there, all the reports we have to write, I mean, you're losing money. So I do have the fee structure for what I think would be most appropriate. And it's not dramatic on simple things like, zoning permits and the things that majority of residents would need. It's
the stuff
really.
you put more of your time and effort into.
Exactly.
And the other thing, we go back to the planning commission, it'll be your call, to maybe go to 7 members if you want to go to 7 members. No, the 5 on the board,
for the
yeah,
planning
commission. I think that may be a good thing. I was on there, and sometimes when I wasn't there, there were 4, maybe 3 people there, and that's real difficult to do and try to get, as the secretary, you're trying to get, you're begging for people to come. It's like, please, you gotta be there, you gotta be there, you gotta be there. And Paula was the one who was pushing that, and like, I can't make it today, Paula. Can you make it 5 minutes late? I said, I can be 5 minutes late, maybe 10 minutes late, but I'll try to get there. So it's a lot easier with 7 people, because there's a lot of decisions that have to be made by that board.
So it would be 6 per ward and 1 at large, maybe?
Well, we have 2 volunteers. I mean, if we get 1 from each ward, that's fine.
If you're gonna propose an ordinance to expand it, then you can also put in those terms if that's what you wish.
Yes.
But, yeah, in regards to any budget questions or any things like that, I mean, I know we're not hefty on the numbers. We're still kind of combing through some stuff. But
We're not asking for any additional people. We do use building department secretaries to do a lot of our work, a lot of secretarial work.
yeah, Becca's fantastic. We're a small team, but we're kind of mighty. I mean, we are literally always doing. We got our hands in something. So.
And like I said earlier, it's tough being a one-person department. I don't know how Jordan does it, but it was very difficult for me, and he has helped me out immensely.
Thank you, Alan.
Thank y'all.
Okay. I'm gonna try to stay close. Y'all know I walk around a lot and I talk with my hands. So obviously I'm very short. I'm trying to not move away from this microphone though, okay? So I know you all, but I'll go ahead and reintroduce myself. My name is Chrisman Short. I'm the Director of Parks and Recreation for the City of Easley. I've been with our department now going on close to 11 years. I'll let James introduce himself.
I'm James Crouch, the Deputy Director. I've been with the city. This is going on 20 years now. I'm Adam Gallen. I'm the Maintenance Director. I've been with the city. This will be my 26th year.
And then I do have Miss Tracy over here. You want to? You're coming up on a milestone.
I'm Tracy Care. I'm the administrative coordinator for the Parks and Rec.
She's been here almost 10 years.
Yes.
So I think that speaks volume to our department with the longevity that we have amongst our staff. Before you open the book, we're gonna walk through it real quick. I know I saw it. Adam's gonna hold it up because I can't move away from the mic. So inside, we're gonna walk through this, but as I'm doing the presentation, I just ask you guys just to let the book rest. You can have it at your leisure later. We're gonna go through the information in it, but you do have a prioritized list of everything that we're gonna go through in the presentation. You have our line items, our estimated expenditures for this year and what we've requested for next year, per monthly fees or what we expect to spend in each line item each month. There were some discrepancies depending on like if it's just like an equipment line item that comes up as things get, you know, damaged or needs repair. You can kind of see all the different line items we're working with our department. We do operate, Ralph did a really great job talking about the general fund, hospitality and accommodations, different types of funds that we have through the city. So our department is a hodgepodge of a lot. And I'll do my best today to try to break that down with a lot of, with the larger requests. I won't have enough time to go through every individual line item, but we'll be talking about our larger requests. In the tab sheets, you have a department overview. So some of you have heard me give the presentation of our department and kind of what we do. Some of you, sorry, man, I'm going to do it. About what we do on a day-to-day, maybe what we do throughout the year, what we're expected to do. I know we didn't get to give the presentation to council this year about our department overviews, but I wanted to share with you, again, at your leisure, you can look through that. It gives you a little bit more in depth about each division within our department. We'll be talking a little bit today about some of the divisions just briefly. Then after that, you do have our mid-year report. You got that in January. I just kind of wanted to make sure you still have it. You can kind of see, now if you see kind of the items that we're asking council to look at funding for next year, you can kind of see why. You can see a little bit more of what we do. Obviously, you guys have questions about what we do. We're running 7 days a week. Our parks are open 7 days a week. We're even open on Christmas Day. So we've got a lot going on. We just tried to capture it as best as we could for you. And then you do have the presentation today. Of course, y'all know me. I've already sat back there and edited a few things. So I'll make sure you have the updated one. There are videos in this presentation. Obviously, videos don't play on paper. So I'm happy to send that out or give it to Ralph to send out. You do have a copy of our proposed fee schedule. I think Jordan said it really well. You know, this is a working living document. So again, y'all know me. I printed it yesterday. I'm probably already thinking of something else today. But that is what you guys should expect from the recreation department as far as from a fee structure. Happy to have any feedback on that. And then at the end, the last tab, you have our CIP, which is our capital improvement project plan. It's a 3-page sheet. You can see each park is identified with upcoming projects for the next 5 years. That's based off our Parks and Recreation Master Plan, which we'll talk about that here in a second. But I just wanted you guys to know what was in that book. And with that, if anybody has any questions, we'll get started. Okay. So, as you guys seen in all my reports, I'm trying. I'm real trying. I do like to start everything out with a quote. So, we're more than just ball and stick. We're more than just giving candy out. Recreation's purpose is not to kill time, but it's to make a life. And it's not to keep a person occupied, but to keep them refreshed. And it's not to escape life, but to provide a discovery of life. So, our job is quality of life. We're community in, community out. And you're going to see this throughout the presentation. So, our department's mission is we strive to provide quality parks, recreation, leisure, and cultural experiences for all residents and visitors of all ages and abilities. And you'll see a lot of what we've asked today kind of goes back into that quality piece. We've done a really great job of building beautiful facilities. Now we're asking some help with maintaining. And then our vision is to become a city with diverse programs, strategically located open spaces, cultural resources, recreation facilities that celebrate Easley's character, foster civic pride, attract visitors, and promote health and wellness. One of the things in the goal setting that was mentioned with council was organizational chart. I promise we have a more linear organizational chart, but this is my brain. So within our recreation department, again, community in, community out. So we listen to our community, we listen to our residents, our visitors, everybody that's coming in. We want to know what programs they want to see, what facilities they want to see, where we're growing, where we're not, and maybe where we can adjust. We answer the mayor, city council administration, we have a recreation committee, and then myself and James, and then we go into 5 different divisions. That report that's in your in your folder goes more in depth about what each one of the divisions do. But just to highlight, we have 2 full-time personnel in our athletics division. Amongst all of our programs, including Easley Soccer and Easley Little League last year, we serviced over 3,000 youth that came through our programs. So it's a really great highlight. We're seeing increase in our numbers. I know Little League Baseball said that they were up over 50% this year. They have a brand new board. They're doing wonderful things. So I'm really proud of them. Soccer is up. I think rec sports overall is up about a little over 30% this spring. And those guys also control our adult and our senior athletics. So events division, that you guys are very familiar with Danielle. You should probably see her a good bit. And Kyler, again, 2 full-time. We brought Kyler on this year. She's done phenomenal to help offload a lot of that work that Danielle's been doing. My son is 3 years old. I tell you that's because it's 2 weeks before I went on maternity leave is when city administration was like, hey, we want the rec department to take over events. We haven't always done events. So I know how long we've had this division because that's how old my son is. But I think in the 3 years that we've had it, we've done strides and we've done really wonderful things. We have a lot of dedicated people from part-time staff, volunteers, and for our full-time staff. You guys you have the roadmap that's listed out of all the major events. We also have other citywide events. What we did this year was create a events committee that is a representation of all departments in the city because everybody's doing wonderful outreach. So we want to kind of consolidate, make it streamlined, make it more uniform with everybody. So I think that's wonderful, and it's been a phenomenal thing. This division is also over Beasley. You'll see Beasley here in just a second, but he's also up in the corner. He's our mascot. They do all the citywide permitting. So if you see a 5K in the downtown, this division's over that. Coordinate with the police department on it. And then we do a lot of the marketing efforts for the city. So if you see a lot on the city's Facebook page, well as Parks and Rec, we do assist in the other departments as well. Maintenance division, that's Adams. It's our largest in personnel. So I have Adam, he has an assistant. There's 3 crew chiefs and 10 maintenance tech. It seems like a lot, but when you're spread out, we have 13 different facilities. And for the ones that do not know this, we also maintain the high school and middle school athletic facilities. That was an MOU done several years back, and we are still honoring that contract. But these guys are doing 7 days a week work. You'll hear in a minute how much tournaments we've been doing. I've already told you how many youth athletics have come through this. That's a lot of practices, ball games. Again, we're running 7 days a week. They're cutting grass. They're making sure things stay safe. They're not breaking. A lot of you were notified about the vandalism we had over at Haygood Park, and where we had the bathroom completely destroyed. Those guys, we didn't contract that out. That's Adam and that's his crews that go in and fix all those and repairs. Our administrative division, that's Miss Tracy. We just, she's our backbone. She makes sure everything is paid. She handles all the citywide rentals. So if you want to rent a shelter, if you want to rent the car room, if you want to do any type of ball field, you're going to go through her and Steve. So that's a big aspect of what we do. We do a lot of rentals throughout the year. And then our tournament division, he is in charge of bringing in different groups. These are not your local league tournaments like, Miss April, I know we just got done with Basketball All-Stars. This is not that. This is those weekend tournaments that are bringing in people coming to the city of Easley. We do look at how far away they're coming. That varies between each event. Obviously, still our biggest one is our Senior League World Series, biggest claim to fame. And then he handles our contracted leagues as well. And then if any travel group wants to do a rental on our ball fields, Steve handles that. And that is a one-man division. We do oversee our capital improvement projects, which is a little different than some other counterparts throughout the state. Some municipalities have different departments that handle capital improvement projects. Our department handles our own. We get a lot of assistance from Corey and Mario and Tor, and really all the other departments, Eddie. But we do help oversee and kind of push those along, as well as the beautification committee in the downtown. And one of the really cool things you're going to see Monday night is we get to highlight a program that they did, which was the Adopt a Pot program this past year. We had people volunteer to take care of planters in our downtown, live flowers. So we're going to recognize them. Don't laugh at that. I already knew what you were thinking. It's been a very successful program, and that was an internship. So I would like to highlight, we do take about 15 interns a year, and that was an interns program. We actually have another intern program going out today. It's our Egg Shot Extravaganza. So we've placed little eggs throughout all the parks. We've encouraged people to go out. You've probably seen it on social media. And Beasley's hiding them right now. And we have downtown businesses. We have businesses actually really from all over. We have craft vendors that have donated prizes for people that could potentially win. And you don't have to fight 2,000 people to potentially win, a prize and an egg. So there you go. Again, a more linear chart. We do operate heavily, I want to point this out, off of part-time staff, as well as we have several permanent part-time and then seasonal staff. So our permanent part-time is like our park rangers that go and lock and unlock the parks, as well as like our front desk clerks that you see. These are a list of our parks, trails, and amenities. You can read all that. It's in your book. You can read it at your leisure. A lot of you are familiar with our parks and where we do our events in the downtown. We are open 7 days a week at the gym, and the parks are open even like on Christmas Day. I will go ahead and get into projects. What James is going to, this is a request out of the accommodations fund. Well, James, I have a case study for you. You kind of feel like you might be in school. So when we were in the goal setting session, I mentioned to you about a program called Placer. Placer is a database program. It gives us, a lot of y'all like to ask me, Crispin, how many people do you think came to our event? I'm like, I don't know. Chief Liner, how many you guesstimate? Well, now I can actually say from cell phone data, pinpoint data, I can tell you how many people. Okay, this doesn't just help Parks and Recreation. I've pulled in all the departments on this. There's a lot of different avenues that we can look at. I'm gonna go back here, man, I'm sorry. But so I wanna flip through it. And actually, I'm gonna pull it up on the screen for you so we're all on the same page. So right now, we're coming up on our spring fling. We're coming up on our spring fling. So I pulled data from last year's spring fling. I told him to tell me 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Again, you don't have to flip, we can look. I can give him a geofence, or I say him, the program, a geofence of where we're gonna be to be able to track where people are coming in and coming out. It's estimated that we had 4.4 thousand come to spring fling last year. It gives me a little bit of a visitor increase from the previous year. It tells me at what point in time were those visitors really coming in. So what this did with us at 4th of July, if you remember, we used to do 4th of July all day long. And Miss April knows this because she's volunteered with me. At 11 o'clock in the morning, was nobody there. So we were able to pull data like this and tell us, okay, where is our peak time? And so we adjusted our event time down to accommodate that peak time so that doesn't exhaust staff. So that's one way that we can help. We can also see, like if we're going to schedule a main event or if we want somebody that's going to highlight at our event, we can say, hey, look, we think at 2 o'clock in the afternoon is probably when we need to have that and not at 10 o'clock at night. The other thing is we can look at duration. So I can look and see, okay, if we're having an event that's 10 hours, how long are you staying in our event? So average stay when they came to spring fling last year was 122 minutes. So that's 122 minutes they're spending, they're hanging out, they're having a good time with their families. Keep going. This is something that's really cool for fire and police to know. It's a hotspot map. So on that day, we can look at historical data and say, look, hotspot wise, obviously we're drawing a lot more people into the downtown area, so maybe they need to adjust their staffing for that. What's also really cool is I can see the roadways where they're coming in. I can see which roads the heaviest traveled to get to the event. And it seems simplistic for downtown, obviously, but then we have other venues where we do events. I just pulled one case study. We can also look at medium household income. So if we have a craft fair and I'm looking to take a vendor and their stuff's like $200 a piece, probably not the event for them, to be honest with them. The degree doesn't really matter to me. Medium age, I might want to adjust, say I'm doing a movie night and I'm showing a goofy movie, but I'm seeing that it's more like a 55 plus range. I'm going to be like, hey, is this grandparents taking kids? What are we doing? Maybe we need to change the movie that we're showing. And then it shows me their ethnicity, and that does matter because I want to make sure we are well-rounded, and I'm going to get to that in just a second. So again, more data about the individual, gives you a little bit more data about their background that's coming to the event, their age. And so this shows me last year at Spring Fling, our ethnicity population that was coming in. So where are we lacking and what do we need to do to help balance out numbers? Why are we inviting? Are we making sure that our event is culturally sound? So that data helps us show that. That talks about family size. This is what's really neat too is, and this is from a sponsorship standpoint, I can see where most people come in. Now, I can tell you right now, if TD Bank is where they're parking and they're coming to the event. But a lot of them went to the coffee corner before they came to the event. So that means I can go, hey, Mr. Coffee Corner guy that owns this restaurant. I see a lot of my events bringing you a lot of business. Do you want to help be a sponsor? You know, or they're leaving and they're going to Ingles or they're going to Town and Country. I pulled this on a tournament. What was it? Back in September on a Saturday, we had a Prospect Select tournament. It was October. And I saw a lot of them left the complex and went to Texas Roadhouse in Anderson. It was a big influx. So, and then our Treats on the Street, we pulled data and we were looking at people because, again, if y'all been to Treats on the Street, it's like, where are these people coming from? A lot of them we saw were coming from the Spartanburg area. We had a lot of friends that were coming from Gaffney, you know, so it's kind of getting an idea as we get growing, how we can plan to execute our events better with that data, knowing how much to expect. Again, other departments can benefit from this. I know, like Ms. Clark, you were talking about over in Ward 4, maybe a business coming in to the community. And I know Tom mentioned we don't have necessarily a person for that, but this type of data can help. It's not just, again, an estimate like, hey, what do you think this might be? We can pinpoint and show, look, all right, we're having X amount of people leave their homes going to this place maybe for groceries, for retail, for XYZ. So maybe a big box store might be a little more interested. I don't know, maybe more small mom and pop. But we can kind of show in that area where they're having to leave. You know, and then the same thing about Miss April, you're talking about the cancer park. And I'm going to talk about the master plan here in a second. But we can kind of see maybe if we're talking about our parks, what's a park that's underutilized that would be a good resource for that. So again, something like that is very sensitive and you don't want it around a lot of loud and you almost have to be cognizant of the acoustics around you. So, okay, well, let's look at traffic patterns in our parks. And it just helps us do a better on our target population and maybe we need to do new programs. So again, that's the Read at Your Leisure. That's the program that it is. Mario and Corey has been really good. I know Chief Owen said on the meetings and Chief Liner has too. This will help all of our city departments. There's a lot more. It's a very powerful program. It's a lot more they can do, but I just wanted you to see something very simplistic, very interesting, but I wanted to tie it into your goals that you had the other day.
And go
Yeah.
back up to 20,000 feet. And how is this data compiled? Where is this coming from?
Cell phones.
So these are people and citizens. It's tracking the data of their cell phone.
Correct.
While they're geo-targeted here, correct?
So yeah, so you have to be within that boundary.
Yeah.
So you can, as a citizen, you can opt, you can turn it off on your phone. So there's some things about the program that might be skewed. So if you turn off your location device, so you're not gonna be able to see, there is a family formula. So that's not 4,000 people that came in with cell phones. It accounts for families. That's why you saw in there, it says like an account for 6+, 3+, 4+. But it does ping cell phones. It does not. So the one event that would not benefit us, and to be transparent, is the World Series. Because as of right now, and they're working on it, they do not track international cell phones. So people are always like, what's your number for the World Series? I still have to use ticket sales for that. Only because literally half the tournament is coming from over, like they're international. So it does not pick up those cell phones yet. But they are working on it. You are very,
Yeah.
I can see it in your face.
Yeah. I don't know how comfortable. I don't. know
I can
how
get you a list of
comfortable most
agencies that already are using
people-
places.
Yeah, I don't know how.
Clemson University. So actually, the data that I've shared with you in the past, I do a lot with Clemson University, and so their department head at PRTM, he's been gracious enough to run the data for me. But it's not to what I would like, and I'm not saying that he has his own time. He has no obligation to do that for me. So he's been doing it out of the gracious of his kindness. So yeah.
I don't know how the average citizen of Easley would respond if they're understood none of this.
It comes with getting phones.
I say they're already doing it.
It comes with an
Well-
Ingles Advantage card.
Yeah.
It comes with whatever.
Yeah.
Do you know what the sample size is? Do you know what the sample size is for any of it? I mean, does it give you a sample size? Like, does it say based on 100 cell phones, or does it based on? Well, I bet they do, and I would also counter that to, and I can ask this question,
It probably dilutes it down to your geofence area for your sample size.
Okay.
But I can ask that question.
Okay, just ask them what a sample size is, and it may only be 100, and that's fine. I mean, 100 is fine.
We're talking about like 100 cell, or
Just, they extrapolate this information from 100 cell
Cell
phones to
phones.
get these percentages.
no, okay, so I understand
So,
your question now.
okay.
So they're pulling for all cell phone pings.
So-
It's not an individualized, like a, what is it called? A cluster sample.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
But I can get that, I can clarify
Yeah,
that.
just
though.
a.
Yep,
yeah,
I can do
sample
that.
size. Thanks.
And you know, that's like being on Facebook, you see an ad for something you talked about 5 minutes ago.
Sorry, guys, let me write this down because I want to make sure I get that. Summary of samples.
And you can turn that off. I mean, like
You
you can,
can.
you can turn it
Yeah,
off on your phone.
I don't think the majority of people, citizens, would have any idea that this was happening.
They don't. Wait,
That's scary to me.
Yeah, because I mean, there are other organizations that are using something. Yeah. So, but I understand. So, and I will ask the question. All right. Let me go back to my PowerPoint. Okay. So review case study type questions. So now we're on into the hospitality fund. These are questions. So I'm going to preference. I did pre-record a lot of my presentation so you can visually see what I'm talking about because I didn't want to just show you a picture and you try to interpret what that picture is. So every 10 years, our Parks and Recreation Department updates their master plan. And that master plan is in that green book right there. It's about 200 pages and it gives us a guide. So we do community input, community sessions, we do stakeholder input. We want to see what's going on. We do a facility evaluation. There in your packet on the back side, if you will show them the back, you can scan to read that. It's also on our website. So I didn't want to print 200 pages for everybody. So sorry. I do like trees some. He's like, I love this trail. I just absolutely love it. And I love seeing our projects come to fruition. I love seeing the momentum behind our projects. I love hearing the community input. I love seeing the needs assessments. And you know what? That's all in the living document. You know, we have a Parks and Recreation master plan. Yeah. And it was last done in 2017. Our department establishes a new one every 10 years. So I am so excited to ask council to help fund the upcoming Parks and Recreation Master Plan to see what this new decade is looking like we do for our community. I can't wait to hear the input from our citizens on our programs, our events, our facilities, our amenities. I can't wait to see where we need it. Our current master plan tells us a list of things like where our parks are needed based off the National Parks and Recreation Association standards. We're talking about programs, we talk about facilities, like the trails, like the fields. So I'm really excited to see what this new decade brings in and for our community input. That plan helps guide our current CIP, which is our capital improvement project plan. So did you know that we have a 10-year CIP list? We give an updated one every year, so 5 years, but we keep a living document of everything that's going on. And it's something that happens tomorrow that goes on that list. But because we're serving an ever-changing population. Everybody wants, needs, and interests to change all the time. So we're wanting to make sure that we're good stewards of taxpayer money by having a guide to that master plan, but then also making sure that we're listening to our community. So I'm excited to see us come to the end of this current master plan, seeing all the wonderful things that we were able to fulfill, and then going into this new one to see what it is that we can provide to our community and our residents and our visitors. Yeah, I just love this trail. So I'm happy to answer any questions about the master plan, but we are looking like we need to start projecting a cost to have it updated. We've done a lot of really wonderful things in there, recommendation-wise. They give you small, medium, and large goals. Have we excelled in all of them? No, but some of them I don't feel like maybe we're as forward-thinking. Like, for example, over at Woodside Park, it called for a splash pad. I do think we need a splash pad. I just don't think Woodside Park's the appropriate. That's why in 2023 we surveyed the community over there just to see directly what they wanted to see in the park. Because it is a neighborhood park and we want to respect that. So, give you an idea of that's what one of the questions are. This one is our playground that's going out to Haggard Park. It's actually being installed this month. You guys funded it this year. So what we're asking specifically is just to fence it for next year. So this is an inclusive playground. It's a smaller version, but honestly, if you have more than one kid, you know, even if you have one kid, kids dart off, kids would go every which way. So we're just trying to keep an open and safe space for them, kind of have it a little bit fenced in to give mom and dad some peace, but also allow them to play and run. And so we're just asking for fencing around this playground once it gets installed.
And it would be,
Hey guys, welcome back to Dead Direct.
Yep, sorry, my bad.
Hey.
Mhm.
are you gonna show me the kind of fence you wanna put around it in that video?
I can get you.
Is it gonna be like a chain link fence, or is it
So
gonna
we
be
got a
like a
couple
nice
different.
fence?
So we're going back and forth on that. The prices for the nicer, like split rail, like we did at Pope,
Uh-huh.
and then we obviously the cheaper option would be the chain link fence. You know, so but a chain link fence around the playground may not always look as inviting. Now at the 5 fields is very much needed because that chain link protects from foul balls. But over at a park where we're trying to revitalize and beautify,
Right.
that's why you see a little bit higher number than you're like, what's my chain link fence? What? Why is it that much? It's the price for the split rail.
Okay,
So.
all right, that's fine.
But it'll like up here. Actually, if you turn around, that's the best example. That type of fencing up there.
Okay.
So, and I think that'll be a little nicer than rolling up to a chain link. So we do it.
Hey guys, welcome back to Dead Direct Owens. We are now at our 5-field facility right across the road at the playground area. And the one thing I want to highlight about this project that we're asking funding for is when this playground was put in, it has a beautiful shelter, it has a nice playground that Beasley likes to visit. But when you come to exit, we have a nice fence to keep from cars hitting. It's a safety fence. However, it's just grass. So on the weekends, on the weekdays, when we have ball games going on, we have events, people do park right here. Again, not established parking spaces, nothing a will stop to keep from another barrier going into the playground. What we're also asking for is paving to pave right through here to add established parking where we can, but also after speaking with Chief Owen, adding accessible spaces dedicated for emergency services. So what we're looking to do is add in spaces right here for emergency services dedicated, so if we have an emergency at the 5 field, they know they can park here to access that facility, as well as when Beasley goes to leave, he can exit the playground area. Because as of right now, the way people park, it blocks the entrance and the exit. There's 2 or 3 different entrances to this facility, but right now they're all blocked with cars. That's typical what you see on a weekday and a weekend, and we want to avoid having kids kind of maneuver around cars and pop out on the roadway. Having a visible area that's safe for them to walk out, to see traffic, for traffic to see them is very important, especially with the amount of visitors. We hosted over 50 permits last year, just on weekends. We hosted almost 3,000 youth in our youth programs. They're all coming to this facility in some capacity, whether they're renting it for a birthday party, they're doing team banquets, they're just wanting to play games. Trying to make this as safe as possible and accessible as possible, and provide more direction to our visitors as they come into the parks.
Pretty straightforward. Cool.
Hey, Beasley, good job today. Why don't you go use the restroom for me, okay? Hey guys, welcome back to Dead Direct Owens. We're over at our rectangle fields, fields A and B for the press box. And as you can tell, Beasley just walked up this hill that has been washed out.
I know you
So
made
over
us
time, with weather and with foot traffic, we've lost a lot of our ground right here. It's washed out onto the field. It's caused a lot of runoff. So what we're wanting to do with this project is build a retaining wall. From several different contractors, bring that retaining wall out, stabilize support for that slab, find a redirect for all the stormwater that's coming in. We do have established drains that'll help with the runoff coming onto the field, and as well as provide a better experience for our users that are coming in. They're not having to slip on mud. The other thing is it'll extend that walkway pattern to the restrooms that is on a hill from an ADA standpoint. It'll allow for better visibility. If we have any guests or friends that are in wheelchairs, maybe they have strollers, so it just creates a better user-friendly environment. But again, the biggest point is to making sure that we stabilize our slab, make sure we're redirecting that runoff, and we're preserving this area right here so it's not washing out into the fields, causing unsafe environment.
April saying amen.
Yeah, I see that a lot.
And I also apologize for the great, it's very clear on my computer, so I don't know if it's diluted the quality, I don't know. So I apologize for that, but in your printout, it should be clear. And that's just a little bit more about the runoff, because it is all up and down the fence line.
Hey everyone, we're at the Alabama Farm, and I wanted to, Beasley, what are you doing here? Oh, were you checking out their storage area? I know, are you a little concerned with it? Me too. You know our staff goes in there. We store all of our dry goods, we store equipment in there, from rakes to actual drags. I know, it's a little scary. So just a little history though, Beasley, this building's actually pretty cool. It's the original concession and restroom for the park. We don't use it for that anymore. We do have our beautiful concession that's over here now in restroom area, but we still, like I said, use it for storage. You know, I had a couple of contractors come and look at this because we're looking at painting it, and they mentioned that this is all rotten up here. And our maintenance director, he actually told us that a lot of the stuff on the inside, the ceiling's starting to come down. Have you seen it when you've been out here cracking fields? Yeah, you don't go in, do you? No. So it is a little bit of a safety concern. So what we're thinking about doing, what we're asking council to do with this project, is just help us remove the top part, and so we can re-roof it with a metal roof that matches our current press box, as well as paint, so it all uniformly matches. But we can still continue to use it for our dry goods and our equipment. So that's again pretty straight, simple to the point, right, Beasley? Yeah. All right.
Any questions? I like this, I don't have to talk as much.
I like that. Can we not like hire a muralist for that?
So you read my mind. I've been talking to a girl that works at the pint station, and okay, sidetrack on something else. Adam and I, we talked to some contractors, and then we were looking through some books. So over at Pope, for example, we want to make it interactive on that blacktop. So like when little kids, when their siblings are playing, they have something to do, whether it's hopscotch or, something. But then we started talking about as you come into the parks, we painted the dugouts. So as you come into the park, we want something that says like Alice Mill. Like I want it in like an old script or like the original. I have a picture of the original sign over it from Alice. So I kind of want that. That might
There's
be
a
a
lot of
next year
textile
funding.
League
Yes.
stuff going on there too.
Well, and what I'd like for over at Woodside is to do a history walk as well over at the Woodside Park. So I'm hoping our master plan will show that.
Okay.
Yeah. All of that. All that.
Beasley, I told you to meet me over at Hagen Park, not Alice. What are you doing? Oh, I know what happened. You didn't know where you were going. You know what park you're in? Honey, this is Alice. Oh, Beasley, our sign's gone. That's why you didn't know what park you're in. Oh, I thought something was really wrong. Did you know that we have park signs for all of our parks? But unfortunately, sometimes with what we do, with a lot of people coming in and out of our facilities, they don't always use our facility with good intent. So some of our park signs over time have gotten taken, vandalized. We have people also spray paint on our walls. We had just over at Hagen the other day, shout out to EPD for catching individuals that completely tore up all of our restroom facilities. So side note, that's why a lot of our building grounds, this budget goes to fixing and repairing, is because we do deal with a lot of individuals who don't utilize our facilities with respect. And unfortunately, I think that's what happened to Alice with our sign. If anybody knows what our sign is, that would be great, but we've been missing it for a while. But the really cool thing is we come up, don't worry, because it'll be sad, we come up with a new rebranding. So starting over at Coatfield and Nally Brown, and even with our operation and maintenance facility, we've actually started a new sign. So when you come into a city park and you see this sign, you know it's the City of Easley Park. So you can actually see it on the screen right beside me, a shape of what it's going to potentially look like. So council can hopefully see that, and hopefully they'll approve us for more directional purposes. On this sign, they'll have our operational hours for the parks. Eventually we'll be phasing in over time in all our facilities, these new signs. We're asking for this year to be over here at Alice. So we have a new sign for Alice and Everett Hagen. So when you go to visit the dog park, you go to visit the, I know there are some people that visit the dog park, and on the playground that's over there, and all the upgrades we've done to the tennis courts and the basketball court, and that's some grant money that we got, by the way. So we're really excited about that. But we'll have new directional signs for our residents and our visitors to go and enjoy all those amenities for free.
All right, guys, so these are renderings, that's what Pope Fields has, minus it does have the operational hours for Popeville Park. We did change the logo out, it does now have the city seal on Nellie Brown's. But just to kind of give it a little more branding reforming, like this is a City of Easley Parks and Recreation Department park. So when you come in, you know, and honestly, you just know where you're at. Like if you've seen Haygoods Park for a sign, it's been spray painted, it's been everything. And I can't promise that this won't happen here. I'm not gonna lie to you. But we can't stop doing things because we're afraid somebody's gonna vandalize them. So we are looking to just have a rebrand. You can see a real rendition over at Pope and over at Nellie Brown. It'll be some form of what this looks like. So whether we go with exactly what Pope's looks like or give each one a little bit of an identity, that's what we're looking at. And I'm happy to share with council before it goes in so you see the rendering as well.
He's like, do you like this trail? Yeah, I love it. Did you know that we won a state award for this trail? Through the South Carolina Parks Association, it won the Park Excellence Award for New Development for populations under 30,000. Isn't that awesome? I love it. Did you also know that in our master plan from 17, it showed two main things that people were looking at, and they were looking for fields and they were looking for trails. I love the fact that we can get back to the community of what they asked us, that they were told us that they wanted. So, this is the other thing that I'm thinking we should ask council for. You think we should? All right, let's do it. All right, council, Beasley and I want to ask you if you can help us fund the design portion of phase 2 of the Brush Creek Greenway. So as you know, phase 1 starts here at J.B. Red Owens and it goes to Brush Creek Baptist Church. We are now looking at a way to get it from Brush Creek Baptist Church all the way to basically, if you can make a 5-point church in that area. So now we're asking for funding to do the design of phase 2, and then hopefully we'll get the funding, construction the following year. So we're wanting to add more to our trails with the ultimate goal into getting the downtown connected to the dual trail as well. So eventually all our trails will connect. You can ride from J.B. Red Owens right into the city of 50.
Maureen, do you want to add anything on that one? You good? You good? You want to add? Because it was in your slide too, so I just want to make sure.
I'm great with that. I think that's a great idea to go, so figure it out.
Well, that's why the design, that's why we're asking. Okay. But does anybody have any questions on? That's good. Okay.
Hey everyone, we're back at J.B. Red Owens. We're right across from our Freefields facility, and I have Beasley with me. Whoa, wait, Beasley! Don't fall, don't fall! Oh, you scared me. So, hey Beasley, did you know that over the course of a year, almost last calendar year, we hosted just over 50 tournaments, whether it was baseball, volleyball, basketball, we did the hurling event, we did the soccer tournament, we did a 7-on-7. Obviously, the Cedar League World Series is our big claim to fame, but we also hosted the South Carolina Homeschool Association State Tournament. We do a lot of really cool tournaments. But one thing that happens is during the week, and even with our community events during the weekday, the weekend and the weekday, we have a lot of visitors in our park. I know it looks pretty empty right now, but when our programs start, this place is packed out. And it's actually on the screen, there's an overhead picture of just a general Saturday where you can see where we have people that are parked on both sides of our pathways.
This is
So
actually
we
just
have
during the
parking
World
in dedicated
Series.
parking spaces, and then they also park in the greenway, all the way through the complex. So one of the things that we're asking council to hopefully help is we want to actually pave this side to establish dedicated parking for all of our visitors that come into the park. We want to make sure that this from a safety standpoint, we'll add wheel stops to allow people from when they pull in, because usually I know when you drive, if you pull in, you're going straight out. So what happens is on the weekends and on weeknights, especially at night when it gets scary, even though we have lights in the park, people are coming out and they're going different ways. So as you're driving, you may not expect somebody that can pop out on you. This way, if there's dedicated spaces, you know that people may be parked here, you know the direction that they're going to come out. And if people are walking this way, which we do have visitors that walk, say they're animals, they're friends, our fur friends. So this way, they don't have to worry about getting hit. If there's a kid that's on that back side, maybe getting equipment out of the vehicle, you don't have to worry. They have a dedicated safe place. This also helps the integrity of the asphalt, because as you can see, where Beasley almost fell in, we have rivets all the way down through the park. Ooh, thank you, Beasley. I did not want to fall. all the way down the park, and eventually we will be asking for more of a project, but this one specifically is asking for paving from the main entrance at the gym, all the way down where the batting cage veers out. We would love to be able to see the beautification project. It would aesthetically look better because we obviously can't keep grass right here.
Just also let you know, I looked at putting additional parking there, so it's just one row, and it's just.
It's too tight.
It's just a,
Yeah. And we do have a master plan that shows where additional parking is needed. Arbiter did it back in 2008. Eight, I think eight. And it does show where parking throughout here, parking up here. It actually turns this into a mini parking lot here. I don't necessarily agree with that based off the pattern of where people are parking now. But through here, I definitely do. You can actually see people park through here. And again, this is just the World Series. This isn't when we had the 5 fields, 3 fields, and the gym plus soccer going. So I just wanted to kind of give you a visual of how people naturally are parking in the park. Okay.
Hey guys, we're back at Davy Red Owens, and right now we're at our batting facility. Now, if you can come and walk with me, you can see that there is one entrance of a walkway concreted path up to serve the front half of our 8 pages. However, it is a narrow walkway, as you can tell, with Beasley and his teammates when they're trying to stand for the cage. So as you can imagine, as a coach or somebody that's coming out here with their kids, there's not a lot of space to work with your team. The other issue that we have is a big drop-off. You can imagine kids being out here playing, horsing around, and they just drop. We do have a lot of people that trip over this. So over time, what's happened is due to foot traffic patterns and as the weather that we have for runoff, it has actually eroded out our ground right here. So what we're asking for is for the front of our batting cage, all the way from page 8 all the way to page 1, to be concreted. It also welcomes from an ADA standpoint, accessibility, so you don't have to have those tight turnarounds trying to get around different teams. If your team's over this way, it allows for you to walk right up with your team and your team in designated areas. And it's a safety factor. The other thing that we're going to be addressing is the stormwater runoff from the building. So we'll be putting proper drains in the concrete to go out to our detention basin. So Beasley, are you excited to add more room to spread out with your team? Awesome.
Pretty straightforward.
Beasley, do you like pickleball? Do you like tennis? Do you know that we did a tennis program this past spring? We had to cap it, but we had 30 girls sign up in 2 days. I'm so excited about that program, and we've done some demo days with pickleball, which is the fastest growing sport in America right now. I didn't know we knew that. And the fact that we were one of the first departments in the upstate to have dedicated pickleball court. I mean, Trim saying, what? I love it. So, guys, we're over at Cookville Park. If you didn't know, this is our tennis and pickleball facility. This facility is open, weather permitting, 365 days a year. Even on Christmas Day, these lights get turned on. So what we're asking for in this project is upgrades to our lights. The poles are fine. What we're noticing is when we go to do maintenance, a lot of the parts are becoming obsolete. They're harder and harder to find with the age of the type of light that's out there. So what we're asking to do is convert to LED lights. This conversion will also allow the tennis court to be put on our set rotation with the other field lights here at Cook Field, where we can turn them on with our phones. We still have a dedicated plug breaker that comes out and turns on and off every single day. Again, even Christmas Day, Thanksgiving Day, we're out here. But we can now put this on a rotation schedule, so it'll be more efficient for our community members so they're not having to wait for lights to be turned on, as well as lower costs in maintenance. And utility costs with LED goes down. So, Beasley, how bright you want to see it? So bright? I love it. Awesome.
Pretty straightforward, guys.
Hey guys, we're over at Cookville Park. I have Beasley with me. And I want to highlight some of the features over at Cook Field. Like Beasley, did you know that we were one of the first departments in the upstate to get dedicated pickleball courts?
I'll skip ahead.
The gals over here at Coke. So now their metal roofs are no longer tarp.
Those are grants that we got.
We paved the walkway from the parking lot all the way to the restrooms. We widened it to allow for more flow of our visitors coming to and from their games and practices. We also, with allocated funds from hospitality, were able to renovate our restroom concession and our storage area. So now we have all of our doors on the front side that we ask our visitors to go into. So our restrooms, you're no longer having to go to the side or the back. So as a parent, from a safety standpoint, that's been a great add. We've also added family restrooms. So like when my family's here, my husband can take our daughters to the restroom in a safe place. So another thing that we're looking at doing over here at Code is continuing our beautification efforts. So if you want to walk with me, we've done a lot of things inside Code, as well as adding fencing around our playground to make it more safe. But what we want to do is add a safety aspect by asking council to fund a project to replace our fence. As you come in, the back perimeter fence, you can see right here, over time, growth, debris, everything has pushed our fence. We've done things for repairs. We've had groups come in and unfortunately cut off fence to try to access the park after hours. We've done repairs on that. So what we want to do is move our fence line just a little in and clean this up and have a whole new fence put in from the top, the entrance, all the way to the back of the shelter. Again, this is just the back perimeter that we're looking to replace, having it reestablished. We did have pricing to keep piecing it together, but unfortunately, it was going to be too costly with the damage that's already done. So the recommendation was to replace. We did ask council for this funding last year. Unfortunately, they didn't make the cut. So maybe it'll make it this year from an aesthetic standpoint, from a safety standpoint, and we just hope council finds the beauty in our parks that we see, and we want to keep maintaining it. We've added some beautification efforts by planting trees, so these will be a nice natural buffer in a few years as well.
Pretty straightforward.
Sound good, Beasley? Hey everyone, we're at Haggett Park, and I have Beasley with me. Hi. So I'm gonna give an update on the park. So this fiscal year, we actually were able to add in a parking lot that's dedicated to the upper top part of Haggett that will service our new playground. As you can see, it's staked out. That's set to go in this March. That will eliminate our old playground. We did get grant money to do upgrades to our dog park. We added a shaded area as well as concreted in the entrance and did an accessible walkway into our dog park. We actually were able to also pave the entire park down below where our two shelters are, stripe it, get a dedicated flow traffic patterns from a safety standpoint, and we also paved over near the baseball softball field to give us a little bit better, again, safety standpoint for parking, for flow of traffic. We did receive grant money to do the tennis courts over here for pickleball and tennis. And we also got grant money a couple of years ago to do basketball courts. So a lot of upgrades happened over at Haygood. We are looking at trying to adjust and fix a lot of sinkhole issues. For ones that don't know this, I don't know if you know this, but Haygood used to be a landfill. So what our maintenance department has to deal with is constant sinking from the ground settling. So one of the things that we were wanting to, Beasley, what are you doing? You have to go potty? Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. Beasley, there's two restrooms that are all across the board. I know, we have all these great amenities on this side and we don't have a shelter or a restroom. I'm so sorry, you don't even have where to hide. Oh, Beasley, that brings up a good point. I wanted to ask council for funding. So, this project that we're going to ask money for is to put a shelter and a restroom facility on this side of the park. So as people come and play pickleball, and they're doing tennis, they're doing basketball, they're over at the dog park, they're visiting our new fully accessible playground unit, as well as just pulling into the park and just checking it out. We want to give them a safe place where they can come and sit, maybe they want to rest and read on their lunch break, maybe they want to have a birthday party, but then also have bathroom accessibility for our community as well. So we're hoping that council will want to support funding this project. The shelter will go in this area up here to be able to service all these amenities and be able to produce as a rental income, but also free just for people to come in and sit. You good, Beasley? We'll get that bathroom in for you soon, okay?
All right, this is the last little bit and we'll go quick. So out of hospitality, well, if there's any questions about the other, you can ask me. But if out of hospitality fund, we do have a vehicle line item. I'm gonna have Adam talk about it while it's playing. This is a PTO 60.
So this piece of equipment, as you'll see in the video, it'll do three major things for us, things that we struggle with now. One is lips on the infield where we convert from dirt over to natural turf. You have a buildup and it becomes unsafe. So it goes in and it cuts that out. And what we looked at the numbers, and since 2018, we've spent about $50,000 contracting people to come in and do this for us. And with this piece of equipment, we can do it ourselves. And right now, every field that we have is in desperate need of this. But not only will it do that on baseball fields, but it will also thin the turf and take out all the uneven undulations in the field, making it just a safer product for our children to play on in general.
And then,
And this is a forestry mulcher, and so what it does is it can go in and undercut and underbrush anything, as you see, anything within I'd say 6 inches. It will cut it down. And with us, with like over, first thing that comes to mind is over at Woodside Park. We have a problem with kudzu and underbrush, and the neighbors are complaining because of rodents and all kind of stuff like that. And it's a
and Public Works has helped us with that.
yes.
It takes multiple days to clean it out.
And if you guys allowed us to purchase this, this would also benefit other departments as well. I mean, Eddie can use it down here at Public Works. If Mario can use it making bike trails, I mean, this is an ongoing thing. It's also, we could use it down the Doodle Trail to make sure we cut back that brush so the homeless or can't sneak up on somebody. I mean, I hate to be deviant, but it can open up sight lines that we never had before. That would take 10 guys all winter long to clear. We can do it in a couple of days with this piece of equipment.
If this gets funded, could council try it out?
Absolutely.
We'll do a work day. All right, and then the next two items, it's because it's on YouTube. So the next two that's in your packet, they're vehicles. One is, we are asking for two vehicles. One to replace this blue truck that was a hand-me-down from the PD. That's the mileage on it. It does pull equipment pretty much every day, so keep in mind, that's a lot of wear and tear on this truck. And then we are asking for additional staffing this year, so because of that, they would need a vehicle as well. Isn't that cool? Hey, I did that. I loved it. Although that same person's in the picture like 50 times, so I don't know who that is. So personnel-wise, this does come out of the general fund for us. This is one of the very few expenditures we have out of the general fund. But we were asking for 2 maintenance technicians. I think I've already mentioned, and I would see if anybody was listening. How many tournaments did we do over the course of the last calendar year? 50. Over 50. There you go. Somebody was listening. I said it a few times, so somebody would say, that's taking a lot of what these guys do. Plus, there's some they maintain the trails. We're expanding. We've done. We still have, like I said, the middle school and the high school's fields. As we're doing events, as the events grow, now he's having to take like at least a week and a half to get 4th of July ready for Danielle, which we didn't have 3 years ago. So there's a lot of things that we're doing. We're doing really great at it, but we need help. We're starting to see a lot of the same faces more than just 5 days out of the week. So helping with that overtime budget, cutting it back, and then also just pure exhaustion from our staff. We've done great on trying to get additional help. I just ask council to keep us in mind. Our first responders are very important, but also a lot of people don't realize when recreation's not there, that's when they realize they want it. So I get sometimes we might not be in the forefront, but remember, you guys do go to our events, you come to our games, your grandkids play at our games, our programs. So we want to make sure we keep having the best quality program, and that is by not have him on a mower 24/7, so I can have him do things like his inspection project, so we can stay up to date on all of our inspections. So it's just assisting. One will go in our athletic and irrigation crew, and the other will go in our parks and trails crew. And that was highlighted in the structured organizational chart. And then alternative funding projects, we already know about the field expansion. Ralph has an estimated number that we'll be expending into the next fiscal year, because this will transfer over to the next fiscal year. We're starting it this year with contracting, doing grading, doing the prep work, and then the construction part in the next fiscal year. But that project is I've had a lot of positive feedback on it from our community members. Just being able to circulate the park, being able to separate with our soccer program and football because they're both growing, even though standards have shown that tackle football is decreasing, we're actually seeing an increase in our numbers. So we're trying to plan for growth. This was in our master plan as something that we should do as a recommendation. So just kind of keep in mind that's where the fruition of this project came from. But as we get into contractors, we solidified a contractor. We have their contract before probably end of April at the very, very latest. We'll have a fee schedule set out for council so that they can see how much we expect to spend this fiscal year versus next fiscal year. And then we did apply for a grant for some education-based products over at Nally Brown. We're going to turn it into an outdoor education center. So the intent of the park originally was outdoor education. So we'll actually have proper seating for outdoor education as well as some tactile things that the kids can do while they're out there. Because we have a lot of mommy and me and homeschool groups that go out. So that is a grant that we will not need anything from council from. That's our adaptive playground. You can look at this online. It's the overview of the playground. There's actually a video tour of it. We won't listen to it all today, but you can kind of see what it looks like. You can just take a visual tour. This is online. We're still accepting donations for this as well. And that's the hike bike trail that Mario wants to climb. That's fun. But this is contingent on the fire department getting that funding, so that won't happen until they get that funding. But I did want you to know in case it does come up. And that's really what we got. Thank you.
Crispin, how much longer is our deal with, school district Pickens County?
Well, it depends on which contract you looked at, because one of them says 2007 and then, or 27, and then another one is, a 7 was made into an 8.
Oh. Well, let's try and make it 7.
Yeah, so Josh Oxendine has been wonderful to work with, and so has the new principal over at Getty's, and we've been in communication with them. So there's a lot of things that we've scaled back that, like initially they wanted us to pay for the chalk and the paint and actually stripe the fields, and so we are grass cutting. We are making tall grass short, and if they want anything else, you know, they can ask our expertise on it. But as far as that contract goes, it's cutting grass.
And right now, in the season, during whatever sports season they're in, the coaches take care of it. It's that after their season's done, we go in behind them and just make sure everything's set.
And they have tried to start a turf grass program, and Adam and Tim, our former maintenance director, they've gone out there to kind of help facilitate with the students to teach them how to maintain the fields. It's going. It's a good idea.
So Getty's is taking care of their own field during season?
No,
No.
that's Getty's, we do.
You do, okay.
Yeah.
They take care of.
Now, that's not pesticide.
Right.
Yeah, we do not have a license to spray over there. They have to get their own chemicals.
Yeah.
Yes, we mow and we spray the field for them, so if they had an event, we'll go over and lay it right out.
That's year round, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Anything else? Yeah, I'd like to know this is the first time I've ever gone over. I'd like to know that. But it is the first time, because I'm always a stickler on that.
We got the Public Works Department and Ryan, which is the deputy director, and Mo is the stormwater manager, and they're here to assist. So, we got the capital goals for Public Works for 26 and 27, and we'll go over these individually through the packet. But it's a purchase of a new utility truck with a dump bed, preferably for our utility crews when they go on jobs, and that way they can still haul. When they go to a job, they'll still have the bins and on the truck to keep the tools, and then they would also be able to take needed dirt or asphalt or gravel, and they would have it on site. One thing that we absolutely have to finish this year is paying off a Ventrac mower. I forgot what the year of it is, but we've been on this lease, I know, for at least 3 years, if not longer, and we had to lease it for another year this year to get the payment to where it will be to buy it off. But we need to go ahead and purchase it and not just be paying money on a lease. We're attempting to purchase some new tracks for skid steer, purchase a new Ventrac mower, purchase a new updated traffic data collection tool, and you'll see that in just a second. and purchase a snow plow kit, which we found out we might need a little after this past year, and it's not that expensive. On the sanitation department will be purchase of an ODB leaf vacuum truck, and I'll explain that when we get to it. Rehab of the trailer that we've had to take parts off to keep one other unit going over this past year. And I will say we do get phone calls, and a good many of them for leaf pickup. It's just all over the place. But Billy Holcomb, which is our operations manager, he said that he's been here, gosh, 15 years, and he said this was the best year that he had seen that we kept up with the leaves, and you'll see how many we've picked up in just a minute. And Tom mentioned in his about the addition of 2 sanitation drivers, and those are more or less for the side load garbage trucks, because we're getting to a point now to where we're probably gonna have to run 4 on these routes each day, and you'll see another graph of that coming up. And on the stormwater department, we need to pay off Caterpillar backhoe, and the street crew uses this religiously. It's almost every day. And purchase of a new storm camera so we can video drain pipes. I got it, I think. Here you see the layout of what we have on staff currently, plus on the sanitation side, we've requested 2 for the CDL drivers, sanitation drivers. So this year here, we had 48 total employees, and we're requesting to go up to 50. But it would be 2 driving positions. And while I'm speaking about drivers, we've had a few guys that we got lucky with that's actually come through some temporary services, and they're still with us, but these guys now are hard to find because where we used to be able to train them on site, they have to go through a course now. It's not like we can just bring them on the yard and Billy be able to train them to go get their CDL license. So it's a whole thing where they got to go. If I remember, it was about a 2-month school that Jerry did, and he applied for grant money. So I've only had one guy since this DOT program went in effect to go individually on his own and pay to get his CDL. Since we're in the street, street department, this is in our iWork system. So if someone calls in and requests a work order, if they've got a drainage problem at their house, or if they've got need some curbing repaired, or potholes, yes. Since we're getting a whole lot of help with the county from there, right? But you can tell that the line goes up. It was over 500 last year, wasn't it? Yes. And that does not, that number does not, it does not decrease. But this is kind of what we were speaking of. You've got the toolboxes and dump beds, and this is the truck here. And it's, we've talked to about 3 or 4 different dealerships. The Ford dealership, which majority of our products on the yard, I think we have 2 Peterbilt trucks, and the rest of them are Fords, and we're trying to keep everything the same. But we did get some quotes from like Dodge and GMC, but GMC does not make a dump bed utility truck, but Ford does. And Fairway had a couple of these that are still on their yard. Does anybody have any questions so far? All right, this was the Ventrac that I was speaking of earlier, and we did another option. We're paying $481 a month right now to keep it in our possession to where we can pay it off next year, and it would still be ours, or they would have already come, Tri-State Pump would have come and reclaimed it if we didn't get that deal worked out. And we're also going to need another one, but the newer mower cost is down a little bit through Tri-State, and we've gotten a couple of different quotes on that, but it's going to run somewhere around 42. here's what we really, really need. Right now, the cost of this stat track is $5,000. Is there any other, we have to buy another program or anything to put those with it? But this here will give you your car, the traffic studies on different roads in the city, and it does do speed.
Yes.
So that's one of the ones where if we don't have to do that, we can at least, maybe put them on there to get the information back to the people. The one that we have now has ropes that go across the road. And I really don't like putting that one out because when people see that in a neighborhood, they're automatically gonna slow down when they see that ropes are going across the road. So you're defeating the purpose really of going out there, except you'll make them slow down for the 2 weeks that you have the counter out there in the neighborhood. And it will have updated traffic data. The unit will allow the city to efficiently gather reliable information in-house. And that's the best way we found to try to do major jobs or stormwater jobs is to try to keep it in-house in case the job just absolutely gets too large for us to handle.
So this would be moved around as needed?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Oh, so that's one unit?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, cool.
Yes.
And you would only need one unit?
Well,
I'm just
I'll go,
asking.
I'll
I
go,
mean,
I'll go
seriously,
10, I'll
I
go
mean,
10,000 and get two.
That's the cheapest thing I've seen all day, so
Yeah.
let's get you two.
Well, guess what? There's another mirror right there, 5,000. This is
kidding.
this is the tracks for the skid steer, and they are eating and they're splitting. And what's going to happen? These will come detached. They're starting to crack on the outside. This is not the one that's on our yard. This is out of I guess a sales. That's what I thought. Let's see, and this is the last one, and I'm not as much, it just depends on the weather, but I mean, it's $4,500 if we want to try to look and get a plow, and that would go on a 250, 150. It would go on the pickup trucks, so we wouldn't have to have a dump truck to take it around. But one of the best things that we were lucky enough to do this past year when we had the ice followed by the snow, the DOT, we took Ryan, Billy, and Brad. Brad, okay. They went to the DOT and they told us that they used totes with the cages around them for putting brine in their pickup trucks. And so we in-house made 3 of them. And whenever they started checking on the price, a single one was like $450. And then just by chance, I asked Billy and Ryan, I said, when y'all go, they were gonna go to the DOT department to learn how to build them. And I asked them just to stop there. I know everybody says it's an eyesore, but the guy that has the place across from Hotspot where it has all the barrels, he had 3 of them and we spent $40. Was it 40 apiece? 40 apiece instead of 400, so. All right, here comes everybody's favorite. As you can tell on this bar graph, we've got 9,294 carts. That's not residents. Some residents have 2 and some others have 3, but that's the total number of carts that we have placed at residences now. And you can tell Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday are pretty heavy routes, but we're gonna have to look at these routes with Livingston, Steelwood. I know everybody loves to hear all these, they're still coming on. But Forest Brook could possibly, and then the Saluda ones. So all these will be being in additional residents whenever these subdivisions are built out. So we'll have 2, 4, 6.
As well as Highland Ridge.
Yeah, and Highland Ridge, but they've slowed. Oh, I hadn't heard from them. But anyway, you're talking easily another 1,000 by the time these houses are completed. So, and most of that could be long range. So it just depends on how how the building market stays. But we will have to reassess the routes, and I just don't want to do it overnight. But what will eventually happen, we may have to change some of the pickup days, because Thursday and Friday are by far the least amount of carts that we tip.
So Eddie, the 92, 94 is how many houses? So it's on the 2 and 3. Right.
Carts.
Number of carts, that's including the duplicate.
But the house, you're talking about the house number, it's over 8,500 easy, because I don't know how many spare carts is in that system.
That's about right.
But we've sent, and this year, we've been a little more attentive to making sure that we contact the people about making sure that they've paid their fee for their cart. We waited late last year, but we still have some that have not paid for grass. We've actually had more grass carts returned. I think only 1 or 2 garbage. But the grass carts, we've had about 10 or 12 people say, we just want to bring it back to you and we're not going to use it.
Eddie, why is Wednesday heavy on the truck usage and not distributed evenly?
Well, this route these routes were in place before we ever moved over here. And so we've had a lot more, we've had development, and the way Tuesday is too, and really Monday, because you had, Highland, what's the thing over there off South Fifth Street?
Highland Park.
Yeah, Highland Park, and we had, Stonehurst, and now we're having Steelwood, and now we've had Townsend Edge, and now Brownstone.
Okay.
So
it's
that's
the
on
area.
Wednesdays.
Okay, that's the.
That's
area.
your answer right there. But we're gonna have to go back and,
Yeah.
and we've been, Ryan's been looking at this, so we know it's gonna have to change. It's just gonna be, when are we gonna bite the bullet, get the information, well, because we'll have to get information out to all the residents, because they're used to their day now.
There is also a difference between the carrying capacities depending on the truck. So you see the red is typically the heaviest.
Okay.
That's a different truck and it has a larger capacity.
And Tom, I know what I'm talking about, but that's the one that has the auger that chews, that's the garbage eating machine. That's,
What's unusual about the orange one?
That route is just so big that we actually had to introduce a 4th truck. We typically run 3 trucks. So we had to just put a 4th truck out on Wednesdays.
to get the routes complete. The landfill closes like at 4:20. So we've got to be up there before they close, or that stuff's gonna be sitting on a unit overnight. And in the summer, that's not a real bright idea. All right. And then, of course, with growth, you see what the difference is in the amount of tons picked up per year. 23 was 6,651 tons, 705 tons in 24, and then last year we collected 8,113 tons. And that number will, just by what I've seen in January and February of this year, we're running way ahead of the year to date from or calendar year to date from last year. These are calendar years here. And it does say that, if I'd have read it. All right, this is the brush. And you can see when 23, before the hurricane actually hit, and then it went up, the landfill accepted the initial rush of brush from the debris from the hurricane till the end of 2024. And then starting in January of 25, they limited us to 2 truckloads a day. So it took a while to get everything cleared up. Right now, everybody, I've ridden around the city, and coming into this meeting, I was fixing to say that we are getting back to schedule and getting around once a week to all 5 of the garbage routes. But just this past week, they've blown us out of the water. Everybody's had good weekends, and there's debris cut everywhere all over the city. And I mean large piles.
How much would you estimate we could pick up?
I know without a doubt,
We were not limited to two truckloads, how many could we pick up?
easy twice. I know four would be for sure. We're doing four now. I think we could go to 5. I think we could go to 5.
But we can only drop off two.
4 on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, which started the 3rd week of February. So we've only been doing this 2 weeks. But on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, they're allowing 4 truckloads a day, 2 truckloads a day on Tuesday and Thursday. All right, let's go to leaf pickup.
So wait, Eddie, I wait before you move on. So in 2023, we were down 8.5% on the brush, basically. Is what you're saying, correct? We were down. From 2022 to 23, we were down 8%.
Correct.
8.5.
Yes,
So,
yes.
And then in 2024, that 42.9% more than likely came after
The majority was
after Helene.
post
So
her,
post
yes.
October,
yes.
whatever.
And this that's still going up there,
So
there's a
that-
mixture
Uh-huh.
in that last bar.
I see.
No, it's not.
When it-
25 was over. Yeah.
25
We're
was
still
still over.
managing, but we're still haven't.
But it's not 42%, but it's more than what we had in 2022.
Yeah, it's more than what we had in 23, and then
In 23,
25
yeah.
is pretty close to what 24 was.
And you say we're pretty much on target, if not more so, for 2026 at this point. But we have a lot more
It's
homes.
gonna be difficult to say that because we're making progress, but all the hurricane debris has not been totally collected yet
Understand.
or delivered.
But now then, instead of doing just 2 loads a day, as in last month only, so
Yeah, it's
30
the
days.
3rd week, the end of the 3rd week in February, they actually called and said that on that Friday, of course, they said you can start bringing 4 loads a day on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday.
Okay.
And then go back to 2 loads a day on Tuesday and Thursday, or
Okay.
stay on 2 loads.
Okay, thank you.
And then I think Helene had a little bit to do with the leaves and stuff in 24 too, because I think more trees were down than the leaves toward the end of during the leaf season. But this is what we collected in 25 was over 1,200 tons, and all these numbers are in tons. And then I don't know, I've been writing on the monthly report how many trips we've been making to Head and Lee, which is out on 153. The landfill is not accepting our leaves either. So, no, ma'am, they're not accepting leaves. We're still delivering them to that nursery that's out on 153.
Does that, how does that work? Do they just accept them? Do we pay them? Do they pay?
They accept them. It's no payment, no payment. Here is one of the want lists. Will be an ODB vacuum. A few years back when we were trying to purchase a vacuum, and I guess it's been 4 or 5 years now, we tried to deal with ODB. And they had transferred ownership, and they were not, and the truck that they sent down here would not run more than 5 hours a day. So we kept trying to get them to come and get on the yard and see what was going on. And they had subbed the service out to a place called Carolina Industrial, which they had no one that had any experience working on an ODB, and there was more computer items in this. And finally, they sent somebody when we were in the process of, I think Stephen was still here. I'm not sure, but I know Mayor Womack, we all sat down and we said, that truck's going back. So ODB had to come and pick it up, and they took it back, so we didn't purchase it. And then we got another called from Southern back, but it's not as sturdy or built as tough. And a lot of these trucks that we have been getting, I'm not making excuses for anybody or us, but they are not designed and they're not built like the trucks were 5 or 10 years ago. They're just, the quality on a lot of this stuff is not here, and a lot of it is quote unquote post-COVID. But this is what we're wanting as far as the new one, and it could be, we've had quotes, and like I said, Freightliner is our main garbage truck body, and we got the quote from a couple of different people, and it is on a Freightliner body, which the one that we ended up purchasing post-COVID is on a Peterbilt. But all the stuff with Freightliner, it's easier to exchange the motor parts and body parts, so they're similar. And this is what we were talking about as far as post-COVID, when we got these in 23. It's only about 3 years old. It's 3 years old. And we have had to, this place has basically gone out of business. So parts are just about not found, but we finally found somebody that for $22,000, we can replace everything that we have taken off. And that's including the tires to rebuild a 2023 unit, which it would pay for itself. But the only thing that I don't like, I wish I'd never done, is it takes 2 individuals to operate that. You gotta have a guy sitting in the seat right here, and then you gotta have a Class A CDL driver to actually pull the unit. You want me to hand this off to you? Go right ahead.
Alrighty. I am or would love to be able to have a new camera crawler that would go through the pipes that are under the ground. We do have one now, but unfortunately it is not waterproof. And in most cases where we would need to run it, a pipe has failed, so there is water in there. So we either cannot run the camera or we would pretty much destroy it if we did. If the conditions are safe enough, I have crawled a number of those just so we can see footage of what does need to be done. It's roughly about $7,000 for this new system. It is waterproof and it does have a longer cable as far as distance that it's able to run under the ground.
Go ahead and tell them about your blue jeans and your bruises.
And that is waterproof, you said?
Yes.
Yes.
Not water resistant, waterproof.
Waterproof.
Yes.
Does
And
that
it-
screen come with it, or?
It does, yeah.
Yes.
Everything that would need to be with it is included in this price.
She said she did, she wanted to. Well, you have that, and mainly on the corrugated metal and on the concrete pipes, they separate, and that small one has a larger chance of getting flipped up or turned over, and then you gotta drag the thing out.
Or cut the road up and get it out.
And, what the heck, I had something else I was going.
Additionally, this one would go in a smaller diameter of a pipe that we're able to go in now. Yeah, which would be super beneficial. We've had to have a few different people run cameras for us. If the camera can't go, then a person obviously cannot go through there. So at that point, we're just kind of blind.
How long a line do you have on?
The current one is 100. Yeah, 100. And this is roughly 297.
Oh, okay. And you run it out of your factory pickup truck?
Yeah, well, usually I sit on the ground right beside the opening, but yeah.
Yeah, and it was, I think it's light enough. It was, the
Yes,
weight
and,
limit was not- she'd be able.
A big thing is to be able, for me physically, to be able to handle this by myself, instead of something needed to be pulled, behind with a trailer or anything like that.
And the other was about the corrugated metal, the whole bottom will be rusted out of those whenever you go down through there. So, I mean, this, for her, this is really a great buy, almost like a steal. She wasn't here when we got into this lease, but we're in we're trying to get out of all this leasing business. These are the last two items I have on yeah, that other thing I talked about, the Ventrac, thank you. The Ventrac and this right here are our final two lease items. And we need to, matter of fact, we did another year with them, because that lease had run out. They were gonna, and that was just this past year. So I'm kind of wanting to get out of this, and it's still in good shape, but that thing is used all the time. This one is probably 4 years old.
How much is the cost of it outright versus leasing? If we'd have bought that, how much would it have cost?
No, it's been more than 4, Tom. It's been about 5, because we were still at the old building, and Stephen was the one that signed the lease on it, and it would probably be somewhere in the neighborhood of, I'm gonna say 200 to 230. I'm talking about this backhoe. It'll be very similar to like that ODB vacuum truck. It's gonna be about 230, 250,000. And that's just guessing without looking, but it's gonna be in the ballpark. And what's that? Yeah, yeah. And our guys have actually gotten pretty good at it. And my last little speech is please think of those, because I've got some street techs that are actually operating that the pull behind leaf truck. And I've got a couple of guys that can operate that backhoe. They look like they come off a farm, and the street techs and the sanitation techs start off full-time at $16.78 an hour.
And I think that is the saddest.
And so I'm just laying that out there, and our CDL drivers start at just 20. So we've got some work to do on comp, but I'm not gonna take up no more time on that. That's not my expertise. I just know I just see what they're making, and I see what they're doing. All right.
Andrew, if you would like, Eddie has been gracious enough to offer a tour of this place, if you'd like, after the presentation. So, one of our newer, better facilities. Okay, we're on a break now, so we'll be back at, I'll just round and say 2:10.
Ralph, I'm gonna leave this right here.
Ralph and I will discuss some years of break about the fees that need to be instituted. We have not been charging utilities or residents if they encroach into our right of way. So the encroachment permit, when they fill it out, there has been no fee associated with it. We're proposing to make a $30 fee for that, because there's time, and our time, paperwork, and sending all the information back to whoever submits the application. And also for Mo on this accessory structure, if someone wants to put a fence up, they have to turn in the application, and they're supposed to turn in a plat with it. And then they're supposed to render a drawing of where the fence is gonna be. And then she actually goes out to the property and makes sure that where they've painted, that's where they're gonna put the fence in the yard. So she has time, fuel tied up in this too, and right now the permit is 0. but we proposed it to be $30. And we kept all the other numbers the same. It's like $125 for a land disturbance permit and then $125 for over an acre. And
For over an acre, 125 plus so much for.
well, yes, no, it's two 125 as the cap fee, but yeah. And one thing that, just to mention, and I'll get out of the way here, but everybody that the department heads, for every department here, police, fire, rec, unfortunately, Mario, and Tor, we all have a great working relationship, and we team together. And I've heard horror stories from people that's come in from other places, and they say it's nothing like the work environment here in Easley. So I need to mention that for everybody.
First of all, thank you for being here. I know this is very stressing, long talks. But I will say this, when you get down the list from Mr. Tom, Mr. Ralph, Judge Snow, Jordan, then you got Tor and Mario, Chrisman, Eddie, Chief Owen. I mean, I can go on and on about how many people that I just named that are heads of a department, and we're all on the same team. And we're all trying to get this puzzle put together, right? So the biggest part of this puzzle for us is to protect you. That's my job. My job is to make sure your life, liberty, and your happiness is completely protected and that your constitutional rights are upheld. That is my job. With that being said, I hope we can come together as a team and make the city a better place. Because I grew up here. Y'all grew up here. All of us grew up here. Some more than others. Some people from Camden. Bottom line is we all care about this city. And I've heard some amazing things. I can't top some of these presentations. They do amazing at what they do. With all that being said, we're going to go ahead and start and get into my annual report. First up is some of our numbers. Okay, I want to get the numbers out of the way so you can see them firsthand for yourself. We have approximately 35,000 calls for service a year. That's 100 calls of service per day. It's a lot. That means every single day, 100 people are in contact with law enforcement. And that does not count the schools. We have around 9 officers that are SROs. Those numbers that aren't even in here. Long story short, there's a lot of people in the city of Easley. We know that. The biggest things I want to point out to you is extra patrol requests, 6,349. Traffic stops, 8,079. 911 calls, that's almost 12,763. That's almost 35 911 calls per day. Every single day, so 35 people call 911 and are asking for our help. And we will be there, regardless. Our traffic units, if you want to get to the next slide, these fine-looking gentlemen. One of these guys, we used to have a canine, just so you know, and you graciously allowed us to get 2 traffic officers. We pulled the canine position over to traffic, so now we have a traffic team. There is a 4th that's part of a DUI grant. So we have 4 guys that are involved in traffic. If you start getting into their numbers, 1,241 stops in 4 months. This was passed in July. Obviously, we had to go through the process of selecting people, and when we finally initiated it, the first month in September, 326 traffic stops. DUIs, there's been 33 DUIs in 4 months. Tickets, 664 people got tickets in 4 months from our traffic division. 737 got warnings. We will never use traffic tickets for revenue. I think that is wrong, and I think it's immoral. So, with that being said, we use traffic to slow people down so they don't kill others. We use our traffic team to make sure that school zones are safe. We use our traffic team to make sure whenever you get a call in your jurisdiction from your people that we can put somebody out there. Because remember, the first rule, 100 calls per day for service, there's almost impossible to have somebody sit on neighborhoods every single day without more people. So we will be asking for at least 2 more traffic units for that as well. I think, in my opinion, if you look at the numbers and if you flip to the next slide, traffic fatalities. In 2025, we had 1. Technically, that 2025 wreck was actually in 2024. So in 2025, we literally had 0. Because that wreck happened in 2024, 0 fatalities since this traffic unit has been utilized with 4 people. 2024, we had 3. In 2023, we had 2. That is what matters to me about traffic, is saving lives. Slowing people down, making sure the roads are safe. If you go to the next slide, I am super proud, and I'll be honest with you, our police officers at Easley are the greatest officers on the face of this earth. Let me tell you why. This officer you see right here has won more awards for DUIs and getting people off the streets than literally almost anybody in the state of South Carolina. In fact, he was second one year in DUI arrest in the entire state. We have a lot of people that go from Greenville to Clemson, Clemson to Greenville down 123. There's approximately 80,000 cars that come through there every single day. We got to get the drunks off the streets. That's exactly what he's doing. I can't be more proud of people like him. 2025, we had 298 DUIs. 2024, we had 378. 2023, we had 269. As you can see in 2024, it drops in 2025. Implementation of the traffic division. It gets them out. I want people to know if you come through easily and you're drunk and you didn't call someone else to drive for you, you will go to jail. I want them to know that. I want them to know if they come through easily and they're wanting to be reckless driving and speeding and hitting someone else, you're going to jail. That's what these guys do. So the next step we're going to go to is the Directed Patrol Division that you guys also graciously put 2 officers into that division. As you can see, their activity is traffic stops. They have 57 in 4 months. Citations, warnings. I want you to look at the arrest, search warrants, and arrest warrants. That was literally these 2 people that you guys allowed us to have for the DPU that are going out in your communities and they're getting drugs off the street. This Marlboro box you see here was probably 5 pounds of vapes that were in this cigarette boxes. They're getting kilos off the street of easily. That's amazing. Get it out. We don't want it. These gentlemen with our Directed Patrol Unit, they also assist the road. They took 39 calls for service also during this time. So that 1,000 calls for service a day, they assist with that as well when they start getting overwhelmed. When our traffic units are having to work a wreck, they step up because all the other officers, the 7 at most that are on the road, they assist them as well. So when I say thank you, I can't thank you enough because they have helped tremendously and the numbers literally speak for themselves. Now we're getting back into some of the things we're looking at with a flock camera system. Non-EPD hot list alert. What that means is when another jurisdiction has someone either in NCIC, when someone has somebody in there for different crimes they're looking at, like, well, it tells you a sex offender. If they're there for protection order, stolen license plate, stolen vehicle, warrants, When it says we recovered over $50,000 in property just from flock, that's actually inaccurate because we didn't even take into consideration the stolen cars we've gotten off the road. If you put in stolen cars, you're talking millions of dollars. A flock has hit on a car, and we've got that car, and we've got the suspect and put them in jail. So flock is an amazing system as long as you use it wisely. And we edit it once a month, just so you know that. Sometimes, and well, I say that once a month. We look at it literally every day, but we try to make sure no one abuses that system. And I can sit here and stand here and tell you right now, since you guys have given us flock, there's not one single incident that somebody's abused it. Not one. And we audit it regularly. Because I think, in my opinion, the Constitution should protect people, so we don't want people misusing it. So that's why flock is so important to keep. It has helped solve so many crimes. When you see this on the bottom part where it says gang or suspect terrorist, go ahead and remove the gang part because all three of those were on the terrorist watch list. Came right through easily. Flock is amazing. It does amazing things as long as you audit it and keep it oversighted by us. And I promise you, if people abuse it, they will be fired.
And did you say you edit it once a month or audit?
Audit. I'm so sorry. Audit. We audit it once a month. When I say audit, we literally go through, make sure nobody's run a girlfriend's play, make sure. So in other words, it needs to be police action. There needs to be a legitimate reason of why you put something into the flock system. So that's when I say when I audit, that's what we do. All right. So the next slide. If you get into criminal investigations, I'll be honest with you, this is the one I want to brag on the most and probably our biggest need. And I will be honest with you, we have a tremendous evidence manager. And she's also a detective. But she needs help. She needs a lot of help. 26 years ago, they built the police department here in Eastland. We haven't added an evidence officer to assist with that literally in 26 years. Before that, there was lieutenants that kept up in their lockers with evidence. Nowadays, the way how strict evidence and the chain of custody is, you need someone who is a professional and knows what they're doing, and she needs help desperately. We're proposing someone that is not only an evidence officer on second shift, but also an investigator. It'll save on having to call out people. It'll save on overtime. It'll save on us having to call out different detectives. So to me, this is a must. I desperately need an evidence officer. They need to help tremendously. Under that, obviously, you see the Joint Terrorism Task Force. Yes. Yes. And I'll be honest with you, when it comes to fire investigations, we rely on the fire department and SLED. SLED's unbelievable when they come out and actually help us. But our fire department is, I honest to God can't tell you how amazing they are. When I can work with them, they work with us. It's like it used to be. Like I can't even explain that to you. But I can tell you that fire investigations is a must. This person on second shift can obviously assist with that. This person on second shift can obviously assist with any call-outs, burglaries, home invasions. If it's a major crime, obviously we're all coming out. If someone gets shot, things of that nature, we're all coming. But the second shift investigator / evidence officer is a must need. I don't know if you can see this diagram, but incidents investigated, incidents cleared, and cases made. If you see this diagram and run the ratios, typically if you can solve in investigations 45% or greater than your cases, you're in the elite mode, just to be honest with you. And as far as investigations are concerned, they're in the elite mode. Their case is made and their cases, incidents cleared is amazing compared to anyone else. Show me anybody else's numbers, and I promise you that beats it. We have an unbelievable investigative division, but they do need help drastically. So that would be a must. Did you have some?
Part of the evidence officer over the years, of course, with our job has videotaping has become popular, and that has fallen upon her.
Yes.
So she has to store, manage, everybody from courts to attorneys that do discovery to FOIAs. She's the one that also manages the videos of ours. Not only now, we got body cameras, we've had, in-car cameras, so that's a big portion of hers, and that's really why she needs help to fulfill all those requests that are coming in constantly. It's just bogged her down, so.
And there's a numerous amount of evidence that she has to come every single morning, get out of the lockers, log it, who it came from, chain of custody, put it up, and fulfill all FOIA requests, all discovery requests for trial. She does all of that. She needs help. So I'm desperately asking for help for that position. Traffic as well. I mean, y'all get traffic complaints all the time. So the 2 traffic officers and investigations officer / evidence it's almost a no-brainer, to be honest, because that's what we have to have and what we need is that. If we go to the next slide, we're also part of, I don't know that part, but the Joint Terrorism Task Force. We've literally helped seize over $450,000 with being part of the Joint Terrorism Task Force. We have an officer that's dedicated to the FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force, but we're also part of the Department of the Secret Service, and they do a lot of crypto stuff now. Stuff that our investigator, who was Eric Gillespie, he starts talking crypto to me, and I'm just like, "Good job, you did great. I have no idea what you're talking about, but you're doing great." He is a genius when it comes to that, and the resources that we have at our disposal to be able to use their information and stuff that we can't afford here, we can use during those times. Going back to alarm calls. So in 2022, obviously there were 1,394 calls. And the next one, 2023, 1,374. The next one, 1,380. And then we began to start using what's called Cry Wolf. You see how that drastically falls to 1,196. Cry Wolf helps our officers go. I'm not saying it's a waste of time to ever go to an alarm call, but we've never had one that they didn't respond to that, from what I understand, that there was an active break-in. In fact, it was the opposite. We've been called off of one, and our officer still went, actually twice, at 2 different businesses, and still caught the suspect inside the businesses. We arrested both of them. But Cry Wolf has helped us tremendously because of the efforts it takes to use the system. First of all the alarm systems that we had, the system we had is completely out of date. It helps take that pressure off the records clerk. So Cry Wolf has been an immense asset to our department as far as freeing up time for our records clerk to be able to handle her day-to-day job, be able to handle any type of FOIAs and discoveries as well, because she's the one who pushes out all that information to attorneys. All right, next slide. We're going back to South Carolina Law Enforcement Network, which is SCLEN. We call it LEN. But long story short, and I can go all through this, but long story short, I can't brag on my people enough. These guys literally, Easley Police Department became the host agency in 2019 for the 13th Circuit, which is Pickens County, Greenville County, right? 2 huge counties, a lot of jurisdictions. What we do, as 2019 being the host, we have to coordinate and organize and pull everybody from around Greenville, Pickens up here. And literally this past year, for the first time ever, we did a multi-jurisdictional, I believe it was us, North Carolina, and up into Hickory, North Carolina, where we were trying to get drunk drivers and people that don't need to be on the streets off. The only time that's ever happened before is on 95 from going up the coast. We're the second people that's ever done that. They organize that. They do an amazing job at what they do. You have anything else to add to that? All right, so we'll keep going. So with the grants, we do have the DUI grant, which supplies the Officer Jones. He's our DUI specialist. He's the one that's covered under the DUI grant, the SRO grant. That helps us actually with a officer who utilizes and goes to the name of the school. Lakes and Bridges. I left my head. Lakes and Bridges. So he's the SRO at that school. That's what that grant goes for. LEN grant, they give us $10,000. That's to host 50 to 100 people. They eat, they network, they get together, and then they plan an operation for whatever's coming up next. That's what they do with LENs. It's networking and it's coordinating. So that's what they do, and they do an amazing job at it. Now it's coming to be honest with you, the next few slides, and we're going to be done. I told you I would hurry through this for you guys. The next slide is where, honest to God, this is my heart. This is where I am. This is why we do everything we do. We don't do it for glory. We don't do it for anything, but every single officer that I know, every single fireman I know, I'm sure the rec and you name the department, we do it for these people. This is why we do what we do. If you want to keep going, we have Greg's Groceries, pass out groceries to people that can't afford them. That coordinates with Greenville City, Greenville County. It's a huge operation that goes to Greg's Groceries. Spring break at Easley, the YMCA. I'll be honest with you, those kids right there, they might look small and tiny, but they are vicious. They can throw some balls at you when you're playing dodgeball and hit you right square in the face, and it hurts, but it's fun. Special Olympics, obviously we help out with Special Olympics. We do Cops on the Coop. We stand on top of Chick-fil-A, try to raise money for Special Olympics. Our officers do an unbelievable job with that. Golf for kids, for anybody that wants to play golf coming up. We got an open spot, the same. If you want to play some golf. I'm not very good at it. Law enforcement torch run. This is, in fact, Adam Green back there, sitting back there. He's one of our captains who helped organize this. But how many miles did you guys run?
We started from the university, and the torch would not stop until they took Columbia, Special Olympics. First year I did, I ran 6 miles. And we realized we didn't have a lot of input and participation from officers from across the other state.
Right.
So last year, we started taking the torch into the jurisdictions, allowing each jurisdiction that wanted to participate to run the torch through their city, town, county.
Yes.
And this is the first year we actually got it to come through easily. The year after we went from Clemson University down to Anderson, into Greenville, then into Lawrence. And I tapped out down at Hickory Tavern about 11 o'clock at night, too long, and then the guys continued through the night.
And keep it going all the way.
All the way to Columbia.
All the way to Columbia.
It was nice to see it come through easily, and then also we had small people joining this past year.
Then you get into the Palmetto Hero Hike. That was where a lot of our officers went to Greenville and literally hiked around. There were hundreds of people there. I had to get up and speak in front of them, and I couldn't make it through it because we started talking about some officers and some of the things that they were telling me. I broke down. It's amazing what people do for other people as far as police officers go. Camp Greenwave, we run Camp Greenwave. That's very successful, and honest to goodness, what it does is it makes these kids understand that we are not separate from them. I am them. I'm their community. I am their partner. I am their protector. I am called to protect these kids. And that's going to happen. And Camp Greenwave, we have fun. We have weeks of, they go to with the bouncy thing, house place, with the trampolines. And it's just a very fun week with kids. That's another part of Camp Greenwave. There's where the fire, remember how the puzzle works all together? Fire department help with Camp Greenwave. Every department does. Every department in this room helps with all these events. It's not just us. If you want to go back on, we'll go up to cops and calls. It's another thing we do. I mean, we can go on and on. Officer here, Memorial Avenue. That to me was amazing. When we got there and got to rename the road right in front of the police department, Officer Hare Memorial Avenue. Officer Hare gave his life, and that was the true purpose, really, to be honest with you, of all of us. If you're at your house and you dial 911, I don't care who you are, what you look like, or what you wear. I am coming to save your life. I don't care what political persuasion you are. I'm coming to save your life, and I'm willing to risk mine for yours. Say that to an officer's spouse. That's where it hurts. Or a mother. So being able to honor Officer Hare the way we do, I gotta move on. It's gonna get emotional, but it was amazing. The High Five Thursday, getting out at schools and being able to high five everybody at schools, that is, honest to goodness, one of the funnest things. And please come and participate. It is so fun. They get out of the cars, they give you a high five, they'll hug you, they'll laugh with you. It's so neat. 9/11 Memorial Stair Climb. Our SWAT team back there, obviously, this guy didn't do it, but they did. They climbed Memorial Stadium in Clemson, and we have now an established relationship with Clemson University, and they're wanting to use our SWAT team now for special events. Well, we hadn't talked all the way through that, but needless to say, our SWAT team has a name for itself around the entire upstate. They know that those guys are amazing at what they do. You have coffee with a cop. Those times are fun. Some of the conversations get pretty interesting. Breast cancer awareness. We have an officer right now that you need to pray for. His daughter has cancer. She's 25 years old. I need you to pray for her. I don't care what denomination you are, but you need to pray for her. The end. Red kettle. That is fun, but it's extremely cold. You'll stand out there and you'll ring a bell, but you raise money for the Salvation Army so that they can turn around and bless others with that. There's nothing better to do than that. Now, I will say, you guys have to come watch this. It's the funniest football game you'll ever see in your life. It's a bunch of old guys like myself who I will sit in a box and make fun of the young guys who are actually playing. And I will say, I'm not bragging at all. Sorry, Brad. We are the champions, by the way. So, Guns and Hoses, the Guns won. We are the champions. Just throwing it out there. Then you got Shop with a Cop. Shop with a Cop is amazing. Being able to help little children and being able to make the community understand that we're not here just to arrest people. We're not here just to be mean to people. We're here to protect them because we are them. I will protect your child like it's mine. Major Hamby will protect you like you're his brother and sister. Captain Lovell in the back there with your investigations, they care about your investigation and they truly push as hard as they can for you to understand that they're doing this because they love it. It's a service job and we serve you. So I do want to thank you last year for giving all the need we need, but we do need more. We want to keep pushing. And I want to kind of end with this, and you all have a copy of, well, I'll go through this real quick, but the flock camera system, $24,000 or $24,500, that's not new cameras. That's keeping the system we have. So flock, Axon body-worn cameras, and the Axon fleet are things we have to have. Like if we got rid of it, we couldn't even make cases without Axon body-worn cameras or Axon fleet. But it also protects the public's rights as well. Because if something bad happens, I promise you, I'll deal with it. And I will deal with it very quickly.
Chief, is the stars beside, is that the priority?
Yes. The stars beside it, you'll see the first three, if there were like 10 spots, I put 10 spots because we have to have those to keep going. The speed trailer, that's $20,000. I know the only reason it only has 2 spots is because of the rest underneath it. And I know, don't get me wrong, I know the city does not have $1 billion, because if it did, we would all get whatever we wanted. But as far as priorities, we wanted to stick to things that would actually emphasize and hit first, and then the latter is when you see lesser stars. It's not that it's less important. It's just this. We need this more. We have to have the first three. The speed trailer is a want. The hostile vehicle mitigation barriers, $50,000. That will not only help the police department, but it's going to help every event we have. We had a kid got hit by a car not long ago. What, 2 years ago? 2 years ago. Yes, that's exactly what these fences look like. You can buy them one at a time, or you can buy all of them. But we're requesting 40 units, which is 40 individual barriers of those. And what that'll help us do is, like, when an event happens, we can completely block off the street. I can promise you, because I have some, if I did have a video, you need to look it up. Nothing's going through that barrier. I don't care if it's a transfer truck. It's going to stop. That barrier is unbelievable, because when you hit it, it digs in the ground and your truck goes up and it destroys it. They're visible, so there's no way you're going to be able to not see it. It's going to be flashing. We'll have a police officer car there, but it's going to protect the people during events.
Is that put there in lieu of a police car or a fire truck? What's the?
Yes, you can put those absolutely by themselves, and no one will be able to get through there, period. So you could put those resources of a police car maybe at another intersection, or you could put it in lieu of a police car in the middle and interacting with the crowd, instead of having to sit there and block a road and just make sure nobody goes around the police car.
We also use them to block the entire road, where a police car, you can still go around.
Yes.
In New Orleans, they had a police car there, but didn't stop, the incident.
Yes.
These you can block, depending on how many you have and what area you're trying to block. You can actually block the entire pathway to the event or whatever you're securing.
Correct.
And right now we rely on Eddie sometimes for dump trucks and their garbage trucks to help block those down.
Yes, we do. Fire trucks.
So it's just another tool for us to use to secure an event.
And it would free up a fire truck. It would free up dump trucks. We don't have to ask them to come help, so it frees up their overtime working July 4th events. So it does a lot of good things. The bottom line is it keeps people safe, period. That's the bottom line. Generator, we're
Chief,
going over this.
One question.
Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry.
Can those barriers even go up on sidewalks?
You can place them on sidewalks, yes. They're individual units that they can stack in together, or you can individually put things on there as well. I don't know if you saw the video of New Orleans, but she's sitting there talking, and all these people had just perished, and she literally, right behind her was one of those barriers that they didn't use. We don't want that at all. If we're going to have them, we're going to use them, right? So I hate to say it, but bad things can happen, and we want to stop it. So that's why we're asking for those barriers. The generator obviously is something we've talked about ad nauseum. It's something we have to have. We did find out, and Major Hamby and Captain Lovell and Adam Green, they literally went out and said, "Hey, we don't need a 250 kilowatt, $250,000 kilowatt. All we really need is a 60, and it'll work." So long story short, whoever built the building got oversold, because 60 kilowatts, the $60,000 they're asking for, will light up and is enough to facilitate the 911 dispatch, the jail. We also have a room beside the jail where our trustee stays. We have to keep his lights on as well. And then the room downstairs is where there's a server, obviously. So we're securing it, making sure it runs. We have to have those things. See if I can go through here. The enclosure of the fence area, that's something that I believe Crispin's already touched on, for the parking lot. That's going around putting a fence up. It's pretty self-explanatory. We want to put some barriers up with those walls and have some concrete where we're able to work on cars, keep cars in there. But the most important thing is we also have long-term evidence that is sitting. Have you all went by the police department and see the huge white trailer that's sitting out there out front? Mm-hmm. That's where long-term evidence is held right now, because you have to keep it like for murder, somewhat like a murder investigation. We have some. There's some out there that we can get rid of now because some of the people have passed away, but we'll go through that. Long story short, we have to put that somewhere else because that's leaking. And it's, to be honest with you, not secure. We need to secure that. So we'll put that also into one of these secured areas. The training room, finishing the floor, that's huge. As far as you guys graciously allowed us to put the training room downstairs. Upstairs, we're building new offices for the DPU guys, or not DPU guys, the opioid guys. That money is, you could treat it as a grant. You have to write it as a grant. It took Adam Green and another officer 3.5 months to write it. But that's what that comes from. So that'll cover that as well. Finishing the training room floor, then you have training room tables, chairs. Obviously, we need to have chairs down there. We had it in the last budget. Problem is, prices went up. Mario, correct? Tables and chairs, everything goes up in price. So we don't have enough left over for tables and chairs. This chair right here, guess how much the chair you're sitting in, guess how much did it cost?
$300.
$500. That chair is $500. Not at the time you bought it. But right now, that chair is $500. You could buy a recliner for that. So if you guys want to help me out and get business, we can make a killing if we start undercutting people. I'm just saying. So we're asking for that. But obviously, an elevator is something that we also have to get people that have special needs down to the basement to be able to train or see and do things. Because we have classes coming from everywhere all the time. And if they have special needs right now, we have to literally pick them up and carry them down there.
There's not an entrance
To
to the downstairs?
No, ma'am. I don't know why they built it that way, but there is not.
Feels like a bomb shelter.
It is a bomb shelter. Two stairways.
Stairwells, way.
Opposite corners.
Okay, okay.
So the elevator is, if you've ever been in the police department, it's where all the snack machines, there's a shaft for an elevator that didn't put it in there when they built the building. Again, don't ask me why. I wasn't there at the time, but they did. So the elevator is something we do need. That's probably the biggest. $200,000 is a lot, but I can't not in good conscience not let little kids come down there that if they have special needs and they need to be able to have access just like everybody else.
Can you explain to me why they need to go downstairs though?
Because it's a training room. The upstairs room that's there now is going to be offices. It's going to be offices for the opioid people. So they're going to put walls up. They're going to block things off. There's going to be offices up there. So whenever they come in, you'll have groups of up 60 to 70 kids.
I was down there one day with kids coming in.
Yes.
But
It wasn't big enough to keep it upstairs, the growth was there.
Yes.
So it had to be moved. Downstairs, unfinished.
So it had to be moved and now we need an elevator.
Right now it's 99 is the max we can have downstairs. 98 and a half. Yes. Or that's not good. We have to shut it down.
Is the generator, is that part of the 300 that was previously requested or previously discussed?
It was placed into it, yes.
If we don't get it before then.
Yes.
And is the price that you got for the generator $60,000?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that
When
include
that-
installation?
Yes.
That's a smaller size.
It's a 60 kilowatt.
Would
Right now we
that
have a
includes-
250 kilowatt that is broke. Excuse me, 100 kilowatt. So we're going down to a 60 kilowatt and it'll still give us the functionality that we need.
It doesn't run the entire police department, it just runs the emergency power.
Yes.
Okay, but so if the generator was say $34,000, then you've got another 15 to install it. Is that what it's going to cost?
Yes, ma'am. What we've seen is the generator we've looked at, we've gotten 3 different prices. The median is about $33,000 for this generator. And then to install it would be the remainder of that. So that's where that number came from. Now, if you know somebody that wants to give us one,
Never know.
we'll take it. And that's another thing. That's one thing we have really emphasized is be part of the community. Go out and ask. You'll be surprised because I'll say it. Toyota of Easley is an unbelievable partner of ours right now. Unbelievable. We've got other businesses that are unbelievable partners. Churches, unbelievable partners. They give us stuff. So we do look for other avenues to try to get things, because we try to be efficient with the city's money. At the end of the day, the city's bigger than me. The city's bigger than all of us. We want to make it the best. So I kind of rushed through all this because I know you guys are getting late and tired. Is there any other questions you have about any of the things I went through here?
On the other slide that just disappeared,
Yes.
you've got the check marks on here that says potentially funded
Yes. So
by impact fees. How potential is it?
that was something that we would have to get with Ralph with and see if the impact fees could cover that. We got, because I'm huge on making sure we're not going to do anything. Then all of a sudden they're like, oh, nope, you got to pay for it. And then I'm coming back to you guys and it looks like I'm lying to you. That's not going to happen. So we got to try to make sure whether or not that will cover.
So Ralph, could you provide that information to help us make a decision on which items it's more necessary than others?
Sure.
Thank you.
And basically, if you looked at impact fees, they're there for
Growth.
covering expansion and growth.
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, the barriers, we have much bigger crowds, the city's growing, can we use impact fee funds to?
Well, my
Crowd
biggest
control.
concern is the cost of the elevator. If we could get that paid for by impact fee funds, it would free up money for us to do.
Or if you know a wealthy donor. Yes, ma'am. But you are 100% correct in what you just said. Yes.
Speaking of Ralph, we think we're gonna have about 170,000 in impact fees.
So approximately 170.
Yes, ma'am. And when I tell you, and I'm gonna finish with this. I'm just gonna flip this up because I want Chief Owen to have his time. But I do want to thank you guys. I really do. It's a hard job. You didn't. Obviously, it's not your full-time job, but you sat here for 8 hours listening to us talk, so I'm not waste your time anymore. But I'm going to leave you with this. The Easley Police Department is going to be a pioneering police department. We're not going to wait for another city to show us what to do. We are going to be that city that everybody else sees. We want to be that. And I think with your help, we can be that. And we're already there in some areas. We were literally called pioneers, I think is what she used in Columbia, talking out about what the opioid guys are doing right now. They are pioneering that whole division, and people are going to them, asking them how to create that same program. It's called SafeLine. They created it. Our guys are amazing. When I can't brag on my guys enough. They do an unbelievable job and will not hesitate to give their life for somebody else. So all I'm asking is thank you so much for your time. You got a question? Yes.
Yeah. So when we voted to fund for the opioid and I think we funded the officer and the vehicle, or did we fund two?
The officer, we made the vehicle work on the. Wait. Which way are you talking about? 113? Is that what you're talking about? Or the initial 2 officers?
The
Part of the opiate money?
yeah.
It did have vehicles involved, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
2.
Mm-hmm.
2.
And he gave us 3.
Okay.
Literally gave us 3.
And then there was another part of money for next year's budget we have dedicated for this 3rd opiate position that just got approved.
Yes. That you guys approved, and thank you so much for approving that.
Can I ask you one more quick question? And
Yes.
This is just a numbers question. Can you tell me how many flock cameras we actually have right now?
6?
We have,
Wait.
8 total.
And then how many
7
Axon?
are stationary, 1's portable.
7 and 1, okay. And how many of the Axon BWCs?
Axon,
50.
it depends on any licenses we have. We added 5 last year. Do you know how many licenses we have right off the top? It used to be like 55.
It's right at 55, yes.
Okay, and then what about the fleet?
Vehicle fleet?
Axon fleet?
Axon fleet, that's the in-car cameras. We had 8. Last year we paid for 8, and this year we would try to add more.
Yeah.
About 4 more, so it would be.
About 12.
Yeah, the way they do that, Axon, like this is a year on body worn cameras, that $46,000, that was a 5-year contract this is the 3rd year of that 5-year contract.
Okay.
Axon Fleet, they do the same thing, so every year, the cameras that we buy is a 5-year contract. So 2 years ago, we're in our third year of those. Last year, we're in our second year of those. This year, we'll be on our first year of those.
And the good thing about Axon Fleet, and you guys might know, but if you pull up to the scene, your body cam automatically comes on if you're out at that scene and somebody has their lights on. So there's a lot of things that are it'll protect the officer if there's a complaint that he didn't do, and it'll protect the citizen if the officer did something wrong. So cameras are very essential for what we do.
I'm not arguing that.
yeah.
I just wanted to know kind of.
Numbers.
Because I like to know how much we pay per.
Yes.
It's kind of hard to tell because every year you got a new contract with the
Yes.
cameras, but you also have last year's. So I think 2 years ago, we had 5 cameras that we started on the program.
Okay.
Try to transition from the in-car cameras that we stored in-house with an old system that was out of date again. And we transitioned to this home in-cloud system
Okay.
with Axon, which integrates with a body camera since it's the same system. So then last year we added 4 more cameras to that system, and this year we'll add more to that system.
Okay. All right.
But every year you're paying for last year's plus this year's.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So I think last year was 24,000 on that line, and this year's 135. So
Okay.
Okay, I gotta ask my question. How's your turnover rate?
Turnover,
Has it
Is there-
decreased?
it very much decreased. Here lately, unfortunately, we had some internal issues that we had to deal with. But as far as people leaving just because they want to leave, that's not like it used to be at all. When people come to Easley, they know we're different. And if you do something wrong, unfortunately, I am going to have to ask you to leave. I'm not going to put who it is or what it is out there, but unfortunately, I've got to go testify in front of Columbia to take someone's certification away from them because they did something wrong, and by God, they don't need to be a police officer.
But people aren't leaving because they're getting paid
we have
more money?
one left last week to go to Anderson County. He moved to Anderson County, so just maybe he wants to try that. But,
Yes.
left on good terms. And
We'd hire him back in a
yeah,
second.
he's gonna make like $1,000 more. So money was not the issue for
Yeah.
leaving, even though we're still behind him a little bit. But also that's improved a lot.
Okay.
So
Well, for all of the things that somebody else who left last week was in charge of, community service wise, how many people is it gonna take to replace that one?
Oh, we've got. Actually, it's made the entire department get more involved because we've had numerous. How many? Probably 10 people. That's already jumped up. So we've already. All right, if you want to be over social media and if you want to be over PIO type stuff, go this way. And we already have like 3 people doing that. We already have the events and everything you see up here. We already have people that have already been involved in that and know all about it. So they've already taken charge. So it's picked up just like that because it's not about us. It's about the kids. It's about who we're trying to raise money for. So it's already been picked up by the entire department, and the entire department's already bought in 100%. If something happens to me, I pray to God the department would still move and still move in the right direction regardless, and still move forward and be a forward-thinking, pushing agency that we have empathy for the people that have empathy with the opioid program. That's a pioneering program. And then you also have somebody that can still stay the line when people that bring drugs that are driving drunk, we're taking you to jail. The end. So it covers both sides. So we're trying to pioneer that. Our opioid program, just to cut it off real quick, we've always attacked. So what the definition of insanity is what? Doing the same thing over and having different, that's the definition of insanity. Now, not only are we attacking the people that are trafficking cocaine, trafficking methamphetamine, trafficking fentanyl, killing all of our people, killing our kids. I have had to watch 2 children go to the hospital because they ate mom and dad's gummies in comas, and I'm tired of it, and we are hammering them. Just being honest with you. But then on the other side of it, we want to help the ones that need help. We also want to eliminate the need. So it's like supply and demand with economics. If you knock out the people and you help the ones over here that need the help and need to get off of drugs, you don't have to worry about the people bringing it in because they don't have anybody buying it. So that's where we're attacking it from a new angle that's new to law enforcement. I say it's new. They did have their program. Can't forget about that. But this is a very souped up version of that. When guys get arrested for simple possession or possession of methamphetamine, they're not trafficking it, they're just using it. Our guys are literally getting them out of jail after they get and talking to, hey, here's material. I will take you right now to get you off of this. And we work with the judge. I think he's already had to go out to court, but we work with them and try to do intervention. But we're kind of setting that up now. So there's so many things we're trying to work and trying to be a pioneering agent. The end. It's like we want to be the agency everybody else wants to come to and emulate. And that's what we're trying to do. And now I know we don't have $1 billion, but that's what we want to be. And if you don't strive for perfection, then you don't need to be in this line of work. Anything else? Any questions? Yes.
I attended a meeting last week, and a gentleman who is a bailiff in Big County Courthouse reported that approximately 80% of the cases that come to the court involve methamphetamine.
That sounds right. I will say that methamphetamine and fentanyl, you'll have meth mixed with fentanyl. So we could talk about that all day. But yes, methamphetamine is huge.
So is it or have you seen an increase from last year to this year? And if so, how is that?
I've seen an increase in I've seen an increase in arrest, and that's how we're reacting. Our DPU guys, or even our traffic enforcement, when they stop somebody that's DUI, they might not be drunk on beer and liquor. It might be a substance abuse. So we're going to stop it from happening. And we have an unbelievable staff. So any other questions?
Methamphetamine is probably one of our largest drug problems that we have.
Yes.
It used to be crack cocaine was big around here, but once the meth company took over, it really took over.
And the problem is now you can buy, kids are buying weed and it's got fentanyl in it too. So, and it's killing them.
Have you ever thought about a substation?
I would love one.
I would love one in my ward. I would love one in my ward.
Brad, but in the new fire station.
That's what we're talking about.
Okay, all right, but that's not on Robinson Avenue.
Yes, so
Or
that's
Park
that's one of the great ideas the mayor put out there is having a substation right there with the fire department.
Okay.
If they're allowed to build their facility, having one right there. Or if someone wants to donate a piece of their property, I don't know, but bottom line is we're gonna do whatever we have to do. And yes, ma'am, if you know people, please call. We would definitely do that. Any other questions? Good.
Thank you.
Good.
But no, I do thank you for coming and giving us an opportunity, each department, to present what we need for each department and what our needs and wants are. And I do want to echo with the other departments. We do work together a lot. We work on events. We work during emergencies. We work together. We had the storms that came through. We all work together, and it's a collaborative effort by all departments that we work together and plan. There's things that I may not have, but Eddie may have that I can get Eddie to bring, and that way we all work together and we don't have to duplicate funding for those things. So did want to mention that. Just to let you know a little bit about, also, of course, I've got Deputy Chief Shannon Dales with me today too. My name was on here, but I just want to make sure note that he's here to help with anything as well, or any questions you may have. I want to first start out with a kind of an overview of the fire department real quick, because some of you may not be familiar with everything, and I just want to kind of give you, some of you have seen some of this before, so it's going to be a review, but some haven't, and I just want to kind of go over some of it with you. We have 3 stations right now. We do use the old City Hall station to house a fire truck, but it's just for storing that fire truck there. Currently, it's not active. But we have Station One, which is newer, the new station, the renovated station. And then, on Pendleton Street, we have Station Two on Glenwood Road. It was built in 1997. And then we have, Station Three. And, on Pattersville Road, we've actually just recently, with funding from last year, we've updated the look. We've painted it and made it look good outside. The firefighters themselves actually painted the living quarters and all that and have made it look good inside. So that was, all we had to do was provide some paint and some supplies, and they took care of that. So, that was a excellent thing to do. It makes it look a little more up to date, and, instead of having that 80s look, it looks more like a fire department. A lot of people would ask, you talk about a fire department on Pattersville Road, and they would think you're talking about the Pattersville Fire Department. And it's like, no, we actually have a fire department, because it didn't stand out. It just kind of was there. Nobody knew where the fire department was at. So, we wanted to make it kind of stand out and be look like a fire department. So, did that. These are the vehicles we utilize. We have the fire engines. We have 5 of those. We got 2 aerials, devices, platforms. We got 2 service trucks. And each one of these service trucks, those are specific for, we have one service truck that has rescue equipment, one service truck has hazmat equipment on it. Those are specific for the duty. And then we have a squad truck, which is a brush truck, a smaller fire truck that we can use for outside fires, woodland fires, things like that. And then we have a supervisor vehicle that the supervisor actually drives. They have a slide-out tray in the back where they can house. They have the drone in there. We actually have a drone as well, so we can actually utilize that. And there's equipment that they keep in the back in that slide-out tray that they can access. I did want to mention this. We were very fortunate that some of you that were on council last year actually provided us some staffing for the new budget, which was excellent. And you wouldn't believe how good that works out. They actually, the stations, when they're on the engines, they actually consider themselves a team, and they are a team. And you can see it when they come off of that fire truck. They know what each one's going to do. It's not a guessing match as to when 2 people come off a truck, what do I do here, what do I need to do. They know what they're supposed to do, and they do it. NFPA requires 17. This is where the numbers come from that we were looking at when we were talking about staffing prior to. And don't worry, I'm not going to ask for firefighters as far as this. I do have a request later, but it's not for the fire engines themselves. But I just wanted you to kind of see where we're at with our staffing. ISO, they come in 25 and did a audit, and they do recognize the NFPA. One thing I do want you to realize is that we have the staffing that are there all 24/7. But if we have a major call, we have to call in off duty or volunteers, and they count 3 to 1. So basically, for me to make up 17, I've got to, if you do 4 times 3, it's 12. I got to have at least 12 people coming in off duty or volunteers to make up that difference. So that's kind of what I have to look at. We did receive in 2025, we did receive an ISO rating value 3.13. In 2015, we received 85.46. We did stay as a Class 2. Class 2, out of 36,000 fire departments across the country, Class 2, there's about 2,000 departments that qualify as a Class 2. So I feel pretty stoked about that we're in the top 2,000 anyway. That's a large number, but that's pretty good when you're comparing it to almost 37,000. So I did want to mention that. I feel good about our department. And I'll talk a little bit more about it. Response requirements. This is where we get into location, time-wise. The first engine has to arrive within 4 minutes. Second engine has to arrive within 6 minutes, and you have to have a full assignment in 8 minutes. That's the aerial device, service truck, and then the deployment actually counts for the 17 for the full deployment. Now this is on residential, it's 17. If you look at the other numbers, you look at 28 for apartments or offices, and then 43 for nursing homes or schools. So we definitely at some point would have to call in extra help from other departments, and that's why it's reciprocal. we help them, they help us. So it's one of those situations where that's how we work. One thing about it, being at the fire department when you're on duty, it doesn't matter what you're doing. If you're training, if you're eating supper or lunch, if you're cleaning the station, it doesn't matter what you're doing. When that call comes in, that's your priority then. And so then we automatically drop what we're doing and go take care of the emergency, whatever it may be. We're fortunate now, and I'll get into some call numbers here in just a minute, but we're very fortunate now that we have enough staff that not everybody has to go. At one time, I've been here quite a while. I've been here 37 years, so I remember when there wasn't that many, and everybody pretty much had to go. If you left the station, pretty much everybody had to go, especially when it was a one firefighter at a station. But now not everybody has to go, but then they may catch another call. So it's a good thing that we have those extra people. Types of calls we run. We run structure fires, of course. We have brush fires. That's one of our personnel right there. Actually worked on Table Rock. Yes, it's not in our area, but we provide, when our community needs help, we provide that as well. It can affect us in the long run because our resources, our extra resources could be tied up there, and we wouldn't get our resources from outside. So we want to help mitigate that situation as well. And of course, we have these situations. We do have a rural area. I know the city's not so bad. We do have some wooded areas, of course, that can be occupied at times. But we do have some rural area that we cover under contract with the county that we could run into a situation where we would need that help as well. Motor vehicle accidents, vehicle fires, public safety, public service. We go out and talk to the schools. We go out and participate with community events and doing things for the community, talking with classes and things like that. And then we do actually have a technical rescue team that will respond in the event of some sort of a technical. The prior picture you had that was on there, you saw them working on a radio tower or a phone tower. You know, you never know when you may have an emergency on something like that, and so they have to be prepared. So, other services we provide: annual smoke detector campaign, annual boot drive for the Jeff Chavis House, car seat inspections. We deliver meals for Meals on Wheels. We ring the bell for the Salvation Army as well, and of course we'll go out and speak with HOA or any group meeting. We'll be glad to go out and talk. The crew down here at the bottom, that was the 9/11 stair climb in Greenville. We participate in that every year. And also there was one shift that actually participated. The Willows had a Boston butt barbecue cook-off contest. And so that shift ended up winning actually and got the best butt. So it kind of, that was an award that they're proud of. So there's many things that we participate in, and as the community asks, we like to participate and have a good time with them. One of our big events is our annual community safety event. Now, this is an event that we've actually combined. We took our open house that we had and National Night Out and actually put that together and made the annual community safety event. We've had that for the last 2 years, and we got a lot of feedback the first year we had it. And so people felt safer with it being in the Old Market Square instead of being at the fire station because they were having to cross the street and things like that. And I understood that. I mean, I liked having it at the fire department as far as the open house, but I understand the safety factor too. But it turned out to be a good event. We had things up there that we could display, had plenty of room, and everything turned out good. So that's a good event for us every year. 2025, we had 2,332 calls. 686 of those overlapped each other. And what I mean by that is we had people out on a call and another call come in. And for us, I know that pales in comparison to the police department's number of calls, but for us, that's big. That's a big number. 680 calls are more calls than I run when I first came here. That overlapped this past year. So then in 24, we actually had 2,365. So we're staying in that 2,300 range. All right. Budget request. So I broke this down into personnel request and operations request. And I've kept it pretty simple. I don't want to get, if you have a question, ask. I mean, of course, and I'll do my best to explain or answer anything that I can. Personnel. Provide competitive pay and benefits to recruit, retain current employees. We are in a good place. And what I mean by this is if we can maintain that, we may, if you have the other surrounding cities that they'll give this increase or that increase, or I want to try to keep the people that we get. We get good people, we get good firefighters, we get good staff, and I want to try to maintain that and keep them. And so that I don't have to recruit. If I can maintain and retain the ones I have, I don't have to worry about recruiting. One thing I will say about recruiting, we're actually in the process of trying to recruit some volunteers. We've got some, but we're trying to recruit some more so that we can put them on staff. We've actually had a couple of people that used to work here that's come back as volunteers, so that's a positive thing. Certified people, so it's good when we can get that. And also I want to say this isn't just for, as far as the competitive pay and benefits, not just for the fire department, but I know y'all have to look at it citywide. I understand that, but as a whole, for everybody in the city, I know all the other departments, they have good people, and I'd like for us to keep everybody with the city and maintain that. As far as having to train people, when we do lose people, there is 240 hours to be a firefighter 2, and be certified as a firefighter 2. 240 hours, that's a lot of training. That is training that we can provide in-house, or we can send these folks to the academy to obtain that training. Either way, it costs. So I would rather not have to be a training ground where we train the people and then 1 or 2 years down the road, they end up leaving and going somewhere else. I prefer to hang on to them. Keeping equipment updated and with current safety requirements. City's always done a good job about that as far as, with our gear. That's one of our main purchases is that firefighter gear. We want to make sure we've got good gear, because that's when you're going into a fire that's 1,000 degrees, you want to have that protection, for the firefighters. Up-to-date equipment as far as vehicles, different rescue equipment, things like that. Just staying up to date and having what we need. Providing a good work environment. We talked about updating Station 5-3. Just making it up to date and making it nice for them. They don't get to spend a lot of time there, but they are there, if you really look at it, a third of their life. And so it's, they want to feel kind of like it's at home. They're at home when they do get to stay there. So just kind of provide a good environment for them. It's kind of hard to provide a good environment when they're fighting fire, but that's what I'm saying as far as at the station and so forth with that. Provide training. Of course, we want to provide training that's required, but we also want to be able to allow them to take training that they would like to take sometimes, something that's kind of outside the box, something that's different, and be able to actually let them go and experience that. A lot of times that provides for networking with other departments and even across the country. There's even some training that's paid for, that you can actually go to. There's weapons of mass destruction training that you can go to. You meet people from other countries, other states, and so it's a good thing. It's a positive thing, and they have a good time doing it. All right, so another one to go with personnel. This is the one I'm asking for. I'm asking for a community risk reduction officer. And what this person would do, they would actually take on planning events, planning community events, planning educational outreach, and actually work with the state to maintain our South Carolina Fire Safe Community designation. And there's certain things that go with that. Being part of that, there's classes that have to be attended every year, and so they would make sure that we kept up with that. We're also wanting to we're looking at starting a somewhat of a community CPR training event, and so they would oversee that. They would take care of the planning for that.
Would they be dedicated to this, or would they also fight fires?
They don't have to be certified firefighter. I'd prefer that they are. That way that they could actually respond and be a part of that number that we need, especially during the day. But they do not have to be certified. I know somebody that actually become a community risk reduction officer, and before being certified, and actually got certified in the process. So, young lady, she ended up working for the state, as a matter of fact. But so it's something that we would look at and see who would fit that criteria. I've got a young man that would be excellent for it, but he still wants to fight fire, so I don't think he would necessarily be interested.
So to her point, would this be a 20/80 position, or would it be a position that has overtime and all that other built in?
It would be an 8 to 5 position.
Okay, so it'd be 20/80.
Salary position. It'd be at a lieutenant's pay. So it would be an 8 to 5 position.
So lieutenant pay in the fire is what grade? I've got that. Never mind. Keep going.
I'm sorry.
Keep going. I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it.
I'm trying to think, but
Hang on. I
don't
got
know
it.
right offhand. One thing with this too is with ISO, the way they grade based on emergency communications.
11.
The fire department itself, and then the water supply, which is easily combined utilities, provides that information for them. And then community risk reduction has become a part of that in the last few years. So it has become a recognized part of that insurance requirement. So we're wanting to actually build that person into our system. They would actually take care of, make sure that we get our reports turned into to FEMA, our incident reports. They would maintain data. They would take that data. The other part of that is they would take that data and actually build a program that would identify target areas that we would need to go and outreach to, maybe, about smoke alarms or carbon monoxide alarms, or even dealing with some issues with elderly, with our aging group. So, it would be a more to it than it sounds. Some things that we've started too. We've started a carbon monoxide campaign to go along with our smoke alarm campaign, and that was really big during the snowstorm, ice storm. We had people calling on those carbon monoxide detectors. So, car seat inspections, we would want them to be a car seat tech. You actually have to be certified to install car seats for us to do that for people. So we would want them to actually participate in that, and maybe plan some events, work with Safe Kids and actually plan some of those events. It would also give us somebody, we have people that are trained to do it, but sometimes they may be on a call, and this would actually give us an additional person that would be there during the day that maybe could take care of that for us. Any questions on it? Okay.
Brad,
Yes.
is this person, it seems like this is a very specialized position. You think it's going to be difficult to find somebody, or you're going to have to find somebody and probably have to do some training?
There will be some specific training. It's kind of, you kind of find the person. It's kind of like a firefighter. If I can find a person that has a good attitude, fits the job, I can teach them to be a firefighter. I need them to have that core, part and it would be the same with this. You find somebody that's an outgoing person that, they got to be able to talk to people. That's one thing. And of course, Nowadays, sometimes that's hard to find, because everybody likes to use the phones and not talk. But, you want somebody that's going to be able to be, a spokesperson. And so, yes, if we found the person to fit it, then we would get them the rest. And they would still have to, like the car seat tech, they would have to take a class for that. They offer a class as well through the fire academy that's for the fire prevention side of it. So
this could be just an internal person or
could be.
seek outside.
It could be.
Okay.
It could be. And we would see what interest we had of some in. Like I say, I've got some that would probably do a good job at it, but they're young and they want to fight fire. They're firefighters. So, I mean, that's what, they want to get a little experience with that first. So, and I understand that. And I was the same way. But yes, we would actually see if we had any interest first inside. All right. Capital for operations. These are the items that we have requested in no order. There's no specific order. I want to mention that. But fire gear, firefighter gear, we're trying to keep, there is a 10-year lifespan on gear according to NFPA. And so we're trying to keep rotations to where that we can keep that gear up to date and not have expired gear. So the other part of that too is we're looking for some other avenues to actually obtain some extra gear, because like I say, we had those calls that overlap. Sometimes those are fires, and you may come back from a fire and it be 10 degrees and your gear's wet, frozen. You don't have time to take care of cleaning it or changing out. And so maybe we could get some extra gear that we can have for them supply in some way, a few extra sets to leave at stations or something, so that they don't have to wear that gear again. Also, when you have, the fire service has looked at two major health issues in the last several years, and that's heart or cardiovascular, and then also cancer. And when you have gear that's been exposed, and it needs to be cleaned, and so that's one of the things that we want to work on is trying to keep them from being exposed to those things. Vehicle replacement. We're wanting to replace two of our old vehicles with two Chevrolet 1500 trucks that would be fully equipped when we receive them. They would actually have a camper shed. It'd be very similar to the supervisor vehicle that was on the other page, except it would just be it wouldn't be that big of a truck. It would be a smaller truck. But these would be for, they would take we would actually replace two of the older vehicles with those two. And they would be equipped the same with the slide-out tray, camper cover, and be able to put equipment in them.
Can you sell these? I mean.
The
so
old
that-
ones?
So that we can recoup some of that revenue?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And there's a couple of ways to do that. I've actually got another fire department's interested in one of them
Okay.
already. So they ask all the time.
Okay. Good.
But if we can't do that, then we can actually, the police department has a connection we can make to actually auction the car or whatever vehicle. All right. Mobile training prop, forcible entry prop. It's in this bottom right. What this is a way, it's a mobile training prop. We've run into situations where that we train in a place and then we have to move, and so we've been doing some training in the lot behind the police department. So we had to move out having to move out some of the training props we have there. So this would actually be a mobile unit, and we could actually carry it different places. We could actually even take it to some of our community events and do demonstrations for the public, which I think would be awesome. But I know there's an expense, but it's a good training prop that would be mobile, something that we could use and actually facilitate a couple of different things with. The stabilizers, the Paratech stabilizers. This is for traffic accidents, rollover vehicles, traffic accidents where they may be on the side. That's this on your right here. Also, we can actually do some minimal stabilization for collapse and shoring. If we have a house that's collapse or something like that, we can do minimal shoring until we can make a rescue or something like that. So, multi-use equipment. We also were looking at a QTAC 40-gallon skid unit for a UTV. We have a UTV. It's a little side-by-side, but we would like to get that skid unit. It would actually allow us to be able to get in some places off the road if we need to for brush fires, woods fires, doodle trail, if we need to get in some places on doodle trail, things like that, to actually be able to put out any brush fires, woods fires. We also are requesting wildland forest fire equipment. These would be backpacks that we would actually, if you're fighting the fire, you use these backpacks like the forestry people do. They actually have the fire shelters that you actually deploy in the event that you're going to get run over or overrun by the fire. And we just need to make sure that those shelters are up to date as well. Do you have a question?
How it was, the PTE or talking about, it also allows you to get your out of, or it will allow you to help with the rescue of the forest situation.
Yes. 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 Definitely with that side by side. We're requesting a fire hose roller cart. And this is at the top right. Basically, when we test our fire hose, we actually test our own hose. This allows us to actually get all the water and air out of it. It's easier to load back on the truck. And also, it's just easier to maneuver around. It's a safety thing too. You don't have to bend over and stay bent over and roll the hose and all that. It's a lot better. But it does get the main thing is it gets the water and the air out of the hose. It's hard to, in the back of those fire engines, when you're stacking that hose in there, if you don't get all the air and water out, you get the water out. A lot of times it's more the air. The air will have it won't actually settle down into the back of the truck. So it's kind of hard to put the cover back over. So you have to wait sometimes. That would just help with that. A gear dryer, bottom left down there. It's another dryer. We've been able to obtain a dryer for each station, but we're wanting to purchase another dryer for station 2. We've actually got one for station 1 and station 3. We want to purchase one for station 2, and that is dealing with them being able to wash the gear and dry the gear and be able to put it back in service.
So they currently do not have one there.
Not at station 2. They do not. They have the extractor, which is basically a commercial washing machine to wash it. They just don't have the dryer. Let's see. And fire hose. We've got some fire hose. We're coming up on, like I say, fire hose testing, and sometimes it doesn't pass, and we need some spare to have in stock. So we have that in case we lose any that we can't repair. Any questions? All right. To go along with capital and facilities, we're asking for a storage building for Station 5-2 to go out back. Right now, the lawnmower is sitting in the bay as far as storing it and other lawn equipment, and we'd just like to have a place that we could put it in outside and in the back. Station 5-1, the bay floor. When they installed the flooring at the new station, they put it in 3 times. And it still is not where it needs to be. It's coming up. And I think it's because of the floor that was there. Maybe the prep or something, I don't know. But it's flaking off, and we're going to have to do something. There's not, if it is, it's expired. And I wouldn't want that company to come back anyway.
I will say, Brad, we are getting them to fix what's out here in the corridor, where they did some kind of problems. It might be worth just reaching out to that company if they are going to pay for this. Maybe
Yeah, which surprised me, but yeah, but okay. Okay, we've tried to get in touch with them, but we'll try again. But I really.
Are they doing the work, or they're paying for it to be redone? Because he said if they messed it up twice, he don't want to do it.
Yeah, I mean, they had to re-put ours down 3 times. Yeah. And what we're looking at is the floor that's at Station 2 that was installed. We had that done several years ago, and it's still intact. It is that we've had no issues with it, I don't believe, so. So we're looking at doing that. The roof, on the old section side, where the old existing building, the roof is leaking, and we need to actually have that replaced. They're actually gonna have to remove the old air conditioning unit. The old air conditioning unit wasn't removed. I think that was a cost savings, but we're gonna actually have to have that removed and replace that. Painting the bay, and at Station 5-3, painting the bay walls and doors and the ceiling. Like I say, we're trying to update that, make it look fresh, make it look new, and so that would be a big part of that, getting that inside of the bay painted. Station 5-1 bay ceiling fans. These are the 10-foot fans. Now, if you know anybody that has a large garage or shop, there tends to be a problem with birds flying in.
Oh, my God.
So the birds will fly in, they land in the rafters, and then cause problems on the truck that have to be cleaned. So it's something that we're hoping that we've tried several different things that have not worked. We're hoping if we can put these fans in there and keep air moving, that maybe we can keep them out of there that way. We don't know. It's something we're going to try, but it's still going to be something that would be nice to have in there to keep air flowing, as it is. They spend a lot of time out in the bay anyway. Stand behind the mower at Station 5-1. We need a mower to cut that grass. We want to keep it looking good. We want to maintain it, and we want it to look right. So that would be a mower that we could actually use and would cut it at an appropriate height and keep it looking nice. Station 5-2, front concrete pad. You can see the picture. That doesn't look so bad, but it is. It's worse than it looks. We're going to have to do something. I know we're trying to coordinate that with the roundabout as far as them covering some of that, but we're going to have to keep in mind at some point, if they don't move forward with that roundabout, we've got to do something. And that's just where the trucks are pulling out and turning, going out into the road. Basically, there's a lot of wear and tear.
When I was up there, it looks like there's water, there's a drainage issue.
There was, and we've took care of some of it. Some of it was coming from this space on the right side up here. And we took care of that, but we're going to have to do something as far as the concrete. And there's some springs and things over there. It pushes mud up sometimes.
Yeah, it was really wet and muddy.
All right. That's it. Any questions?
I got to ask you, what's your turnover rate?
We're actually,
Better.
we went through about a year and a half ago, we went through a period, but we've got a stack of applications now. Now, a lot of those aren't certified, some are, but we've got a stack of applications right now. So fortunately, we filled those spots, those that we were given last year, pretty quick. And so turnover rate right now, we've got one that's leaving to go in the Army. So there's various reasons that to leave. And we
They're
had
not
one
just
that
going to
moved
another
away
fire
out
department.
of town. Ma'am, I'm sorry.
I said they're not going to another fire department?
We had one that left that went to another fire department. But the ones that are more recent, I know one's moving out of town. He moved.
We had one got married, his wife was from
Yeah.
Florence, she moved up here, she was like, I'm going back home to my mama. And he wanted to stay married, so he went with her.
Yeah.
And then we've got one, March 8th is his last day, he's leaving to join the Army full-time, not reserve, he's going actual full active duty. So I've already, we put out a thing on social media to accept applications, and for one slot, I think I got 40 applications. So,
I'm glad to hear the turnover rate improved.
Yes.
Why,
We are too.
why do you guys do your own mowing?
It's just always been we've always done that, and that's just part of us keeping, it gives us, yeah. No, I'll be honest with you, if we do that, it gives us pride in the department, I think a lot of times. If you take care of your own, you take more pride in it, and I think that actually gives that opportunity.
Okay, I have a couple questions.
Okay.
How many people do you have that work in the fire department right now?
We
How many
have,
positions do you have in the fire department?
as far as, okay, available?
Uh-huh, like,
Um,
I mean, total total positions in the fire department? You
Oh,
have how many positions
We got
assigned?
39 shift, 40.
Including the admin assistant.
Okay. And then how many of those are actual how many of those actually fight fires?
44 of them.
Oh,
Is it
okay, so
44 or
everybody except
45?
the one.
40, it's 44, I think, is what it is instead of 45.
Okay, and is there
No,
any,
45 with Mr. Bibby.
Okay.
do you do any type of wellness, or not wellness?
We do.
that's not-
We do a annual PT.
Okay,
Yeah,
and do
physical
they have
training.
to is that like a time test where you have to be able to do all this stuff and your people have to pass it, correct?
They,
I mean,
they're-
they have, it's kind of like getting a driver's license. You got, if you don't get it
it's
first
not
time,
a,
you can
it's
get
not a, it's a pass or fail, but it's not a, it's more of to see where they're at. It's not something where that if somebody don't pass, we're gonna have to let them go. It's not something like that, but we do want to maintain a level of wellness, them being healthy. We have to, we have to do that. So this is something that we've actually just started in recent years. It hasn't been in
Years that
place.
we've done it. So we didn't want to come in right off the bat and be like, if you can't do this, you're fired.
Uh-huh.
We're trying to give them time to see where they lack in their fitness.
Well, like if they were to go to the fire academy, in order to pass that, you'd probably have to pass a test, right?
No.
Just the physical.
Really?
They just have to pass the physical. But I will
Wow.
say this, the things that they do as far as training down there,
Uh-huh.
I know at one point, I'm not sure now, but I know they ran every morning and things like that.
They're
So
not allowed to do that no more.
Okay.
Somebody's to, if you go to the fire academy now, I teach for the state, we're not allowed to make them run. They're only allowed to march.
So if they were going to have to run in a building to save somebody's life, they may.
Their argument was we teach people not to run on the fire ground because you're in all that equipment, you're gonna trip, fall, slip, hurt, whatever. So the guy's argument when he complained was you teach us not to run on the fire ground, but you make me run every day. And they put a stop to it.
And then I noticed in your pay structure, you've got firefighters 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, actually, the fire 3 changed, Natalie, you got an old one. I need to get you
Okay,
an
so I need to,
updated.
okay, because I was looking at the comp and class study.
Yes,
Because you don't have
yes,
any
it's
firefighter 2s,
changed.
3s.
No, they actually we changed that a year and a half ago, I think, to Sarge, or 2 years ago to
Yeah, we went
sergeant.
to
Then we went to,
sergeants.
then they're actually listed as a lieutenant, in the current.
Okay, so instead
So
of
it's the
firefighter 3.
it's just a title change.
You're a sergeant now.
They're a lieutenant, actually.
Lieutenant now.
They're a lieutenant.
We didn't have, in the past, all we had was two positions. It was either a fire 1 or a fire 2, or you was an officer.
Okay,
So we created the fire 3. Well, everybody wanted a title. So they come up with the sergeant position. And then about 8 months ago, we did a restructuring, rebranding.
It was just renaming the
It was just
positions.
renaming titles.
okay,
Like the assistant chief is now deputy chief.
okay.
The captain is now battalion chief. The lieutenant went to captain and the sergeant went to lieutenant.
And that was to put it more in line with other fire departments, as well as some training. Some training is particularly for like a captain, like a shift officer. So it kind of puts it more in line with the fire service as it is currently.
Okay, so no more firefighters.
But it's not, it's just a name change. It wasn't.
So, okay, well, I have a question for you later. I'm not gonna do it right now. Okay, so then back to the training thing that you make sure everybody does. You do that once a year or twice a year?
Twice a year.
Okay, and what about the police department? How often do you do it? How, like,
Every recruit is doing rigorous, they have to, at a certain time. If not, they can't. How many chances do they get free? Yeah. That is, I think you can, one.
well, one a year?
So that's it's in the academy, you don't have to be a physical those steps. If you do the 6 seconds, you cannot get from those together. Correct.
Okay, and then you all still, do you still,
They cannot come back in the entire year. That would be, we make them do it before we, the pre-employment thing,
Mhm.
because we know they can't say if they can't pass. But if we did send them by, they pass the second time, that would be an automatic does, if they can't work for a year,
And do you still work with Chad Ayers at least once a year?
with Chad Ayers,
Is it Chad Ayers? Is that his name? Who does the,
with church.
uh-huh,
We don't do that. No, if Chad calls me in to like sit down, I will, when he did it at First Baptist.
uh-huh,
Yeah, I go with him, he's selling a separate product
okay,
that, the church is a contract me to do.
okay,
That's a little different,
Okay.
but a lot of times when he calls us in, it's, say, how does this work with your PD or sheriff, all that type?
okay. And you do that at schools as well, somewhat? You have your own program for the schools?
Yes, yeah,
Okay,
we'll do our one.
okay,
Any businesses that request
okay, all right,
Yeah, so like this, tomorrow night, we'll do a safety thing for, I think there's like 60 people registered for the class, for certain security groups. Everybody from a church that may have a large security team to churches who are looking at doing it, and we don't give them certification. It's like a new thing you need to consider when you do it and what they expect them all to do.
okay.
And we do, and basic things like, you know, computer,
And we deal with, Alex, the parking director today.
Yeah, okay, all right, thanks.
One thing I will add is that is a part of, when we hire somebody
Uh-huh,
or go through that process, that is a part of that as well for us, is that they go through that PT test.
okay, all right, thank you. Thank you.
Anything else? All right.
We'll go ahead and close out now.
I'll figure that out. And then the rest of
It's
it.
been a long day. Appreciate everybody's attention. Appreciate the department heads, staff, everyone for coming in and putting the time before this today. All the work they've done with, especially with Ralph getting everything in. And then, today, just all the passion. I hope council that you could hear the passion, the jobs they're doing and what they want to do and what they like to provide for the citizens of Easley. So I could tell it just from what they were saying. When I did my opening remarks, I talked about some of the goals and the top 4 goals. One of those was paving. And so I said I would come back to it. Right now, last year, if you remember, we put $400,000, $399 and change is what it was, into restricted paving account for the Olive Street Canaan Land roundabout. Well, it's not going to happen this year. So we initially put 400,000 in to carry forward to next year, but Ralph, actually, was it yesterday? The day before yesterday said, yeah, we can use the impact fee money for that as well. So, because that's growth. So we still want to put $400,000 in there for the roundabout, but $200,000 from what we carried forward and the $200,000 from impact fees. And that same restricted paving fund, I'm recommending, I think we talked about this during the goal session, take the money from the West End Halls sale, which is about $900,000 minus the closing fees, whatever the attorney fees are, whatever that is. Put that in the same account. Fund a road condition assessment so we can figure out which streets need to be paved before the others. And it's a company, Mario mentioned it. The current price is $25,000. I thought it was a $25,000 estimate, which would be in July as well. This $25,000 estimate expires, I think, in end of this month. So by April. So if we do this next year, it'll be, I think, 35 or so. So that's something we want to look at, like trying to go ahead and get it done now while it's cheap. But to do this road consistent assessment, it takes out the politics of it. Y'all know we'll all know which road is worse than others. And so we just start fixing them down the line, worst to best. Last year, Pickens County reduced the millage for road, the road millage in your tax bill. 4.6 mils is what they published. So I don't know what 4.6 mils for the county equals with the city because they're different dollar amounts, but I recommend we figure out what that number is, and Ralph's already asked the county what that number is. Since they reduced that tax bill, supposedly, just add that back in for next year for everyone in the city, and then use that millage and add it to this restricted paving fund and keep this perpetually going to fix roads in the city. So you'll see that when we do our presentations or the first work session, we'll have these numbers in there. And we can talk about it then and see if that's something you want to do, which is one of your goals. And then if we do this condition assessment, then we'll have to get it engineered. And then as early as next January or next spring, when things warm up, will be the first roads I think we could probably get to. That's kind of an idea to get this paving done that you want to get done. Resurfacing.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
So when we start repaving roads, and especially if we're gonna go in here and we're gonna, I mean, again, we're gonna have to tell our people we're raising millage. Right? So, will these roads only be city roads, or can
Yes.
they, okay, so how
Well,
many?
my recommendation is we only pave city roads.
So we'll need a comprehensive list of city roads.
Well, that's
Because
what
we
this-
can't say,
That's what this condition assessment, the $25,000, that's
okay,
gonna go through and look at every road. They use lasers, they use different things. Mario can explain it more. But they could ride through every road and they look at the condition and they rank order which ones are good, which ones are bad. And you can look at that list and figure out which ones we're gonna pave.
What they'll do is 110 miles of restored roads, and city-owned roads. Each road is a little different, we have curb, gutter, a lot of variables to each road. What they'll do is they'll assess the road, they'll give it a grade. I'm not sure if it's like 1 to 100, whatever the grade is gonna be. What you do is the worst grade should be the priority. But not necessarily. If you look at it, well, that road serves 2 houses. Who cares? No offense. But
careful.
So you grade the road, and then you come back and say, this is what they actually graded. And that way, I'm not choosing, A's not choosing, you're not choosing, you're going, this is the road that needs to be fixed. We cannot get a cost on it right now. Once they develop the width, the depth, everything that needs to be done, we can throw a per linear foot roadway cost in there, so we can adjust those, we can see the cost of those. Then we can figure out what our plan is gonna be per year and back those roads into it.
And we do have a comprehensive list. We had to submit that to FEMA, when we added ourselves on to the SCDOT contract. So Eddie was gracious enough to pull that together.
Can you share that?
Gracious.
Can you share that? Can you share that? Thank you.
So right now it's
What's probably Susan, you know, state roads.
well, we're going to touch state roads.
Yeah, those county roads, those state roads, no county probably won't go to.
No state, no county. But I know.
That's
but-
part of this.
As part of this, which is fine, and I understand that, but I know how people think.
Oh, yeah.
And they're not gonna understand this,
You're
so
right.
it's got to be crystal clear
You're right.
in our communications.
You're right. And also,
And I mean, I'm just gonna tell you, if I live, I mean, I think my street, heck, I don't even know what my street is, it's got double yellow line down the middle of it. So, it's South First Street, right, going straight to the middle school. Right from down, it's, I think it's, oh, yeah.
That's it, it's called, like, what you do is you look at the top, there's a green sign, and underneath is a black sign. If the black sign says S dash 39.
The state, okay.
That's the way I.
What do you think I am, Eddie? You think I'm half and half?
I don't know about that.
you could have a road that's part state, the middle might be city, and the other part state. That's like that
But what I'm
everywhere.
saying is, my road and Donna's road and Lisa's road, and yet we all pay taxes and we're all gonna get charged this millage. So if they fix my road and don't fix theirs, then I'm telling you, there's gonna be somebody that's gonna scream and yell.
Right, typically, a road is not a yellow line, it'd be like 10,000 feet of state road changes to a county road or city road. And that's the way, very example, because the old road is half in the state and half in the county.
County, okay,
But
all
what
right.
she's saying is how insurance works. Like I said, everybody pays,
Mm-hmm.
and not everybody's sick.
Correct.
So all of our roads, we get these really bad roads, and what she's saying is everybody's gonna be paying this millage, and their road might be the last on the list.
It's true.
Yeah.
But the state, that, like, but then you can always say that's a state on the road. And they
Well,
all have
But they've said that to us now for 4 years.
Yeah.
And people are sick of hearing it. They don't care. They need their roads fixed. I mean, like South Fifth Street.
How would you designate it, like, would even people that live on state roads in the city pay this?
Yes.
Mm,
Yes.
And it's not gonna be a tax increase, it's the fact that Pickens County reduced it 4.6, but we're gonna pick it right up. But we'll get blamed
But
for
we
it.
will get blamed for it.
But
You're
that-
right.
So that's a publication or a,
It's a communications.
you're gonna have to communicate that.
Well, we're gonna
Good job for
verify,
you.
we still have to verify what they reduced it by because, I looked at my millage in county and it didn't go down, so, they might have just redirected it and just not put it in paving, but we're asking the questions
Yeah,
at the county.
you're asking, okay, all right, all right. I mean, it's a wonderful effort. It's just, I need to figure out how to
Well,
sell it.
And another thing that can affect it, ECU might be getting ready to dig up a sewer line on this bad road
Mhm.
this year or maybe next year, and we don't want to pave it before they do that. So it might be the worst road in town, but let's wait 2 years till they finish and then fix it. So
Well,
there's
now,
a lot
if
of
you-
variables in
you
this.
will go to the new road that's been fixed.
Yeah.
Hey, we did that in Camden. We repaired a road, new pavement. It was still steaming. When the sewer backup happened, we had to go out there the next day and dig it up and patch it.
We'll coordinate with combined.
Yeah. You don't know when failure is gonna happen, but yeah, we will coordinate with combined.
Thank you.
Speaking of ECU, they are applying for a CDBG, Community Development Block Grant to rehab some sewer lines. The way the grant works, the money has to come to us, and then we give it back out to ECU as a subrecipient. So what you're gonna see, it's $1 million is what they're asking for. It's gonna be in our budget to be a receivable, and then if we get it, then we'll give it back out to combine, and that's, so it is a wash. And, they're pretty confident they will get this. And the funds will come in, I think it was sometime in the fall is when they expect to hear about the grant. So this is my 22nd budget. You've heard all the requests. Out of 22 budgets, the revenue, when you start this thing out, is never enough to cover all the expense requests that you're gonna get. Every year you have to do something to balance it. So right now, and the revenue could change because these are all estimates. The revenue could go up, maybe go down. Ralph and I are pretty conservative on that. But anyway, right now, all the requests you heard, people, capital, everything is about $1.7 million out of balance. So how do you fix that? You can make cuts, which we're gonna do. We always do. I've told department heads to prioritize their list. You saw the list. They weren't in priority order necessarily. Prioritize them. We'll find out which ones is least important to you. And that's usually where we start cutting. Another option is to raise millage. Another option might be to establish a new fee. Right now, there is no charge for sanitation, as y'all know. I don't know of another town or city in South Carolina that doesn't charge. There might be one. I just don't know any off the top of my head. So that is an option maybe, to start charging for sanitation. Ralph and I looked up what just a $10 charge, is that what we looked at? A $10 charge per month, per household, which is $120, equals about 6.8. It was over 6 meals is what that equates to. So if you think about it that way, and it costs more than that to run a sanitation department or public works. So I'm just throwing that out as an option or as a possibility. There might be other fees out there that we can do and change, but that's a possibility of a way to.
Raising $1 million for the city. So,
And was there an earlier discussion that we said that couldn't be attached to property taxes? Is that right? Or was that on a totally different?
I think the,
That was on the.
that was liens,
When we have to go in and demo a lot or
a house,
mow it or whatever.
right.
That was proposed as a collection mechanism before the property gets sold.
Would that be possible as a collection mechanism for sanitation?
To collect that fee through them. Legally, I'm not sure. So, just throwing those things out, Ralph and I, Ralph's been working 50 and 60-hour weeks, I think, for the last month, getting this whole thing ready. He's put a lot of time into it, so I do want to thank him for everything he's done, all the department heads for what they've done and the effort they've put into it. Jennifer for getting us set up, Eddie for letting us have the building and Public Works and everything you've done over here for us. Our camera crew, appreciate y'all being out here. Are there any other questions before we wrap up?
How many homes did you say we had in Easley?
So, I think the numbers slightly over 85, it's about, I would guess it will put 88 and 8900.
8,500 homes? Okay, perfect. Okay. Cause, well, yeah, cause I was just, my math needed to. Yeah, yeah, okay, well, that's 833.30, yeah, okay, thank you. Right.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Tom.
Yes. Thank Ralph.
Thank you.